Xiao Yin's life is nothing short of a twisted joke. She has an innocent-looking face, yet she's the infamous villainess of the capital. Basically, every young lord's nightmare in the city. So listen, when Xiao Yin goes out and stirs up trouble, someone actually dared to push her down, mock her coldly, and even forcefully kissed her. Right in front of everyone. Xiao Yin was so shocked, she didn't even want to be a villainess anymore. But just as she regained her composure and happily bounced over to her brother, she was bullied again. This time it was Lu Jin. He swaggered right into Xiao Yin's boudoir, acting like it was nothing, and actually thought she was a man disguised as a woman. Lu Jin even suspected her chest was fake. And then he just tore open her outer robe, my god. And as if that was perfectly normal, he casually started taking off his own clothes, saying he'd compensate her. What the heck? Xiao Yin felt wronged, demanded he return her innocence, and was so humiliated she wanted to crawl into a hole. What on earth was going on? To understand all this madness, we have to rewind a few years. A magnificent city appears under the bright moonlight, birds flying overhead, making the scene even more ominous and terrifying. This was the 16th year of the Dan Dynasty. Baby Xiao Yin was placed on a scarlet, otherworldly flower platform, her body radiating a brilliant red light, surrounded by demons and spirits. The day she was born, she stained the boundary between life and death with an indelible red. She was no different from a demon from hell, her fiery red eyes and her aura intimidating all around. Xiao Yin saw human life as worthless, killing as easily as cutting grass. She even relied on her power to act with arrogance and recklessness, taking pleasure in humiliating countless men. Xiao Yin sat in her sedan chair bathed in blood-red moonlight, admiring the scene of slaughter below like a demon lord reborn. Because of her cruelty and arrogance, people called her the most vicious dog of Daiyuan. That jade dog with even greener eyes was snarling fiercely. Xiao Yin sat on her throne, regal and aloof, stroking the head of the dog beside her, both high above and cold-hearted. At that moment, a storyteller suddenly slammed the table. With a loud smack, he stood on his stage, the lights shining on him. The crowd buzzed with excitement, some so frightened they began to cry. Others even foamed at the mouth. Amidst the commotion, the storyteller began, "Ladies and gentlemen, do you know why this vicious dog runs amok with no one to rein her in?" He then fell silent and solemnly declared, "Because this vicious dog is none other than the most beloved second daughter of the court's #1 war god, General Luo Xiao Yin." The storyteller's cold, merciless expression scared everyone so much they nearly wet themselves. Just then, a dog's paw with sharp claws appeared. A man led 5 fierce dogs inside, sending everyone into uncontrollable panic and trembling. Someone upstairs, seeing this scene, was sweating with fear and almost about to cry, screaming, "She's coming! She's coming! She's bringing her army of man-eating, murderous dogs." A wild howl echoed from outside. The sound came from a drooling dog, forcing the person next to it to hold it back with all their strength. Meanwhile, Xiao Yin leisurely arrived in her sedan chair. She sat quietly, but everyone else felt as if they were sitting on pins and needles, on edge. Xiao Yin twirled a lock of her hair and gave a faint smile. Seeing her approach, those doing business hurriedly lifted their skirts and ran, shouting as they went, "Run! The vicious dog is here. We can lose our lives, but not our dignity. Run for your lives." She looked up, gave a cold smile, and said, "Stop." Although Xiao Yin didn't shout to create momentum, everyone who heard her instinctively obeyed and stopped in their tracks. A slave quickly knelt before her sedan chair. Xiao Yin stepped down onto the slave's back. Her beauty was proud as a rose, but her face was as cold as ice, exuding a bone-chilling aura. When she passed by someone, they panicked and trembled all over. Xiao Yin walked forward at ease, ignoring everyone's fearful avoidance. She pointed at a guy with an onion-shaped head. Honestly, his face really was unique, and ordered, "I don't like that guy's head. Deal with him." The poor onion head was dragged away by her servants, a knife already pressed to his neck as he cried out, "Is it my fault that I have an onion head?" Meanwhile, Xiao Yin turned and walked away. Xiaoru bowed respectfully and said, "Second miss, right here." Xiao Yin covered her mouth and giggled, then said, "How unique." At the sight of her, some people holding children were so scared they nearly launched their kids into the air, the kids waving their hands in confusion. Others ran so fast they fell, their pants dropping and their white buttocks exposed for the whole city to see. Seeing this, she whispered to Xiao Yin. There's a scholar ahead in broad daylight. This style really suits young lords. She didn't say much more, just showed off her wealthy young lady's flair with one sentence. A reward. On hearing this, Xiao Ru and the servants were overjoyed as if they'd struck gold. Thank you, miss, for the reward. Xiao Yin followed Lu Jin, and whispers immediately rose around them. That mad dog is out hunting again. I wonder which young master she's set her sights on this time. Xiao Yin didn't care at all, letting them gossip. The last young master couldn't stand the humiliation and bit his tongue, ending his own life. He was truly unlucky. Lu Jin was standing at the entrance, just about to go in, when Xiao Yin suddenly blurted out, "You stop right there." He turned around, and only then did she truly see his incomparably handsome face. Those emerald green eyes were like two precious gems, and his bearing was graceful and noble. Lu Jin's beauty gave Xiao Yin's heart a jolt, as if struck by Cupid's arrow. She screamed inwardly, "What an incredibly handsome and elegant man. No wonder my maid was willing to spend 3,200 taels of silver to get him." At this moment, he looked solemn, a bit aloof, yet still refined. Xiao Yin remained as passionate as ever, raving inside. Quad A class. The more I look, the better he looks. Xiao Ru's taste is impeccable. Where on earth did she find someone this perfect? Only now did Xiao Yin realize the stark contrast between her looks and Lu Jin's, and she worried. He's so good looking. If his reputation is ruined by me, this mad dog, how will he ever marry? Suddenly, several Xiao Yins popped up in her mind. The angelic Xiao Yin said, "Why not let Xiao Ru have him?" The devilish Xiao Yin frowned and scoffed. "Bring him over, we'll pay, or get a little extra." These thoughts were interrupted by an imagined shout from Xiao Ru. "Second miss, your face doesn't look right. What are you plotting now? Aren't I the precious treasure you hold in your hands?" Xiao Yin patted her face, forcing herself to calm down, warning herself, "Calm down, Luo Xiao Yin. Don't let his good looks cloud your mind. This is all about money and survival, as long as they don't kill me. For the prosperity of the Jinyuan Prime Minister's mansion, you have to be ruthless." Xiao Yin waved her hand and ordered her servants, "You all, take him back to my residence." She thought to herself, the other day, father couldn't hold back and secretly saved Grand Tutor Zhang's whole family, but was discovered by Empress Bai. Empress Bai suspects father's cruelty is just an act and has started making things difficult for him. Xiao Yin closed her eyes tightly, recalling herself kneeling in front of Lu Jin's memorial tablet. Today, I must do something cruel to prove the descendants of the Luo family are foolish and ugly. For the survival of the Jinyuan Mansion, I can't go on like this. 100,000 lives in Jinyuan Mansion are counting on your sacrifice. The Luo family will honor you. May you be immortalized. Lu Jin just pondered silently, not saying a word, not moving at all. The servants tried to intimidate him. "Hurry up. I advise you not to resist. Whatever our miss wants, she will get." Everyone was eager to touch him. After half a stick of incense, seeing that Lu Jin had no reaction, the servants were baffled. Why isn't he resisting? Something's not right. This isn't in the script. So they started cursing, "You brat. How dare you?" ignoring the law. Has he been scared silly by us? If he doesn't say anything, how are we supposed to keep acting? Are we really taking him back to the residence? Don't be stupid. If we actually take him back to the general's mansion, he'll eat us alive. Seeing things go off script, Xiao Yin panicked, not knowing what to do. What's going on? Quad A class. Why isn't he following the script? If he's not following the script, how am I supposed to keep acting? She gave her servants an awkward smile, while Lu Jin still stood there motionless. Xiao Yin was extremely flustered inside. Did he forget his lines? She puffed out her cheeks in frustration, grumbling to herself. Third brother was right. Good-looking people really are just for show. Can't even remember a few lines. Xiao Yin walked up to Lu Jin and placed her hand on his chest. She stared provocatively into Lu Jin's eyes and said, "Such a handsome young man. Are you shy? Do you want me to do it myself?" With that, Luo Xiao Yin leaned in, pointed at him, and whispered, "Come on, say your lines. Just scold me a bit for being inappropriate or something." The onlookers all blushed furiously, covering their eyes and screaming, "Ah!" She kissed him. She kissed him, flirting with a man in broad daylight. So shameless. Ah! Meanwhile, Luo Xiao Yin was biting her teeth in frustration. If it's acting, then let's act. Whatever. I'm not even afraid of my dad hitting me. Lu Jin frowned in disgust, pushed her hand away, and asked in confusion, "What are you doing?" Luo Xiao Yin secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, "Thank goodness, I gave him a cue, and he finally picked up his line." On the outside, she stroked her chin playfully, looking highly interested. "Oh, an interesting man. You've managed to catch my attention." As soon as she finished speaking, Luo Xiao Yin slammed her palm against the wall, trapping Lu Jin to keep him from escaping. Then, with an overbearing aura, she rattled off a string of domineering lines. "As long as you obediently stay by my side, benefits will naturally come your way. Even though your status is low, being with you is a bit of a compromise for me. But as long as you behave and become my 78th male companion, I suppose I can just about accept it." After saying all this, Luo Xiao Yin suddenly realized there was something off about what she'd just said. Looking up at the man she thought was of low status, she saw he was actually a full head taller than her. At this moment, he was being cornered by this little short lady who couldn't even reach him. Luo Xiao Yin immediately straightened up, coughed awkwardly, and called out, "Ahem, someone come here." Her two personal maids instantly appeared and knelt down. Luo Xiao Yin put one hand on the man's shoulder, stroked his chin, and ordered, "He's mine from now on, understand?" Lu Jin coldly picked up the book in his hand, pushed Luo Xiao Yin's head away, and reminded her, "Miss, please behave yourself." She was heartlessly pushed away by the man. The two maids by the side broke out in a cold sweat at the sight. But Luo Xiao Yin, on the contrary, was thrilled. Great, he's finally getting into character. I can't lose. She was pinned down by the book, her face full of playful anger. She thought, Luo Xiao Yin, have been playing the villain since I was 3. No one in the general's residence is more wicked than me. Today I'll show you. Then Xiao Yin asked, "Behave myself." And then she reached out and caressed the man's Adam's apple. Grabbing Lu Jin's collar, she struck a rogue's pose. "Do you believe I'll take you right now?" The maid in the back, holding the script, turned pale, blurting out in a trembling voice, "Second miss, what are you saying?" Oh my, did she grab the wrong script? Whispering, "Isn't this the scene where third young master snatches the bride?" On the other side, the onlookers were getting nosebleeds and screaming. The platform's going to get banned. Author, watch the limits. Don't do this to our young master. But honestly, the uglier people are, the more upright my values become. They really look good together. I think this works. Someone immediately spoke up to remind everyone to focus on the plot. Which couple are you shipping? Why are you fueling that mad dog's arrogance? Lu Jin, still silent as a clam while being tugged by Luo Xiao Yin, made absolutely no move. Then suddenly, he shook off the woman's hand. With a sudden motion, because of this abrupt action, Luo Xiao Yin, who was standing on a maid's back, lost her balance and fell down, screaming, "Ah!" Luo Xiao Yin's face went pale, and another maid quickly rushed over, shouting, "Second miss, be careful." All the servants instantly knelt down to form a human cushion, shouting, "Mississippi. Second Mississippi. Be careful." Mississippi Luo Xiao Yin landed right on top of a pile of wailing servants. "Second miss, ouch, ouch, ouch." Casting a glance at the shameless woman, Lu Jin uttered a deep criticism, compassion, a sense of shame. He took a step forward and continued, respectfulness, a sense of right and wrong. Of course, Luo Xiao Yin couldn't understand a word, a huge question mark popping up over her head. Lu Jin still kept a stern face as he explained, "Your heart is twisted. You have no regard for law or morals. You're utterly devoid of conscience, a cold-blooded killer, simply inhuman." Luo Xiao Yin was so shocked her hair stood on end. The onlookers cheered enthusiastically. "Brilliant. Well said. As expected of a scholar. Though I have no idea what he's talking about." Another woman gazed at him with admiration in her eyes. "My gosh, how am I supposed to resist this? The more I look, the more captivating he gets." The atmosphere fell into a contemplative silence. The crowd circled around Luo Xiao Yin, still sprawled on the pile of servants, and Lu Jin, standing under the eaves, overlooking everything. The whole scene looked like a woman in red being coldly judged by a man. A man spoke up in confusion. "Come to think of it, doesn't this young master look a bit familiar?" "Back over here," Luo Xiao Yin whispered to her maid. "What on earth is he saying? Feels like he's insulting me, calling me inhuman." The maid beside her replied excitedly, "Second, miss. Be confident. Take out the feels like." Now she finally understood. Instead of getting angry, Luo Xiao Yin was actually thrilled, thinking he actually dares to insult me. Bold move. What a performance. Let's see how I counter. With that, she immediately put on a fierce expression, pointed, and shouted, "You dare call me inhuman." Then Luo Xiao Yin commanded, "Someone, tie him up for me." The servants behind her kept their heads down, looking at the script. At that moment, they were busily taking notes. Someone in the crowd finally recognized him. "Ah, I remember now. This young master, isn't he the eldest son of Prime Minister Zhen Yuan's household?" Luo Xiao Yin whipped her head around at those words. That breathtakingly handsome man was none other than Lu Jin. Yes, Lord Lu himself. Luo Xiao Yin was struck as if by lightning. She screamed in terror, "What? You're that legendary Lu Jin who single-handedly drove off 7 bandits in Jiangnan, made the 16th prince cry, and even dared to lose your temper at the Empress Dowager." Lu Jin frowned deeply, his gaze sharp, and let out a cold snort. That handsome young man comes from a prestigious family. That is Lu Jin, the 6th son of the Lu family, eldest grandson of the current prime minister. Born into nobility, he is exceptionally gifted. Scene: Lu Jin playing chess under the moonlight. He is so refined and courteous, every word and action in line with etiquette, upright and respectful. He places a chess piece. We gotta know more about him. The Lu family's elder personally taught him proper conduct. Lu Jin's poised manner while playing chess radiates an extraordinary aura. People around raised placards and shouted, "Lu Jin, the pride of the Imperial Academy. Lu Jin, the dashing young gentleman." Every young lady present was filled with envy. Which girl can win the favor of the Lu family's young master from the Prime Minister's residence? "Young Master Lu, your pen brings words to life. Please teach me calligraphy, I beg you." So carefree and elegant, so aloof and refined. They screamed wildly, a literary genius like no other. Every essay he writes is eagerly circulated across the land. "Ah, I wish I could become a chess piece in his hand." A notebook appears, along with a room filled with poets. Rumor has it that Lu Jin's essays are so good that people say, to hear the truth in the morning, one could die content by evening. A poet exclaimed, "Young Master Lu wrote a poem for General Guozhenduan." Everyone look. He held up a piece of paper and said, after the famed General Guozhenduan was falsely accused by the Lu clan, Lu Jin wrote a memorial that won universal acclaim from the officials. The emperor ordered a retrial of the case. Though he's incredibly gifted, Lu Jin is also fiercely bold. Most impressively, he never relies on his family status. Instead, he dared to harshly rebuke Empress Dowager by manipulating the court, favoring eunuchs, and bringing disaster to the nation. Even people like Empress Dowager Bai and the emperor were so terrified they clung to their pillows, shivering with fear. It's terrifying. The young emperor was teary-eyed, sobbing, and sniffling. The sight startled the emperor. He was so moved he wept. Yet Lu Jin still escaped punishment. The old man with the fan went on, "I fear someone who dares defy his superiors like this won't have a good end." The others started whispering, "Isn't young Master Lu supposed to be studying in the archives? How does he have the right to appear in court?" The emperor is only 14 this year, and he was scared to tears by Lu Jin. Don't you know, his grandfather is the current prime minister. At this moment, Luo Xiao Yin still stood frozen like a statue, trembling with fear, thinking to herself, "I actually provoked Lu Jin." The maid behind her was also terrified and blurted out, "Miss, hold on." Mississippi Luo Xiao Yin was still lost in thought. "So that means here, I'm scheming how to cover Diane's land with flags bearing my likeness." Tears of joy welled up in Luo Xiao Yin's eyes. Amazing. As long as Lu Jin writes an article to scold me, my infamy will surely spread throughout Diane. She wept with joy. That way I won't have to work so hard at acting anymore. Sob, I'm so touched. I must make him hate me even more. Acting on her thoughts, Luo Xiao Yin lifted her foot and kicked hard at the wall. She announced proudly, "So what if he's the prime minister's grandson? Any man I fancy, even a prince, must come home with me." Luo Xiao Yin arrogantly stroked her chin, imagining, "I haven't yet tasted what it's like to have a young lord from an official's family." Lu Jin quietly glanced at her slender, fair leg leaning against the wall, then sneered with contempt, "A dignified general's daughter, wandering the streets and bullying others. I will definitely report this to Lord Sher." He continued to threaten, "His Majesty will surely punish General Luo for failing to teach his daughter properly. Once the Luo family is stripped of their titles and dismissed, let's see how you continue to oppress the people." Luo Xiao Yin was startled, leaning back slightly. Then, shamelessly, she moved in closer and retorted, "Punish me. The Luo family has Empress Dowager by behind us. Luo Xiao Yin isn't afraid of you." As soon as the words left her mouth, Luo Xiao Yin's foot slipped and she fell backward, crying out in panic. She glanced back, her face instantly flushing red as she shouted, "What the heck? Somebody help me, quick." Seeing this, Lu Jin's eyes widened in surprise. He immediately reached out and supported Xiao Yin by the waist. Xiao Yin quickly grabbed the front of his robe. Lu Jin's other hand tightly grasped Xiao Yin's slender, fair thigh. In that moment, the two accidentally pressed their lips together in a sweet kiss, their posture rather improper. The two stared at each other in shock. The entire scene was instantly bathed in a pink, ambiguous glow, and everyone else was rendered speechless. The area fell silent as all eyes focused on the pair. The entangled couple made the villagers below fall quiet for a moment before they finally snapped back to their senses. Their cheeks flushed, they began to excitedly chatter, "Young master. Haha, oh my, how intense." On the other side, books fell to the ground with a thud, and a man frantically covered his face and cried out, "I was only gone for a moment, and the young master's first kiss is gone." Xiao Yin quickly snapped back to her senses, tears welling up in her eyes. She immediately pushed away, hastily separating herself from Lu Jin. With tears in her eyes, she raised her hand angrily, hesitantly uttering, You. At that moment, Xiao Yin was panicking and sobbing in her mind. My first kiss. Then she tried to comfort herself. Xiao Yin is not afraid. My persona can't collapse. Thinking of this, her trembling hand stopped mid-air. Lu Jin, seeing this, was stunned and blurted out, "You." After a moment, Xiao Yin's hand suddenly gently stroked his cheek. With her other hand trembling as she covered her mouth, she was overwhelmed with grief and whispered softly, "I hate you." Suddenly, Xiao Yin closed her eyes, put a hand to her forehead, and dramatically fell backward. Lu Jin just stood there dumbfounded. Watching her fall, Xiao Yin screamed in her head, "Oh no, I'm doomed. This is so humiliating. I guess I can only play dead now." The maid saw her fall with her hands over her chest, and all rushed forward, shouting, "Mississippi, Mississippi." There was a moment of silence. Lu Jin was speechless, watching his 6 maids practically lifted Xiao Yin up like a treasure, while a young fellow beside them was scribbling furiously, recording the whole scene. After they steadied Xiao Yin, the maids glared angrily and shouted, "How dare you disrespect our young lady? Just wait, we'll have you dragged back to the manor sooner or later." With those harsh words, they ran off, shouting as they went, "Let's go. Miss, please don't die. Miss, hang in there." The crowd watched them leave, utterly stunned, whispering to each other, "It's the first time I've seen the infamous Luo family shrew get scared off." The crowd started to buzz with discussion. This young master is really pure-hearted. How could that Luo family shrew treat him like that? Young Master Lu is amazing. Lu Jin just snorted coldly. He turned and started to walk up the steps. A servant nearby saw and quickly said, "Young master, wait for me." Inside the room, people were busy tidying up. A man sat in the center, head down, writing something. When he saw Lu Jin come in, he looked up and said, "You're back." The door closed, and a group of people who looked like scholars bowed deeply and exclaimed, "Sect leader." A group dressed in loose black robes also bowed and called out, "Sect leader." Lu Jin took off his white outer robe. As he took off the black robe underneath, his hair gradually turned white. Amid their exclamations of "Sect leader," Lu Jin's hair turned completely white, and he changed into a completely different style of clothing. Lu Jin walked toward the highest seat. He looked extremely handsome now, lounging lazily in the chair, as if he'd just noticed something interesting. Lu Jin let out an "oh." Lu Jin rested his chin on his hand, narrowed his eyes, and said, "Didn't expect the second young lady of the Luo family to have this side to her. It seems the General Zhen Yuan's manner is not so simple after all." He gave a devilish smile and ordered, "Go, I want all the information on Xiao Yin within an hour." Meanwhile, at the general's manor, General Luo Zhentian asked Xiao Yin, "You're saying you don't want to play the role of the villain anymore?" The villain, who was no good at pretending, became extremely timid, knelt before Luo Zhentian, and answered softly, Xiao Yin bit her lip, tears streaming down her face, thinking, even if today wasn't on purpose after what happened, how can I keep pretending to be tough? Running away just because someone kissed me? What kind of useless villain is that? She continued, Father, to be honest, I can't keep up the act anymore. Luo Jintian put a hand on her shoulder and said, if it weren't for the circumstances, I wouldn't want you to show your face in public, even if it meant ruining your reputation. But now, our Luo family has no other choice. Many years ago, on a silent night, Luo Jintian began to recount. Back then, the purple star was fading, and 2 emperors of Dian died one after another under suspicious circumstances. Funeral paper fluttered everywhere, covering the scene in white mourning. Countless people dressed in mourning clothes knelt before the palace gates. The court was unstable, with officials endlessly arguing over who should inherit the throne, and chaos ruled the land. Empress Dowager, by produced the late emperor's imperial seal, helped the young new emperor ascend the throne and ruled from behind the curtain. But everyone knew that by Sima clan's ambitions and ruthless means over the years, she promoted her own by Sima clan members outside the court, paying no heed to the ministers. He, Luo Jintian, watched as the young emperor was manipulated by the Empress Dowager. His Majesty is already 15, but the Empress Dowager has held power for so long, no one knows if she'll let go. The Dian Empire is about to fall into the hands of the Bai family. Our Luo family appears to rely on the Empress Dowager, but secretly, we are protecting a hidden piece for the emperor. The general's expression was one of deep sorrow. Half of the sons, in order to hide their undercover identities, put on airs of arrogance and domineering behavior to lessen Empress Dowager by suspicion. The men of the clan not only had to act like they were indulging in pleasure and vice, but also had to flaunt their unruly tempers everywhere, because as long as they behaved like families such as the Lu and Zhao clans, who had the Empress Dowager's backing, no matter how outrageous their actions, it didn't matter. Empress Dowager looked enchanting on the outside, but was incredibly vicious inside. To keep up this act, the children of the Luo Xiao family, in addition to practicing martial arts and studying, had their lives categorized and scripted from a young age, strictly following the roles assigned to them. The Luo Xiao children grew up surrounded by all kinds of dazzling scripts. Since she was little, Xiao Yin would cry, clinging to Luo Jintian's leg, and ask, then why not give your precious daughter a script where she's loyal to the emperor and loves her country? Luo Jintian would helplessly explain, wasn't this persona one you chose for yourself when you were little? I can't just change you as I please. Xiao Yin's tears would flow like a burst dam, and she would wail, I didn't know, I want to change my persona. As the maids cleaned, they gossiped. This must be the 134th time Miss has cried and clung to Master's leg, right? One maid exclaimed in surprise, wow, you keep such a precise count. Xiaoru replied calmly, Another maid continued, so what is it for this time? Xiaoru immediately shared the inside story. Because this time, Miss bullied someone on the street and accidentally had her first kiss stolen by young Master Lu. Hearing the two maids' conversation, Xiao Yin felt as if she'd been struck by lightning. The scene of her kissing Lu Jin flashed through her mind, and she inwardly screamed, so everyone already knows. Furiously, she threw her book to the ground, pouted, and said, I quit. Whoever wants to be the villainess can be it. Then, Xiao Yin turned around in a huff, determined to give up the job her father had assigned her. Seeing this, Luo Jintian patted his daughter's shoulder and coaxed her gently. Good Xiao Yin, Dad knows it was just an accident. Ignoring his daughter's confused face, he told her firmly, besides, that Lu Jin boy isn't really an outsider. After a pause, he added, sooner or later. Xiao Yin didn't understand what her father meant, and asked, sooner or later. Luo Jintian suddenly realized he had almost let something slip, thinking to himself, oh no, I almost blurted it out. He cleared his throat and changed the subject. Ahem, anyway, that Lu Jin boy is quite a catch. You're not exactly losing out. After hearing this, she was stunned for about 5 seconds, then blurted out, huh? Seizing the chance, Luo Jintian said goodbye to his daughter and quickly ran off, leaving Xiao Yin panicking as she realized, he want me to endure it, to keep enduring. She cried in despair. Father. She clutched her book, teary-eyed and trembling, not knowing what to do. But how long do I have to keep going? Luo Jintian walked farther and farther away. Then he turned back with a sly look and said, Good Xiao Yin, don't worry. We'll soon bring down Empress Dowager Bai. Hearing this, her sadness instantly turned to joy and excitement. Really? He He stroked his chin proudly and pointed upward. According to our current plan, it should only take about 18 years. Like thunder on a clear day, his words left her frozen on the spot. 18 years, she snapped, charging at her father to hit him, but he stopped her. Left with no choice, she could only sigh. Outside the window, cherry blossoms were in full bloom, dancing in the wind. With a broken heart, Xiao Yin clutched her chest, turned around, and leaned against the door. She said sadly, "All right, fine, I'll go apologize to that onion head guy first. I scared him today." It was like a bucket of cold water had been dumped over her. She regretted it so much. 18 years. By then, Onion Head will have turned into a narcissus. Seeing his daughter's pained expression, Lu Jin felt a little guilty, rubbing his index finger nervously. Night fell, the moon rose high, and its cool light spread everywhere. Meanwhile, Xiao Yin was on the rooftop, peeking inside through a hole. She secretly watched what was happening inside through the hole. The bald man's eyes sparkled as he stared at the gold in his hands, blurting out, "Ah, it's a fairy. A little fairy has come to comfort my wounded heart." Overjoyed, he said, "Just when your big brother here tricks someone, a little fairy arrives to ease my pain." Watching this, Xiao Yin's mood hit rock bottom. Hugging her knees, she muttered to herself, When will I finally be able to be myself?" Suddenly, a flash of light caught her attention. What was that light? Then her eyes lit up and she exclaimed, "A shooting star." She immediately clasped her hands and made a wish to the meteor. "Ancestor Luo Tian, if you can hear my prayer, please let Empress Dowager by fall soon, so our Luo family no longer has to bear this infamy." After making her wish, she slowly opened her eyes and looked around. Suddenly, Xiao Yin's eyes widened, her pupils trembling wildly. A huge black cloth fell from the sky, making her cry out, "What the heck?" Then darkness swallowed her up. Caught off guard, Xiao Yin let out a scream. After that, two guys tightened the black sack, making it impossible for her to escape. Panic-stricken, she shouted, "Hey, what are you trying to do?" One of them stomped his foot and shot into the sky. Together, they flew over the rooftops. Even as Xiao Yin screamed for help, "Let me go. Let me go." Moments later, the sack was removed. Terrified, Xiao Yin covered her face and screamed, "Ah." Then, peeking through her fingers, she slowly looked out. Two unfamiliar men stood in front of her. More people appeared behind them, surrounding Xiao Yin. Anxiously, she raised her voice and asked, "Who are you? What do you want?" They kept getting closer. She panicked, thinking, "Who are these people? Did I offend someone who sent them to deal with me? Or could it be Lu Jin?" She clenched her fists tightly, determined. Or maybe this was a good opportunity. Suddenly, they all knelt down at once and spoke in unison. "Greetings, sect leader." Seeing this, Xiao Yin blinked in disbelief and asked, "Secretary, sect leader." The night sky was clear and calm. In a Shanken square, Luo Xiao Yin hugged her shoulders, trembling. "How dare you do such outrageous things in Shanken Square? This is against the law, you know that." To her right, Wu Duji covered his face, staring intently. To her left, the charming Madame Peony gazed at her. Yufeng bent down toward her. "I'm the eldest son of the general's mansion. With me here, what is there to fear?" "Ha!" Luo Xiao Yin was stunned at these words. A slender hand reached out, pulling her by the shoulder. "Don't worry, sect leader." Madame Peony lifted her chin, smiling. "The eldest son of the general's mansion likes to dress as a woman. It's a secret among the upper class. We won't tell anyone. The entire martial world will respect your preferences and treat you as a true young lady." Yufeng agreed. "Greetings, sect leader." Madame Peony encouraged, "Yes, sect leader." Song then stepped forward in support. "That's right. No matter what you like to wear, from the moment you conquered the arena, you became our sect leader." Song then closed his eyes. "We'll never forget how you looked like a celestial maiden descending to earth." Then he opened his eyes, full of shining admiration. "That day you stood tall on the glorious stage, radiant and confident. You spoke enlightened words, issuing the challenge for the sect leader position. In Song Nan's memory, a well-dressed person stood atop the stage. Below were whispers and comments. "Looks really rich. Wow, a real benefactor. A fairy has descended." That person's face darkened and said, "How dare you do this in the capital?" Lifting his spirits, he pointed in a direction. "Without the permission of the capital magistrate, this is an illegal structure. If you don't hand it over, don't blame me for being rude." All four of them, plus Bubble, had golden light flashing in their eyes, full of admiration. "A rich person." Bokaka whispered, "Bro, later you have to lose to him." "We won't interfere. Heaven has given us a sect leader. Next to him, Lu Isho agreed. All right, no problem. The martial world folks all knelt together. Greetings, sect leader. Each harbor their own thoughts. No one saw me anyway, whatever. I get new clothes to wear. Money. A rich person. We're getting rich. He's so easy to fool. Do we need another scheme? We're getting rich. Bro, I did well, right? Brother, you did great. The person concerned only stood there, confused, murmuring sect leader twice. Songnan's face grew even brighter. That day, you defeated the strongest experts with your extraordinary martial arts and became the new leader of the martial world. We revere this brave and remarkable sect leader. Xiao Yin heard this, stood up and bowed. I can't hide it anymore. The eldest son of the general's mansion is my twin brother. You got the wrong person. Farewell. Hearing this, Songnan collapsed to the ground in shock. Impossible. For this unparalleled match, to build this unparalleled arena, the entire martial world paid a huge price. Someone started singing into a microphone, with two monks playing guitar beside him. Wudong sings for a living. Shaolin performs for tips. Day and night, we roam making a living, our voices nearly gone. He continued. The Chuanjin sect even moved out their wishing pool and merit box. Some people were cleaning by the wishing pool. A group called out to each other, working, picking up everything, checking every corner. Disciples from all the big martial arts schools came down the mountain to tell fortunes. The Mount Tai sect took chestnuts from the alley to sell and made some money. Two people stood stroking their beards, waiting to tell fortunes. Others were roasting chestnuts. At this, Songnan clutched his chest and coughed up a mouthful of blood. We finally managed to build the arena and find our destined sect leader. How can you just say you don't want it anymore? Are you abandoning us? Xiao Yin, who knows her brother best, thought to herself, my brother's martial arts are terrible. He could never compete in the arena. Did you build the wrong arena? My brother loves playing with Dragon Wave toys, and he hates illegal constructions. Everyone in the martial world thought, looks like we'll have to come up with another plan. How did this little girl suddenly get so smart? We'd better find a way to coax her first. Sect leader. We're not happy. Yufeng clung tightly to the white silk meant for hanging. Mother, how are we supposed to live without a sect leader? I'll join you. Songnan coughed up another mouthful of blood, crying out, without sect leader Luo, what's the point of living? Pakaka screamed from the ground, I don't care, I just want sect leader Luo. Sect leader. Madame Peony banged her head on the ground. What did I do in my past life to deserve this? I spent 7 years saving up to finally get a sect leader, and now it's all gone. Wu Duji hugged his face in horror. Is the martial world really going to lose a genius just like that? No one to succeed. Lu Yishao, hands trembling, gripped his knife. Without a sect leader in the martial world, what's the point of keeping this arm? Then Pia Piao closed her eyes and laid down in the coffin too. I was raised by the old sect leader in the ancient tomb. If the martial world ends in my hands today, I'll use my life to be buried with it. Xiao Yin was overwhelmed, raising her hand to her forehead. That troublemaker Luo Wu Yin is causing trouble again. It's Luo Wu Yin's fault, but you're his sister. Until he gets back, you have to take responsibility for him. Mother taught me to help those in need. Right now, they need a sect leader. Luo Wu Yin. I don't know why he left, but father has already sent people to look for him. You just need to fill in for him for now. When he comes back, Luo Wu Yin's reputation as a cross-dressing hero will spread across the land. Luo Wu Yin, is always setting traps for you, so it's not bad to dig one for him for a change. Plus, under his name, you'll be able to do whatever you want out there. She clapped her hands, as if she'd thought of a brilliant idea. The thought of being herself made Xiao Yin rest her hand on the armrest of the chair. All right, she stood up, her face set with determination. I, Luo Wu Yin, from this day forward, am the sect leader of the martial world. Night had fallen. In the darkness, a group of fierce-looking men brandishing weapons shouted, "Where is he? Where did he go? How dare he provoke our martial alliance?" After him, the shouts rang out, "Don't let him get away." But their actions were incredibly odd. A fat man was staring at the sky. The moon is so beautiful tonight. In the distance, someone was jumping around, imagining he could fly. Mother, I can fly. People whispered, what the heck is going on? A guy with glasses was observing two bugs with a magnifying glass. Oh, on the rooftop, a masked man in black leapt lightly between buildings, his figure flickering in the moonlight. Lu Jin lay leisurely on the rooftop under the bright moon, playing with a small pouch in his hand. Interesting. He took out a few sunflower seeds, cracked them, and glanced down at the scene below. Famous all over the world, yet stooping to flower thief antics, and a repeat offender at that. Lu Jin pushed off with one leg and landed perfectly. Luo Wuyin sure knows how to pick a place. Lu Jin hid behind a pillar, watching the chaos unfold in front of him, spinning the small pouch in his hand with delight. Now the Martial Alliance's treasury was a mess. That unlucky Luo Wuyin had dived right into it. Those penniless fools were in for a real treat. Lu Jin used his lightness skill. He flew past the dazed people below, but no one noticed him. He strolled casually through the slightly open door. Lu Jin walked in, rubbing his neck with one hand and holding the door with the other. Ever since the old alliance leader died, the Martial Alliance had become less and less stable. When the old man was around, he'd never let me wander about so freely. A small silver bell jingled. Suddenly, a fist flew toward him. Lu Jin blocked it swiftly. "Don't move, it's me." He dodged nimbly. "Haven't seen me for a few days, and you don't recognize me." Luo Xiao Yin glared at him. "Let go." Lu Jin easily avoided Luo Xiao Yin's kick. "Don't make a fuss, trying to take me on with those clumsy moves of yours." He chuckled, looking down at her. "I came here especially to tell you not to get involved in the Martial Alliance's mess. And by the way, how's your sister doing?" A flash of surprise crossed his eyes. Flowing golden hair and elaborate women's clothing gradually came into focus. Luo Xiao Yin took a fighting stance. She looked at him, her face showing no fear at all. He asked her in confusion, "Who dares trespass into my Martial Alliance? What are you doing?" Lu Jin suddenly collapsed to the ground, propping himself up with one hand, his hand trembling nonstop, laughing so hard his whole body shook like a fool. "Ha! Luo Wuyin, weren't you always annoyed when people said you were a girl?" Lu Jin rolled on the ground with laughter. "You're actually wearing women's clothes? Ha ha." Luo Xiao Yin watched the scene, utterly confused, thinking he must be crazy. This guy's gone mad. Lu Jin pinched her soft cheek. "You're really going to kill me with laughter, sneaking out of the house in women's clothes." While pinching her cheek, he complimented, "Never thought you'd look this good in women's clothes." Lu Jin's words and actions left her completely baffled, running away from home dressed as a woman. Her face was pinched by Lu Jin until it looked like a cream cake. Huh, what is he even talking about? Lu Jin's gaze landed on her chest. Lu Jin's expression became lewd, and he reached out, preparing to touch. "Even your chest looks so real." He quickly grabbed both sides of her collar and yanked hard. "Let me see what you stuffed in there." Her inner garment slipped off, and Luo Xiao Yin fell to the ground. He looked stunned. "You." Luo Xiao Yin lay on the ground, looking so alluring it could easily give someone a nosebleed. Lu Jin stared at her in shock and said, "Don't tell me it's real." Lu Jin looked at her with suspicion, as if to say, is she really a woman? What he saw was Luo Xiao Yin lying on the ground, wearing only a thin undergarment. Luo Xiao Yin's face flushed bright red, her eyes brimming with tears. Outside, under the full moon, urgent voices could be heard. Quick, he went that way. As they ran, they called out anxiously, "Hurry, let's get over there." Seeing the group outside the door, Luo Xiao Yin trembled all over, wanting to call for help. Before she could speak, Lu Jin suddenly reached out and covered her mouth, stopping her from making a sound. Xiao Yin jumped in fright, letting out a muffled cry. Lu Jin leaned in, hugging her tightly. "Shoo!" She looked at him in terror, thinking, could this man be the flower thief thereafter? Outside, the others were still urging each other. "Sounds like something over there. Quick, let's go." A trace of resolve flashed in Luo Xiao Yin's eyes. She reminded herself, "I can die, but I cannot be humiliated. I am a second young lady of the general's manor. I absolutely cannot just sit and wait for death." With that thought, she grabbed Lu Jin's hand and opened her mouth wide. Luo Xiao Yin bit down hard on Lu Jin's hand, drawing blood. Lu Jin was still pondering. The hair color and aura are exactly the same. "I thought it was Luo Wuyin disguised as a woman, so I didn't recognize her at first." He looked down at Xiao Yin, who was still biting his hand, studying her carefully. "Isn't this the scrawny Luo family shrew from earlier today? Why is she in disguise now?" Lu Jin suddenly laughed. Interesting. Remembering her from before and now, he looked her up and down and commented, "The infamous, notorious Luo family shrew of legend. So this is how you look." Lu Jin suddenly said, "You must be Luo Wuyin's twin sister, right?" Hearing this, Luo Xiao Yin looked up, unable to hide her shock. "He knows my brother's name and can even recognize me." Lu Jin let go of Luo Xiao Yin and sat to the side, resting his hand on his leg. She looked at Lu Jin full of suspicion, but still kept her guard up. "What's his relationship with my brother Wuyin?" Shaking off those thoughts, she bit his hand again and shouted, "Got you. I don't care anymore. Who cares if he recognizes me? How could a flower thief be a good person?" Seeing her bite his hand again, Lu Jin frowned helplessly and said, "Let go. I'm your brother's friend." Hearing this, Xiao Yin bit down even harder. I'll bite you to death, you liar. My brother has never mentioned you. So what if you recognize me? Who in the capital doesn't know me?" Lu Jin lost his patience, grabbed Xiao Yin's face, and pulled her closer, asking, "Do you like biting people that much? The #1 mad dog in Dian. So, you admit you're Xiao Yin then?" Xiao Yin clenched her fist and threw a punch at Lu Jin. "What does it matter to you if I'm Xiao Yin or not? You lecher, return my honor." Lu Jin raised his hand to block her punch, looking at her with disdain as he asked, "Honor?" Lu Jin thought, Xiao Yin flirts with men in the capital all day long. What honor could she possibly have left? While he was lost in thought, she quickly dodged away, watching him warily. With tears in her eyes, she cried out, "My mother told me a woman's body should only be seen by her husband. You took off my clothes. Of course it's ruined my honor." Lu Jin recalled the moment their lips met and sneered, "Oh, we've already done that kind of thing, and you still care about your clothes." Feeling that this shrew was completely different from her daytime self, he suddenly spoke. Hearing from Lu Jin's tone that he was going to give it back to her, Xiao Yin shouted angrily, "You pervert. You ruined my innocence. My fiancé won't let you off." Lu Jin laughed at her words. "Ah, so it's just your innocence. Then I'll give it back to you right now." As he spoke, he began to unbutton his shirt. Hearing this, she was so shocked, she fell to the ground. "What did you say? What are you trying to do?" Seeing Xiao Yin so frightened, Lu Jin not only didn't stop, but kept taking off his clothes. "Didn't you want me to give your innocence back? I'll give it back to you right now." Hearing this, she panicked. What? Xiao Yin stared in shock as piece after piece of clothing fell to the floor. He continued, "With my innocence." Lu Jin casually brushed his hair. "I'll return it to you." The room fell silent, with only Lu Jin standing there and Xiao Yin uncontrollably trembling. He took a step closer to her. Her cheeks flushed red as she thought, What is he even saying? Is this the shamelessness of a flower thief? She stammered, You. Lu Jin tilted his head and smirked. "So what do you think? Do you like it?" He went on, "If that's not enough, I have another treasure. Want to see it?" Hearing that, Xiao Yin quickly shouted, "Shut up." She tried to cover her burning face. "Don't come any closer. If you do, I'll report you to the authorities." Lu Jin knelt on one knee, leaned a bit closer, and said provocatively, "Report me. So, are you going to tell the authorities that the mad dog from the general's manor harassed a man in the street, or that the second Miss Luo had her clothes stripped off? Let's see who they'll arrest, you or me." Hearing this, she fretted. "What now? He's right. If I go to the authorities, my reputation will be ruined." She cried out, "Mother, what should your daughter do now?" "Go on. Tell everyone. Say Daffin's #1 mad dog cried her eyes out just because someone saw her body, and that she was so ashamed at seeing a man's body she wanted to die, her face burning red." "Yes, what now? What now?" Lu Jin leaned in close to Xiao Yin and teased, "Wow, so this is the unrivaled mad dog that strikes fear into everyone in Daffin." As Lu Jin pressed in step by step, she covered his mouth. "You shameless bastard. Even if my reputation is ruined, I don't care anymore. I'm dragging you to the authorities and making you rot in jail. Just you wait." Upon hearing this, Lu Jin thought, reputation. His face full of doubt. Even after Xiao Yin ran away, he still didn't understand. What does she mean by that? She ran off shouting, "Help." At the same time, Lu Jin started to have a hunch about her secret. Is the mad dog just an act? Xiao Yin grabbed a blanket from the bed and threw it at him. Mortified, she covered her eyes and flung the blanket at Lu Jin. "You, put your clothes on. Don't come any closer." The clothes landed on his head like a tablecloth. Seeing this, Lu Jin stifled a laugh. But he didn't curse her out. Instead, like some domineering CEO, he said, "You're quite something." Xiao Yin was stunned when she heard that. What? He flashed a sly grin. Suddenly, Lu Jin's blanket landed on Xiao Yin, startling her. He wrapped the two of them in the blanket. "Got you." Xiao Yin's kimed. "What are you doing? Get out." This time, he pinned her down on the bed. The shameless Lu Jin said, "Tell me, what should a man and a woman do when they're alone under a blanket?" His words made Xiao Yin feel both scared and disgusted. This pervert, he actually dares. In the blanket, Lu Jin reminded her, don't make a sound, or it'll be bad if someone hears. Xiao Yin was so panicked her head spun. Heavens, sorry, father. Your daughter actually saw another man's body and even thought it looked pretty good. Your daughter is so crude. Sorry to every single one of my pure and innocent fiancés. Her mind was a mess. Father, I've failed your teachings. Your daughter is pinned down by a man and can't say a word, can't even push him away and insult him. I don't deserve the top reputation you gave me. That phrase kept echoing in her mind, top reputation. Meanwhile, Lu Jin leaned closer, playing with her hair, his voice ambiguous. My body was also seen by someone who's not my fiancé. Now I feel like I've wronged my fiancé too. He gently lifted her chin, teasing, "Miss, how do you plan to compensate me?" As soon as he finished, Xiao Yin poked his cheek. "You shameless scoundrel. You were the one who undressed me first." He frowned in displeasure. Lu Jin whispered at her ear, "How about this? Why don't you swap your fiancé for me? I'll marry you, and then we can both keep our innocence." Xiao Yin was stunned when she heard that. What? She jumped up, her face turning cold. Father was right. Every man needs a woman to open the door to a new world for him. If your family never taught you how to respect women, then let me. With that, she grabbed her bell bracelet, ready to take it off. As she threw the bracelet, it grazed Lu Jin's face, but he shamelessly teased her. "Go ahead then, use your body to teach me how to respect women." Hearing this, Xiao Yin's hand clenched tightly. The bracelet she had thrown earlier fell to the ground, shattering the floor tiles. Right after, there was a loud bang inside the room. Lu Jin, coughing up blood, was sent flying uncontrollably. Xiao Yin had sprung up and punched him away, gritting her teeth. "Don't think you can just lay hands on a woman because you're a man, you shameless pervert." Outside, someone wondered what's going on in there. His teammate scratched his head naively. "It must be our alliance leader practicing some supreme martial arts." Another echoed foolishly, That's right. Lu Jin was sent flying, while Xiao Yin calmly climbed down from the bed. She said angrily, "Just bullying women at will, and you dare to make a joke out of an engagement." At the same time, Lu Jin crashed through the wall, landing in a pile of rubble and dust in the corner of the room. She furiously lectured Lu Jin, "Is this how you honor your fiancé? Is this how you face the world?" Lu Jin, limbs splayed and embedded in the wall, clutched his chest, coughing up blood, and stammered. "No." He wiped away the blood, bewildered, and asked her, "How does changing my fiancé mean I'm letting the world down?" Xiao Yin, frustrated, punched a hole in the beam and snapped, "You dare say that? Do you know how hard it is to be a woman? Embroidery, makeup, playing music, none of it is easy. It's so hard I want to cry. Have you ever practiced an instrument until you cried? I have. All the instruments I've broken since I was little could fill up the moat outside. Do you believe me?" Hearing this, Lu Jin didn't show any sympathy. Instead, he laughed lightly. "The moat, huh? No wonder that river's been mysteriously clogged for years. It turns out the general's manor has been throwing instruments in there in secret. Because of all the commotion, the room's wooden structure gradually began to collapse." Standing before a pile of ruins, Xiao Yin pointed at Lu Jin. "Why do you think I've worked so hard for so many years? Isn't it because my parents are afraid my jade-like fiancé would think I'm crude? And what's the result? After all these years of painstakingly packaging myself, you just ruin my innocence like it's nothing. Don't you have any shame?" Lu Jin replied nonchalantly, "Didn't I already say I'd take responsibility and marry you? If he doesn't cherish you, why put yourself through all this?" Xiao Yin simply gave up and collapsed to the ground, crying with tears streaming down her face, complaining, "My fiancé definitely won't like me anymore. You give me back my fiancé. I don't want you. I want my fiancé. I want that pure and flawless fiancé of mine." Seeing her cry non-stop, Lu Jin was momentarily at a loss for words. Then a calculating smile crept onto his face. Lu Jin said coldly, "Looks like this engagement really is going to be called off. The moonlight is beautiful tonight, shining over the world." Standing in front of the utterly disheartened Xiao Yin, Lu Jin comforted her. "I'm serious. If you want, I can be your fiancé instead." At these words, Xiao Yin was so shocked she could barely speak. "What did you say?" Xiao Yin asked. "You want to be my fiancé?" Lu Jin's tone turned seductive. I'm not joking, as long as you agree." Sensing Lu Jin's ill intentions, She refused. What nonsense are you spouting? I don't want that. Xiao Yin thought to herself. People from the Martial Alliance are all liars. She suddenly remembered what the Martial Alliance members had promised so earnestly before. Don't worry, Alliance leader, we've already set up an inescapable net to catch that infamous flower thief in the martial world and hand him over to you. We won't let you suffer with us. Don't worry, Alliance leader, we'll bring the flower thief here to serve you. Recalling those promises, she was filled with bitterness. They promised to catch the flower thief for me, but what happened? The Martial Alliance leader ended up being the one who got taken advantage of. And when the crucial moment came, they all vanished. Xiao Yin rubbed her forehead, utterly exasperated. If I'd known I'd run into someone like this, I'd never have taken this Alliance leader job, even if it killed me. Lost in thought, Xiao Yin looked up and saw Lu Jin just lounging around, as if nothing had happened at all. Looking at him, her anger flared up again. What are you smirking about? You think bullying people's fun? How can you even laugh? Didn't your mother ever teach you not to bully girls? Lu Jin suddenly asked. Lu Jin thought, my mother. He thought to himself, this little girl's logic is all over the place again. Lu Jin took the chance to fool Xiao Yin. I don't have a mother. Hearing that, she was taken aback. You don't? No mother. In her mind, a dramatic martial world tragedy was already unfolding. Xiao Yin pictured Lu Jin's mother lying on the ground, gravely ill, desperately clutching him as an infant and fleeing. The mother said, don't worry about me. Someone chased after them with a knife. Where do you think you're going? Lu Jin lost his mother at a young age and could only cling to her grave, crying mother. Then Xiao Yin imagined Lu Jin's mother being persuaded by another noble lady. Take this money and leave. This child will have nothing to do with you ever again. Thinking of this, Xiao Yin immediately made the connection. Family feuds among the rich. Xiao Yin's eyes lit up, her gossip-loving spirit ablaze. Oh my, has he gone through something like that too? After pondering for a moment, she asked, what about your father? Lu Jin looked very sad. There are lots of kids in my family. Without a mother to protect me, my father and grandfather don't see me as a person and torment me every day. In reality, he was scheming inside. He thought, my prime minister's manor is huge. I have over 20 cousins. My mother spends her days coaxing my father, and my grandfather only lets me manage the account books. Lu Jin thought, this isn't a complete lie. Xiao Yin was fooled again. No wonder he's so shameless, bullying girls, and even a flower thief. Turns out he never had a mother to teach him. She started to pity him. No love from father or mother. How pitiful. Seeing Xiao Yin believed him, he added a few more innocent-sounding lines. That's why I did those things. I didn't know. I saw my second uncle treat the maids in the manner like that. My second uncle said women like that sort of thing. Xiao Yin's sympathy overflowed. She thought, so he was led astray by his wicked second uncle. That's why he did those unlawful things. Poor guy. So she grabbed Lu Jin's hand. No, it's not like that. But neither of them expected. With her lack of control, a crack sounded as she crushed Lu Jin's hand bone. Holding his hand, she said, sorry, I didn't know you'd been through such frightening things. I thought you were just a shameless pervert who liked teasing girls. As for him, he listened while the excruciating pain made his voice tremble. It's fine. Can you let go of my hand first? Inside, he was panicking. Lu Jin's inner monologue. It's going to break. It's going to break. Xiao Yin was completely in character now. My father always says, if you teach people to be kind, you can accumulate 7 days' worth of virtue. She continued seriously, now that you've met me, I won't let those things happen again. Xiao Yin's cheeks flushed slightly. From today on, I'll be your mother. Her face was radiant with joy, full of the excitement of being a first-time mom. At this moment, Xiao Yin was diligently patting the coughing blood Lu Jin. Don't worry, she comforted him. From now on, your mother will teach you loyalty, filial piety, and etiquette, and help you become a good man of the Great Dynasty. Lu Jin struggled to sit up. Wait, did I hear that right? Xiao Yin looked puzzled. What? Lu Jin was still in shock. You want to be my mother? Xiao Yin replied earnestly. That's right. My father said, if you help someone, you should help them to the end, especially when others are in trouble. If someone's lacking something, you should fill that gap. You don't have a mother, and because you didn't have a mother to teach you, you went down the wrong path. Of course I have to take responsibility. She went on excitedly. I know I'm still young. If you think I look too young to be a mother, just call me mother anyway. I don't mind. At this moment, Xiao Yin's face was as kind as a saint's. As long as your mother is alive, I'll never let you suffer the slightest grievance. Don't worry, your grandfather is amazing. If there's anything I can't handle, I'll have your grandfather do it. She looked as solemn as a nun, as if speaking to Lu Jin's mother, whom she'd never met and who was watching from the heavens. Unknown sister, rest assured, I'll take care of your son now. I'll treat him well. Watching from the side, Lu Jin was completely dumbfounded. Is she serious? Isn't she 2 years younger than me? What kind of family rules do the Luo family have? After that performance, Luo Xiao Yin decided there was no time to lose. Let's sign a contract. Lu Jin was stunned. What? She unfurled a roll of white paper. My father said, words alone don't count. The most solid relationship in the world is a contract. As long as we sign this contract, we'll be a legally protected mother-son relationship. She started writing as she reassured Lu Jin, if her mother and son, my fiancé will definitely understand. If he can't, then I don't need such a heartless fiancé anyway. Lu Jin was left stammering, completely dazed. Mother and son relationship. He felt a third helpless, 7 parts speechless. Inner voice, good grief, mother and son relationship, really. Ha! Lu Jin let out a dry laugh. Ha! This is hilarious. Suddenly, he burst into laughter, as if he'd inhaled laughing gas, a little out of control. Luo Xiao Yin just thought he was pitiful. She thought, poor child, finally has a mother, so happy. She picked up his hand and pressed his thumb onto the blood at the corner of his mouth. Luo Xiao Yin took Lu Jin's hand and stamped his fingerprint on the contract. The final step. Seeing Lu Jin silent, she pressed his hand down. Lu Jin thought, oh well, seeing how happy she is now, I'll just go along with it. Lu Jin thought, is this little cutie really dumb or just pretending? His hand gently brushed her cheek. Lu Jin asked softly, are you really sure you want to be my mother? He pulled Luo Xiao Yin's face closer, their lips almost touching, and asked seductively, don't you want to be a different kind of woman in my life? Hearing this, Luo Xiao Yin slapped Lu Jin across the face and told him to shut up. Now she hoisted him up like a chick and scolded, you unfilial son. How dare you talk to your mother like that? All those uncles and elders of yours, when they see your grandmother, they don't even dare breathe. You've really turned bad. So presumptuous. Suddenly, someone came running over, shouting, Alliance Leader. Alliance Leader. Yu Feng and Biao Chia burst in together, reporting in unison, Alliance Leader. Alliance Leader. We caught Luo Xiao Yin grabbing Lu Jin by the head and neck. Yu Feng couldn't help but ask, Alliance Leader. At that moment, she was about to grab Lu Jin's ear to scold him, but then she realized, oh no, I almost forgot. People in the martial world are still hunting me down. They don't know I've decided to turn over a new leaf. She imagined herself standing in front of the evil sect Double Crow, demanding someone, one hand grabbing, one hand giving up. Hand him over. Hand him over. I'll protect Lu Jin like a mother hen protect her chicks. What are you catching? Don't you dare hurt my son. Even if he's a flower thief, he's still my son. He was ignorant before, but from now on, I'll teach him well. I'll take him to apologize to the victims and make amends. Seeing Luo Xiao Yin acting so crazy, the two whispered to each other. What is the Alliance Leader talking about? I don't get it. She seems to be worried about that flower thief, worried to the point of rambling nonsense. Yu Feng immediately interrupted, ahem, and reported, Alliance Leader, the thief has already been caught. You don't need to worry. Biao Chia, as if reciting from script, asked, Alliance Leader, where's your son? What does he look like? How old is he? Is he cute? How are his studies? What kind of girls does he like? Honestly, I've never seen him. Luo Xiao Yin turned around to look for Lu Jin, only to find he had disappeared at some point. She gestured Lu Jin's height of 1.86 meters and asked, where's my son? Where did my big, tall son go? Luo Xiao Yin, like a mother dog searching for a pup. Where's my son? Where's my son? The other two started to question reality. Is the Alliance Leader looking for her son? Seems like it. Unable to find Lu Jin, she felt sad. Unknown big sister, I'm sorry. It's my fault for not taking care of our son. After confessing, she ordered Yu Feng and Biao Chia go. Go now. Immediately. Hurry and bring my son back. We're leaving right now. The two, though surprised, could only obey yes. Right away, the two accepted the order and immediately rushed out. Rest assured, Alliance Leader will go find him right away. Luo Xiao Yin anxiously waited at the door. Where could that poor child have run off to? She completely forgot about the real flower thief she had just caught. And who are you again? That guy seized the opportunity and instantly jumped up. Sorry, I'll be leaving now. He didn't even bother untying the rope, just hopped away like that. Xiao Yin watched in surprise. Hey, she muttered to herself, repeating what he said earlier. He said he was sent here. Xiao Yin was thinking when she suddenly remembered, oh no, it's almost dawn. If I don't go back now, my mother will kill me. Scene switches to the Jinyuan general's manor. Madame Luo was fuming, smashing a teacup with a bang, and ordered the servants, if you can't find her in half an hour, you'll all face family discipline. Everyone trembled, answering in unison, yes, madam. Yes, madam. Yes, madam. Luo Zhantian tried to smooth things over for his daughter, saying, calm down, madam. Xiao Yin went to offer some silver to the person she accidentally hurt before. She probably got delayed on the way. Just then, Xiao Yin sneaked in, mumbling to herself, you can't see me, you can't see me, you can't see me. She tiptoed in, moving quietly. However, Madame Luo had already spotted Xiao Yin, who was trying to sneak in using a tree branch as cover, and shouted sternly, Xiao Yin, then went straight for the jugular. You're a noble lady after all, and yet you stayed out all night. How disgraceful. Caught in the act, Xiao Yin could only kneel and admit her mistake. Mother, I was wrong. Without a word, Madame Luo instructed the servants, bring out the family discipline. Hearing this, Xiao Yin panicked. Mother, please hear me out. Suddenly, a hand reached out like a sword blocker, grabbing Madame Luo's hand tightly. It was Luo Zhantian, trying to help Xiao Yin. Calm down, madam. How can you lay a hand on your daughter? Xiao Yin saw a glimmer of hope. Father, you're the best. However, he glared at her with eyes that could kill. Of course, it's your father's turn to do it. Luo Zhantian then joined Madame Luo in scolding her, a young lady, staying out all night without a word. What do you have to say for yourself? Xiao Yin tried to defend herself. Mother, please let me explain. She started her story from dropping a gold ingot at Xiao Yin's place. Last night, I went to compensate the person I caught. Because I felt guilty, I sat on his rooftop reciting scriptures and praying. But I got so caught up in it that I accidentally fell asleep on the roof. And when I opened my eyes, I was startled and accidentally fell off the roof. She thought to herself, if my parents find out Luo Yin not only ran away from home, but also offended the Martial Alliance people, they'll skin him alive. Oh, I have to keep this secret for now. She continued playing the innocent bunny. I knew Mother would be worried, so I rushed back without even fixing my clothes. I swear I know I was wrong. Please forgive me this time. Madame Luo listened to this and could only feel helpless, thinking that since you hadn't caused any real trouble, she'd let it go. Seeing that Madame Luo seemed to have calmed down, but not truly intending to let the matter rest, she emphasized, this time, your punishment is to embroider the family rules 100 times. I mean what I say. You're not allowed to ask for help. Every stitch must be done yourself. Xiao Yin was stunned. What? Embroider the family rules. She screamed, her voice loud enough to shake the entire general's manor. Embroider the family rules. Sunlight filtered through the branches as a few butterflies danced in the courtyard. In the Jinyuan general's manor, inside Xiao Yin's boudoir, Xiao Yin was sitting in front of a handkerchief, carefully embroidering something. She worked every stitch with full concentration, her expression serious. Beside her, her maid gently massaged her shoulders and said, Miss, if your hands are tired, take a break. Hearing this, Xiao Yin replied, just a little more and I'll be done. Maid Xiao Ru tilted her head in confusion and asked, you'll be done already? Isn't our family's rules a myriad of words long? Looking at what her young lady was embroidering, Xiao Ru pressed her index finger to her chin and gazed at her with helpless eyes. Miss, are you sure Madam asked you to embroider this? Xiao Yin, hearing this, confidently lifted her chin and said, I'm absolutely sure. Look at how realistic my embroidery of the family rules is. She held up the finished handkerchief, on which she had embroidered the image of a book titled The Luo Family Rules, faithfully reproducing its appearance. Seeing this, Xiao Ru said worriedly, Miss, you really don't have to rush like this. You can take your time with the embroidery. Before Xiao Ru could finish, Xiao Yin confidently hugged the handkerchief to her chest and replied, Mother taught me from a young age that when you make a mistake, you must bravely admit it and correct it. Only then can you be a good child. I'm being punished this time because I did something wrong. But how can I let Mother wait so long? I've put so much effort into this work. Mother will definitely like it, and she'll surely forgive me. Suddenly, with a bang, the door was kicked open, and a loud voice sounded from outside, praising, well said. The person speaking was none other than her father, Lu Jin. Wearing an expression and tone full of pride, he strode in, as expected of my daughter, Lu Jin. Diligent, responsible, and dependable. This is the true character of a daughter of the Luo family. Seeing her father, Xiao Yin cried out excitedly, "Father!" She happily rushed over and hugged her father tightly. As he held her, he said, "Has that missing grandnephew of mine been found yet?" She leaped over to hug him, surprising him at first, then he immediately caught on. "I rarely come home, and you haven't even properly greeted me. But as soon as I come back, you bring up looking for some sun or something. You scare me half to death, you know?" He quickly pushed her away, scolding, "Now is not the time to look for any grandnephew. Tell me honestly, what happened with the Martial Alliance? What did they do to you?" Hearing her father's question, Xiao Yin's gaze darted away as she answered vaguely, that. They tied me up." The image of her being tied up in a sack, a cloth stuffed in her mouth, and struggling desperately flashed through his mind. His face darkened, and he clenched his fist with one hand, drawing his sword with the other, and roared, "Those damned martial world rats dared to tie up my daughter. They don't take this old man seriously at all. I'll lead the troops right now and level their martial alliance." Seeing this, Xiao Yin hurriedly grabbed her father. Father, don't get so worked up." He was still fuming, shouting, "I can't swallow this insult." A raging fire burned within him, as if he was saying, "I'm about to explode." She clung to his leg, trembling, and said, "Father, listen to me. You can't blame them for this." Xiao Yin continued, "It was Luo Wu Yin running away from home that caused the martial alliance to pin such a big charge on us. He ran away right when the martial arts conference was happening and shamelessly wanted to be the alliance leader, but then didn't want to take responsibility and just ran off. And then I happened to go out and got mistaken for him by bad luck. If anyone's to blame, it's us," Xiao Yin added with a bright, proud smile, "for looking too much alike." Hearing this, he grew even angrier and shouted, "I'll tie up that troublemaking brat and drag him home for a good beating." Seeing this, she clung tightly to his clothes. Father, calm down. Even if Luo Wu Yin caused trouble for no reason, he's still your own son." She put her hand on her father's shoulder. "Besides, Father, haven't we been searching for our missing cousin all this time? I was thinking after looking for so long, is there anywhere we haven't checked?" Hearing this, he calmed down a little. "Somewhere we haven't checked. You mean?" Suddenly a flash of inspiration hit him, and his eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "Qixia Lake." Standing to the side, Xiao Yin saw her father catch on and was overjoyed exactly. "So, the position of Martial Alliance leader is a heaven-sent opportunity, isn't it? What I mean is," she continued, her eyes shining with longing, "there won't be any danger, right? Father, don't worry. I can definitely do this, can't I?" Her father stroked his chin, thoughtful. "You have a point. But for you, this is just too risky." Seeing he had no intention of letting her off, she hurriedly protested, "Father, what are you talking about?" Images of her father riding a horse, sword in hand, looking heroic flashed through her mind. She continued, "Who is my father? My father is the blood-soaked god of war. He'll definitely protect his precious daughter, right?" Hearing his daughter speak so highly of him, his face beamed with pride. She pictured herself standing on a cliff, waving a banner valiantly, and grinned, "Your daughter will sneak into the martial world as my brother, and with father protecting me, I'll definitely be safe and sound, right?" Before Xiao Yin finished speaking, her father gave her a hard knock on the head. He scolded, "Wishful thinking. If your mother finds out, she'll punish you to death." Rubbing her head, she could only whimper, tears in her eyes as she pleaded, "Father, just let me try, please, Father." But he only refused. "Let go of me right now." He looked down at the top of his daughter's head, feeling a little sorry. Forget it. In a few days, I'll find some skilled martial artists to infiltrate the Martial Alliance, and then that list of alliance members will be handed over to you." He sighed, "I'll find a way to keep it from your mother. Go quickly to the Martial Alliance and see if there's any news about your cousin, then come straight home, whether he's there or not. You mustn't act rashly." At his words, Xiao Yin's eyes lit up. She stood at attention and replied solemnly, "Yes. I won't let father worry about me." He patted her head, gazing at her dotingly. "If it weren't absolutely necessary, how could I bear to let you take such a risk?" My precious daughter, I can't love you enough, and yet I have to send you into the martial world. It's all because your father is useless. Xiao came running in from outside, panting, with a letter in her hand. Miss, young Master Lu Jin has made a move. He's written you a letter. She ran up to her, gasping for breath as she repeated, He wrote you a letter. Xiao Yin looked at the letter in Xiao Ru's hand. Xiao Yin was suddenly startled, covering her mouth with her hand. She thought, Lu Jin wrote me a letter. Could he still be holding a grudge over the time I hit him and wrote to scold me? When her father heard Lu Jin had written to his daughter, he looked at the letter with great interest. Lu Jin wrote you a letter. Could be a love letter. Has that boy fallen for you at first sight? Hurry and open it. Hearing this, Xiao Yin's cheeks flushed. Father, you're a general at least. Can you not gossip like this? The two of them leaned in to look at the letter. She said, I don't really understand it, but father, he really seems to be scolding me. With her hands on her hips, she shouted, excellent. Lu Nunu got angry and sent a letter himself. Now my bad reputation will spread across the land. Her father sulked in the corner, muttering, how dare he scold my precious daughter? I'll make him pay for it later. Xiao Yin smiled slightly, walked over to open the door, and announced loudly, let's go. A sly glint flashed across her face. Let's go give young Master Lu Jin a hard time. The scene switched to Jin Yuan General's manor. The servants stood in neat lines, their voices loud and in unison. Miss Xiao Yin replied casually, She glanced at them and smiled slightly. Where's Lu Jin? One of them bowed respectfully and replied, Second miss. Young Master Lu is hanging out with his rowdy friends on East Street. Xiao Yin spun around abruptly, her movement amusingly quick. A mischievous smile appeared on her face. Oh, East Street, huh? Dramatically pointing, Xiao Yin strode toward the door. Let's go to East Street and give him some trouble. One of the servants, seeing this, hurriedly called out, Say second miss, young Master Lu. But another quickly covered his mouth with delight. If second miss says young Master Lu is there, then he's there. Shut up. Let's follow second Mississippi. The first one struggled, muffled. Meanwhile, in a tea house on East Street, the place was teeming with flowers, peaceful and harmonious. Inside, the air was fragrant. Jiang Shan and Lu Jin were leisurely sipping tea. There was a clear slap mark on Jiang Shan's cheek. Lu Jin rested his chin on one hand, teasing, TSK, that lady has quite a strong hand. Your Highness, you just took it like that. Jiang Shan kept silent, fuming. The Crown Prince of Qi, Jiang Shan, grumbled. Now the whole Qi royal palace thinks I'm involved with some unknown woman, and they're saying I'm disrespectful. He continued complaining, my father ordered me to propose in 3 days and give that woman an explanation. Lu Jin perked up, listening intently. Oh, so which lucky lady gets to be the crown princess of Qi? Jiang Shan replied expressionlessly. The eldest son of Jin Yuan General's manor, Luo Wu Yin. Lu Jin was so shocked his jaw almost dropped. He instantly became serious, Luo Wu Yin. But then he doubled over, clutching his stomach and slapping the table. Laughing so hard he cried, Luo Wu Yin slapped you. Ha ha. Jiang Shan was so angry his face turned black. I'm leaving. Lu Jin finally stopped laughing and grabbed his shoulder, stopping him. Hey, don't go. He glanced at Jiang Shan. Look, I came all the way to East Street just to cheer you on, even changed into something decent. How can you just ditch your brother like this? Lu Jin picked up a steaming cup of tea and asked, so why did Luo Wu Yin hit you? He narrowed his eyes, and Lu Jin analyzed. Even if he doesn't like you, he could just punch you. Why slap you like a woman? Jiang Shan explained, because I touched his chest. Lu Jin had just taken a sip of tea and immediately choked, spraying tea all over Jiang Shan. Lu Jin, hurriedly backed away, grabbing at his own clothes. You said you touched where? Jiang Shan, drenched and thoroughly embarrassed, blushed furiously. He told me to. He slammed his palm on the table. That day, Jiang Shan recalled, one night, the eldest son of the Jin Yuan General's manor, Luo Wu Yin, was so drunk he could barely speak, just kept pouring drinks. Hiv, this wine, not bad. He glared at Jiang Shan in annoyance. Jiang Shan, you drink too. Jiang Shan sighed. 1 cup and you're down. Your tolerance is like a little girl's. Then Luo Wu Yin grabbed his collar, pulled Jiang Shan close, and shouted in his face, who are you calling a little girl? Luo Wu Yin's eyes turned red. Right in front of Jiang Shan, he yanked open his own collar. Look carefully. Touch and see. Am I a woman or not? Before he finished, Jiangshan really did reach out seriously, as if taking advantage. Jiangshan gave a squeeze, and even sighed, really soft. Luo Wu-yin instantly exploded, landing a fierce slap on his face. You lecher. Jiangshan was completely stunned on the spot. Luo Wu-yin nimbly climbed onto the wall, yelling, Jiangshan, you bastard. Bully. Jiangshan couldn't stop him and looked deeply regretful. In a flashback, Jiangshan said gloomily, I thought he'd be angry and go back to the general's manor, but who knew he actually ran away from home. Lu Jin was happily munching on sunflower seeds, clearly enjoying the story. And then, Jiangshan, both furious and embarrassed, grabbed the teacup on the table and hurled it at Lu Jin's face. But Lu Jin dodged with ease. I asked you here to find someone, not to gossip. Lu Jin grinned mischievously. You just don't get it. I know astronomy above and geography below. If I want to do the job well, of course I need to know the whole story. He chuckled and continued. Lu Jin then crossed his arms, his face full of curiosity. So, how did it feel? Was it really that soft? How does it compare to a girl's? Jiangshan, still furious, paused at his words, frowned, and rested his chin on his hand. He thought seriously it really was soft and smooth like a girl's. To the touch. It really was. Lu Jin immediately leapt over the table, eyes sparkling, eager to ask really was what. This time Jiangshan was completely enraged, his face darkened. Unable to hold back his anger, he gritted his teeth. Lu Jin. Lu Jin hurriedly waved his hands. Calm down, your highness. Please don't be angry. Jiangshan pointed at Lu Jin's face. If you don't find Luo Wu-yin within a month. Lu Jin still looked as lazy as ever. And if I don't? Jiangshan's face turned cold, radiating danger. I'll tell everyone you, Lu Jin, called yourself second Master Qin behind the Grand Tutor's back and are the head of the underworld. At this, Lu Jin chuckled, pushing away his hand. Fine. I'll help you find your beloved, all right. What's the rush? Lu Jin spread his hands, explaining if I lose my assets, what good does it do you? Besides, if the Empress Dowager learns about your secret dealings, you think you'll get away with it. Suddenly, a commotion downstairs caught their attention. Lu Jin leaned out to look, something's going on downstairs. Run. Help. Their mad dog is out biting people again. While he, Lu Jin, was jokingly pinching Jiangshan's cheek, a disturbance broke out outside. Lu Jin turned to the window. Jiangshan was also curious, wondering what was going on outside. A young lady in red swaggered down the street with a group of followers. The townsfolk quickly avoided her, while her guards roughly shoved people aside like shooing flies. Get out of the way. Move. Screams rang out one after another. Don't come near us. The townspeople trembled in fear. Run. That female fiend from the Luo family is here again. My legs are so weak I can't move. As long as we don't look at her, she can't see us. The two of them, Lu Jin and Jiangshan, watched the scene below calmly. Lu Jin said, Oh, is it that the Luo family's female fiend? His eyes curved into crescents as he smirked mischievously. Looks like she's looking for someone interesting. Seeing the smile on his friend's face, the crown prince, Jiangshan, knew something was up and quickly reminded, That's Wu Yin's sister. Don't mess with her. Wu Yin treasures his sister. If you touch her, they'll definitely come for you. Hearing this, Lu Jin's smile only deepened, his eyes glinting with mischief, his expression turning a bit wicked. Jiangshan looked at him, puzzled. Why are you looking at me like that? In the blink of an eye, he, Lu Jin, suddenly grabbed the crown prince, Jiangshan, by the waist, and the two of them tumbled into a heap. He, Lu Jin, flashed a devilish grin. Nothing, just borrowing something from you. As he spoke, he pinched Jiangshan's cheek. Jiangshan was completely confused, a sense of dread rising in his heart. Help, he's molesting me. Before he finished yelling, his hands were twisted behind his back, his clothes stripped off, and he was tied up tight. Jiangshan struggled and fumed, absolutely furious. Lu Jin, you just wait. Out on the street, Luo family's female fiend was loudly giving orders. Search. Search everywhere for me. Her guards ran in all directions, turning the place upside down. Is Lu Jin here? Has anyone seen Lu Jin? A terrified townsman, clutching a guard, cried out, Mother, save me. Desperate cries echoed down the street. Please, have mercy on my family. Let me hide for a bit. What are you going to do to my son? Despite the countless resentful stares around her, she raised her hand confidently, flashing a sly grin. Whoever finds Lu Jin will be heavily rewarded. thwarted. Even her closest servants couldn't help admiring her acting. A servant nearby sighed. Her acting is getting better and better. She must have practiced this scene 300 times. A flicker of determination flashed in Luo family's female fiend's eyes, and a smug smile appeared on her face. As long as Lu Jin is on East Street, I can avoid a direct confrontation and make sure everyone remembers my notorious reputation. She thought proudly, I'm really amazing. My plan is brilliant. I'm so clever, haha. In the distance, a man gave a cold snort, the corner of his mouth curling into a sneer. Hearing the sound, Luo family's female fiend turned around in shock. Who's there? Under the eaves stood a handsome man, quietly watching. It was none other than Lu Jin, dressed in Jiang Shan's stolen clothes. Luo family's female fiend, who had just been so confident, instantly lost her nerve. Why is it Lu Jin? Why is Lu Jin here? Mother, this is terrifying. Xiao saw her suddenly go weak in the knees and hurried forward to support her, calling out anxiously, Miss, calm down, Mississippi. But there was no way she could keep acting now. She screamed inwardly. Why? All the townsfolk were watching. With old rivals about to square off again, everyone gathered to watch the show. Can you believe it? We're about to see the female fiend face off with Lu again. This is going to be good. But Luo family's female fiend forced herself to calm down and walked toward him. In the crowd, a girl in green shrieked, Look, the female fiend is up against Lu again. Her friend in a pink dress echoed, Look, the female fiend is up against Lu again. Nearby, another girl with a weary tone said, Love and hate, star-crossed lovers, a match made in heaven, destined by fate. I ship this couple. The two girls beside her nodded enthusiastically. Shipping. Listening to this, Luo family's female fiend felt a chill in her heart. How can you all eat up the same old drama? She glanced at the man in confusion. Why is Lu Jin here? Wasn't he supposed to meet on East Street? Even with a million questions spinning in her head, she couldn't lose her villainous composure. She smoothed her hair, cheering herself on internally. Luo family's female fiend. Calm down. It's just Lu Jin. What's there to be afraid of? She gave a cold laugh and arrogantly called out, Oh. Young Master Lu finally dares to show his face. He looked at her, frowned, and replied, Miss Luo is looking for me. Her momentum instantly collapsed. Her face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot, and her lips shut tight like a clam. Inside, hundreds of thoughts tumbled. I really don't want to see you right now, ugh. He's going to scold me again. Why can't I avoid him? Being the villain is so hard. Come on, Luo family's female fiend. It's just Lu Jin, him fedorable. You're the best. Don't be scared. Defeat him. Luo family's female fiend. Put on your best act and steal his charm. Having made up her mind, she glared at him fiercely and accused in a sharp voice. Young Master Lu dares write poetry to insult my Luo family's reputation, and now you ask why I'm looking for you. He shot back without hesitation, speaking frankly, The general's second daughter is so violent and unruly, full of hostility, and yet you dare confront me. The Luo family is getting bolder and bolder. Luo family's female fiend snapped her fingers and ordered her maid, Bring young Master Lu's masterpiece here. Xiao Ru respectfully handed the paper to her Mississippi. She snatched the paper and slapped it onto him, her eyes full of provocation. She retorted, Since young Master Lu says I'm ruthless and vicious, if I don't do something truly cruel, wouldn't I be letting down your expectations of me? Hearing that, Lu Jin's gaze grew even more disdainful. He brushed her hand aside with his fan. The dignified second miss of the general's manor resorts to such vicious, cunning acts, and so casually flirts with men. He glared at her without hesitation, mocking, Are these the rules of the general's manor? Luo family's female fiend really got angry, her voice rising. What did you say? He stood there, proud and aloof, his tone full of disappointment. I said it's the general's manor's misfortune, General Luo's failure to govern his household, and Madame Luo's failure to teach her daughter, to raise such a shameless, ill-mannered disgrace. Hearing such biting words, she trembled with fury, but forced herself to remain silent. Lu Jin glanced at the scene and decided to end it quickly, delivering the final blow. He declared righteously, Though I, Lu Jin, cannot bring down the general's manor, I cannot bear to see the people suffer. Tomorrow, I will report your actions to the censorate and request they impeach the Luo family on charges of plotting mischief. At this, her blood boiled, and she grabbed his sleeve, shouting, Luo Xiaoyin yanked him closer and retorted, "If I do something, I'll take responsibility for it. I oppressed the townsfolk. I insulted the neighbors. So what right do you have to insult my parents?" Lu Jin's expression remained calm. If a child is not taught, it's the fault of the parents. You're so unruly. It's clear the Luo family's upbringing is lacking. Luo Xiaoyin was furious, gritting her teeth. "Very well, Lu Jin." With that, she gripped him tightly, slowly leaning her head back. He still hadn't figured out what she was planning. She said, "I dare you," and, summoning all her strength, smashed her head into that infuriating man. Her eyes blazed. "How dare you insult my parents?" That satisfying headbutt left Lu Jin dizzy, a huge bump swelling on his forehead. He staggered back a few steps. No one around had expected things to escalate like this. For a moment, the scene was silent. He collapsed to the ground. Having gotten her revenge, she was still fuming, clenching her little fists and sounding a bit aggrieved. "No one is allowed to insult my parents." After a moment, someone in the crowd finally shouted, "Oh no!" Luo Xiaoyin attacked someone in the street and hit young Master Lu. Young Master Lu couldn't take the humiliation and got beaten to death. Luo Xiaoyin, having hurt the enemy 1,000 but herself 800, now sported a matching bump on her own forehead, completely bewildered. I killed Lu Jin. What do I do now?" The Luo family's general's manor, under a clear sky. Xiao was sprawled across the table, crying her heart out. "Wah, it feels good in the moment, but now I regret it so much. I am doomed. I accidentally headbutt Lu Jin to death. Wah, the Luo family's gonna be in huge trouble because I killed someone with a headbutt." The maid Xiaoru stood behind her and tried to explain, "Miss, Lu Jin isn't dead. He's already been taken to see a doctor." She kept wailing, "Are you sure you're not lying to me?" "Really? Swear it," Xiaoru replied. "I'm not lying. Really, I swear on it." Hearing this, Luo Xiaoyin got even angrier, wringing her hands. "Then why is Lu Jin so useless and still so mean to me? I barely touched him, and he just collapsed. What's the use of being good-looking?" Xiaoru forced a smile. "Miss, have you forgotten how, when you were 8, you broke the stone lion's head?" A scene flashed in her mind. A little girl laughing gleefully beside a chipped statue. "I did that. That stone lion had nearly lost its life. What did I ever do to deserve this? I just sit here exposed to the wind and sun, barely surviving, and even then I get smashed up. What did I do wrong?" At these words, she looked like she'd been struck by lightning and suddenly remembered something. "Oh no, Dad said never to let outsiders know I know martial arts. But I just killed Lu Jin in front of everyone." Xiaoru was speechless. "But you didn't even use martial arts. And Lu Jin isn't dead, Mississippi. Are you even listening to me?" But Luo Xiaoyin didn't hear a word, clutching her head in a panic. "It's over, it's over, it's over. And if Mother finds out I've been secretly practicing martial arts, what am I going to do?" The maid gave up on her. She really isn't listening. But it's true. The general's wife absolutely hates her daughter learning martial arts. Long ago, there was a general's wife with grand ambitions. But faced with one fierce daughter after another, Madame Luo could only rub her temples, admitting defeat. "My family is truly cursed." This made everyone laugh. Xiaoru began to recount, because all the daughters in the family turned out so tough, she always hoped to have one who was talented in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. She continued, but alas, her eldest daughter followed her father into martial arts, full of ambition, always wanting to wield weapons. Her room was packed with all sorts of arms, 28 types, making it the envy of all. But Madame Luo still clenched her fists, determined. "I don't believe it. If I can't have an accomplished daughter, then I'll just have another." Xiaoru sighed again. Then her second daughter followed her father into martial arts too, crafty and scheming, dabbling in mechanisms and tricks, turning her room into a secret chamber like an imperial tomb. By this point, Madame Luo was already in tears. "Boo-hoo-hoo, my daughters, why are all of you like this? Boo-hoo-hoo." Suddenly, flashes of the past began to resurface. A tiny Xiao Yin lifted a clay pot with one hand, terrifying the mouse into fleeing for its life. Such distant memories. "Spare me. I'm just trying to survive. Hero, I have elders and children to take care of. Please, show mercy. I'm really not that bad, really." Meanwhile, her mother put a sword to her own neck and shouted, Luo Jintian, if you let our daughter learn martial arts again, I'll die right here. Seeing his wife acting so out of sorts, her husband hurriedly said, Wife, put the sword down, I was wrong, I promise, really, I won't mess around anymore. Little Luo, Xiao Yin, chattered on and on. So when her third daughter wanted to practice martial arts with her father, she was forced by her mother. In the end, her mother got what she wanted, a gentle, ordinary daughter. She thought her third daughter would be steady, but she ended up being so steady that she left everyone else in the dust, becoming a god-level crawler. Miss, slow down, wait for me. Her father, seeing this, was even more pleased with himself. She crawls so well. Ha, let's see which brat will ever catch up to my daughter. Ha, truly worthy of being my daughter. Little Luo Xiao Yin sighed inwardly. But the general's wife didn't know that this daughter of hers was a natural martial arts prodigy. The general couldn't bear to let his daughter's talent go to waste, so he secretly taught her kung fu. The 10,000-year-old black iron from the Northern Territories, refined over countless years to eliminate its chill, was just the material for forging legendary weapons. He put on his youngest daughter. Come, good girl, remember not to tell your mother. Dad is going to train you, okay? This is our little secret. The little girl looked at the thing with great interest. Wow, the bracelet is so pretty, Daddy, Luo Xiao Yin said. To avoid being discovered by the general's wife, the general put black iron bracelets and anklets, each weighing 200 caddies, on his daughter's wrists and ankles to restrict her movements. Her father grinned mischievously. My daughter is so adorable. Come, Daddy will lift you up high. His head was full of wicked thoughts. Let's see which brat dares come near my daughter in this lifetime. And the little girl remained innocent and carefree. Yay. At this point, Xiaoru summed up, and that's how the general's manor's strongest weapon was finally forged. And she couldn't hold it in anymore and blurted out everything like she was crushing a microphone. After listening, Luo Xiao Yin looked confused. Wait, by your telling, I should be the third daughter, shouldn't I? Why does everyone call me second? Mississippi Xiaoru explained in a soft voice. Because on the day you were born, the people in the manor asked someone to observe the stars and choose an auspicious day. They said, Miss, your 5 elements lack too. So to survive, you had to be ranked second. But Madam thought second didn't sound nice. So she switched your ranking with the current third Mississippi. So everyone calls you second Miss. She still didn't get it. That sounds scary. Which 5 elements are we talking about? The maid gave her an apologetic smile and answered 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the 5 elements. Luo Xiao Yin was stunned. Mother was serious about that. Then Luo Xiao Yin snapped back to the main topic, panicking and screaming, whatever. How am I supposed to hide what they planned back then from Mother? If she finds out, she'll be heartbroken. A click sound came from outside the window, and Xiaoru turned her head toward the room. A figure in a purple robe appeared, and Luo Xiao Yin looked over in confusion as well. Lu Jin had already dropped his disguise and returned to his true identity. He leaned against the table, smiling. I heard someone was looking for me. His eyes curved into crescents as he gently called out, Mother. He cheerfully fanned himself. How has Mother been lately? Seeing someone suddenly barge in, Xiaoru stepped in front of her. Who are you? How dare you intrude? But Luo Xiao Yin, behind her, suddenly remembered something as well. However, the little maid's sense of shame vanished in less than 3 seconds. It's a handsome guy. She covered her face, the word yearning written all over it. Miss Mississippi, is this the new guy you hired? Damn, he's so ridiculously handsome. Then she coughed and tried to compose herself. Calm down. This guy's entrance is a bit flamboyant, and his clothes are a bit improper, but his looks totally outshine his character. How could someone be this good-looking? I can't calm down at all. Mother, looks like I can't play the part of the evil tyrant snatching away a maiden. But playing the second miss who spends every night with her boy toy doesn't sound too bad either. Lu Jin gave a slight smile. I wonder what Mother wants with me. He put away his fan and took a step forward. At that moment, Luo Xiao Yin kicked the little maid aside and rushed over ecstatically. My son, you finally came to see your mother. She cupped his cheek with her hand. Her other hand clasped Lu Jin's, showing her feelings without restraint. Where have you been? Mother was so worried about you. Xiaoru was startled by the scene. Mississippi. What is your hand doing? Luo Xiao Yin frowned in concern, her face full of care. Let Mother see. You've lost weight. Did you suffer out there? As she spoke, she reached out to touch Lu Jin's face, letting him hold her other hand. Lu Jin cupped Luo Xiao Yin's face and said, I haven't seen you for half a day, and I've already grown thin. Looks like I've missed you so much that I've wasted away. Seeing this sparkling, shimmering scene, Xiaoru's mind went on high alert, and she hugged her head in worry. What's going on? Where did this random man come from, daring to seduce our miss? Taking advantage of Luo Xiaoyin's days, Xiaoru quickly pulled her away from Lu Jin, saying warily, "Miss, you can tell at a glance that this guy is up to no good. Don't let him fool you again." The general said, "All men are dogs. It's better to drink and boss them around than to ever let them touch us." No sooner had she finished speaking than a hand pulled Luo Xiaoyin's slender waist out of Xiaoru's grasp. Lu Jin gazed down at Luo Xiaoyin, his eyes pitiful and vulnerable, as if flower petals were fluttering around him. He said, "Are you talking about me? Does this young lady have some misunderstanding about me?" Luo Xiaoyin looked up, clenched her right fist, and replied, "That's right, my son. Don't worry. I'll explain everything to Xiaoru later." She pointed at Xiaoru, her words sharp as arrows. "Xiaoru, Mother taught us never to judge by appearances. He may seem unruly, but his life has been tragic, and he's suffered greatly. Now I've acknowledged him as my adopted son. No, he's my real son. I won't let him be an orphan anymore. Besides, Father already knows about him. Only Mother doesn't yet. Xiaoru, you have to keep this secret from me. I'll tell her myself." After hearing the string of words, Xiaoru was full of questions, her face blank. What's so pitiful about him? Does the general actually know? Xiaoru was still furious, her face dark as a storm cloud. She glared at the hand, clutching her Mrs. Slender waist, and snapped, "What? How can this be Mississippi? Even if his life is pitiful, we can't keep it from the general and madam. Besides, you already have a fiancé. You brat, get your filthy hand off her." Luo Xiaoyin, holding a paper certificate, replied with a sullen face, "Don't talk nonsense. We've already signed a parent-child contract. Mother said the strongest bond in the world is a contract. If anything happens, it's easier to report to the authorities." Xiaoru kept her expression blank, full of questions. "I don't believe it." She asked the contract. Even so, Xiaoru made up her mind and tried with all her strength to pull her miss away from Lu Jin, Mississippi. "Ah, how do you even report this kind of contract to the authorities?" Luo Xiaoyin lectured her. "I always told you to read more books and learn more, but you never listen. Parents can sue their children for being unfilial, and in severe cases, you can even go to jail, didn't you know?" Luo Xiaoyin's words made the law-literate Xiaoru stumble. Xiaoru shouted, "Miss, you're not even his mother." Petite and ethereal, Luo Xiaoyin just sighed calmly. "Ah, the wind is getting strong. Should we bring the clothes in? Or maybe fly a kite?" Suddenly, Lu Jin leaned in close to Luo Xiaoyin. Lu Jin suddenly hugged her tightly and said to Xiaoru, "Don't talk nonsense. We're in a legal parent-child relationship, protected by law." Small, helpless, and trembling with anger, Xiaoru forced herself to stay calm, thinking, "No, I must stay calm. Miss is so innocent. She must have been tricked by this guy. I have to expose him." Suddenly, Lu Jin seemed to remember something and said, "Oh, right." He took a wooden box from his pocket and handed it to Luo Xiaoyin. "I heard you got bumped into on the street, so I brought some ointment for your swelling." To Xiaoru, this scene looked way too sweet. She thought with disdain, is this some pretty boy trying to live off her without taking responsibility? Then again, he does seem pretty attentive. At that moment, Luo Xiaoyin was overwhelmed with happiness, basking in the love of her son who was 2 heads taller than her, as if angels were flying and sparkling behind her. She said contentedly, "Good child, you even came all the way here to bring medicine to your mother. I'm so moved, boo-hoo." Lu Jin reached for the medicine and said, "Here, let me apply the ointment for you, mother." For a moment, time seemed to freeze. He saw there wasn't a single mark on Luo Xiaoyin's smooth face. Lu Jin was full of questions, thinking, "I was unconscious for half an hour and still have a headache, but this evil dog-faced woman." He thought all this, but instantly returned to his gentle, charming demeanor and softly said to Luo Xiaoyin, "Let me put on the ointment for you." She blushed in confusion, letting Lu Jin apply ointment to her forehead, thinking, "He's so close, but Mother always said, never have intimate contact with men. But since we're legally related, maybe it's fine." Xiaoru, however, was perfectly clear-headed. I knew there was something wrong with him. What mother and son act like this? Luo Xiaoyin glanced down at Lu Jin's chest and thought, "Ah, my son's figure is actually pretty nice. No, I can't look." She turned her head away, fanning her flushed cheeks with her hand, and said, Yes, but how did you know I was hurt?" News travels fast. Lu Jin naturally sat cross-legged on the chair. He propped up his elbow and tilted his head at Luo Xiaoyin. Mother, have you ever heard this saying? Lu Jin continued with a fake smile. The eighth gate of the Mo Xiao sect. A hand suddenly slapped a wooden plaque on the table. The people in front, noticing the sound, all turned to look. Speaking of the Xiao Eight Gates, that's been the most feared sect in the martial world for nearly 100 years. Anything in this world, no matter what it is, if they want to know, there's nothing they can't find out. Ha! The old man stroked his beard, face solemn. Whether it's the general's concubine, the prime minister's odd habits, the princess's romantic escapades, the empress dowager's first love, the reason a minister of right's eldest daughter is infatuated with the steward of the Shang household, why the martial alliance leader never returns home at night, or even the fact that Aunt Wong's chicken next door laid an egg. If they want to know, they can find out every detail. The old man, feigning mystery, whispered, once they know, they'll sell these secrets to anyone who wants them. The people below listened to the old man's tale, each with their own thoughts. Really, that terrifying, that powerful, despicable scoundrels, shameless, exaggerating. The crowd began to chatter. One person crossed his arms and said, "Oh, this Mo Xiao sect is really shameless. I bet it's just a bunch of gossips, talking nonsense in some deserted place." Someone beside him retorted, "You don't know. Some secrets might sound amusing to us, but if they fall into the hands of someone with a motive, they could become extremely useful." Another person lowered his voice. "That's right. I heard there's a rich merchant in Jiangnan who made his fortune by buying information from the Mo Xiao sect." The person next to him looked disdainful. I don't believe it. These are just rumors. A bunch of busybodies gossiping. What's so special about that?" Listening to these rumors, Xiao Yin thought, so they do know things, but it doesn't sound like a proper sect at all. But Lu Jin, seems quite proud. Who knows how much he paid for that information? My son really is devoted. Xiao Yin immediately beamed and ran to Lu Jin's side, saying, "Mother knows now. Are you working for the Mo Xiao sect? My son is amazing." This made a question mark pop up over Lu Jin's head. He replied helplessly, "Yes, your child does work there." Lu Jin looked at Xiao Yin and said, "Mother, don't you think your child is useless?" As he spoke, he wrapped his arm around Xiao Yin's slender waist. He brought his face close to hers, embracing her from behind. "Mother, you're really not on guard against your child at all. Aren't you afraid I'm someone the Mo Xiao sect sent to take advantage of you or use you?" Xiao Yin blushed, thinking, too close. "No, this isn't proper. Don't get so close." She pinched Lu Jin's cheek and said, "You may be a little cheeky, but you mean no harm. Mother can tell. No one cared for you before. From now on, Mother will take care of you. Mother is willing to trust you." Xiao Yin smiled indulgently. "Even if you hurt Mother, I wouldn't blame you." She let one hand fall and continued, "Besides, just by you." As she spoke, she proved her point by smashing the table beside her with her bare hand. "I doubt you could hurt me." Lu Jin was stunned by this domineering display and replied, "Sorry, I overestimated myself." It was a clear, sunny day at the general's manor in Xiao Yin's room. Lu Jin glanced at Xiaoru, and when he looked at Xiao Yin, he still seemed amazed that she could smash a table with one punch. Both he and Xiao Yin were frozen in place, staring at the poor table. Xiaoru saw their closeness and was burning with anger. Lu Jin, looked at Xiao Yin, leaned in close, and said with deep eyes, "Mother, can you send this little maid away? Let's talk about some mother-son secrets, shall we?" Xiaoru, fought to suppress her anger. At this moment, Xiaoru probably wished she could leap at him, Lu Jin, and give him a beating, without hesitation. Xiaoru's, mind word as she tried to calm herself. "Calm down. I can't calm down. I'm furious. I can't beat him. I must calm down. I can't beat him. How can I kill someone without leaving a trace? How can I make someone disappear without anyone knowing?" When Xiao Yin heard Lu Jin's words, she frowned, then used her extraordinary strength to knock him to the ground. "How can you talk to Aunt Xiaoru like that?" Seeing this, Xiaoru's eyes lit up and her face broke into a wide grin. "Miss, I knew you still care about your maid." While Lu Jin, was still unconscious from her loving blow, Xiao Yin, suddenly picked him up. "Your Aunt Xiaoru grew up with me. She's like a sister. How could you look down on her like that? If you acknowledge me as your mother, you should treat her as your aunt. That's how it should be, understand?" After a while, seeing that Lu Jin didn't respond, Xiao Yin, called out in confusion, "Child!" Realizing something was wrong, Xiao Yin panicked and called again, "Child." She shook him while calling, "Child, why aren't you speaking? Don't scare Mother. Say something." Seeing this, Xiaoru hurried forward to stop her. "Miss, stop shaking him. You've knocked the young master out." Meanwhile, outside, the sky was a clear, bright blue. Back inside the room, the time it takes for one incense stick to burn had passed, and Lu Jin was still unconscious. His exceptionally handsome face was covered with a piece of pink cloth. She, Xiao Yin, gazed at him, Lu Jin, tenderly, still not awake. She cradled him in her arms, feeling puzzled. Xiao put her hands together and breathed a sigh of relief. Thank heavens, the ancestors have blessed us, he's still alive. Xiao Yin curiously lifted the cloth to peek at Lu Jin. Why is he sleeping so long? Didn't he sleep well last night? Xiao was so exasperated by her innocence that her face turned purple. You knocked him out. After revealing his handsome face, she tossed and turned, unable to sleep. She herself hadn't noticed that she'd already become a love-struck maiden, realizing his good looks were truly out of this world. Using her great strength, she covered Lu Jin's face, thinking, I can't look anymore. Xiao Yin innocently pressed down on his face, completely unaware that his very soul was about to leave his body. She thought smugly, my son is so handsome. But Xiao was scared out of her wits. Miss, please have mercy. Suddenly, Lu Jin jolted upright, startling both of them into a cold sweat. That scared me to death. Thank goodness no one died. My son has come back to life. He just woke up, that's all. Whatever, as long as you're happy. He held the cloth wrapped around his head with one hand, braced himself on the floor with the other, and struck a soul-stirring pose. He pulled off the obstructive cloth, revealing an unbelievably handsome face. Lu Jin thought, I almost died just now. Did she do that on purpose? Did she see through my identity? He was probably overthinking it, because Xiao Yin's face was already bright red with embarrassment. Oh my god, did I really knock him out? She stammered, you're awake. Lu Jin's smile radiated such filial devotion that it was almost blinding, forcing even her squint. Your child is awake. Sorry for worrying you, mother, he said. She quickly raised her hand to shield her eyes. Too dazzling, that filial aura is over the top. Seeing Xiao Yin's strange reaction, a big question mark appeared over Lu Jin's head. As for Xiao, she thought with undisguised disdain, I'll give you that. You survived all this torment for miss, and can still smile and accept it. I respect you as a real man. When you get played, abandoned, and breathe your last, I'll put up a gravestone for you. Then he took out a scroll from his robe. No time to lose. Your child wants to congratulate you every day, mother. Lu Jin smiled as he presented the scroll to Xiao Yin. I prepared a gift to celebrate Mother unifying the martial world and becoming its overlord. Xiao looked suspiciously at her naive and lively miss and asked, becoming what again? Xiao Yin nodded and accepted the scroll, saying, all right, since you say so, Mother will do as you wish. He gave a proud smile. Now the martial world is full of sex, and the situation is more complicated than ever. Lu Jin crossed his legs, propped his chin with one hand, and said confidently, Mother's position as alliance leader isn't very secure yet. Though there aren't many evil sects, there are still strong enemies who might rise up. As Lu Jin spoke, the atmosphere suddenly grew eerie, making people think of an enigmatic figure. 35 years ago, the martial world established the position of alliance leader. The old leader made 113 sects submit, forged the alliance leader's order, and founded the Martial Alliance. After the alliance was formed, he brought in another 300 sects, creating a force so formidable that just hearing its name struck fear in people's hearts. At this, Xiao Yin and Xiao whispered to each other, did our child use the wrong words? What kind of proper sect strikes fear just from its name? Miss, please don't drag me into this. Who's our child with you? Scene shifts to Lin Feng's 8 male and female orphans. Lin Feng took in many orphans, and the 8 with the highest martial skills were personally taught by old leader Li. In the end, all 8 were defeated by old leader Li's adopted son, Li Jianyan, and the enigmatic figure they'd just imagined had vanished 3 years ago. Old leader Li suddenly disappeared, and the successor he named, Li Jianyan, refused to inherit the Martial Alliance. The martial world had to elect a new leader, but it ended up splintered. Next in his story was a token of immense power. Although each sect had chosen a new leader, the orphans' old leader took and still followed his rule. To inherit the alliance, one must defeat those 8. But for the past 3 years, no one had managed to defeat them and claim the leadership. At this, Xiao Yin suddenly covered her mouth and gasped, "My son. He actually defeated those legendary 8. Images of those 8 flashed through Lu Jin's mind as he said seriously, the alliance leader's order was stolen by Hu Tingchong's people, so of course the other sects aren't happy. A sharp glint appeared in his eyes, because someone is plotting to assassinate the current leader. Mother, that is you, and replace you with someone else. Not only was there a cunning glint in his eyes, but even his expression looked sly. If Mother takes their place instead. Xiao Yin looked a bit panicked, but Xiao was extremely anxious and cried out, such a huge upheaval. Someone wants to kill Mississippi. And Miss is still here. We're doomed. This must never reach the general, or he'll never let me set foot in a martial world again. Xiao Yin's expression turned serious, even grave, as she said to Xiao, this is a martial world secret. For your own safety, Xiao, you should leave for now. At this, Xiao shouted in shock. Mississippi Xiao Yin turned away, ruffling Lu Jin's hair with immense pride, while Lu Jin was at a loss. My son is truly amazing, not only knowing all this, but also caring so much about Mother. I'm so happy. She ignored Xiaoru's desperate cries from outside the door. Mississippi. Who on earth wants to kill you? Miss. He suddenly broke out in a cold sweat and asked. She asked suspiciously, shouldn't you be more worried about your own safety? Why? Those 8 people can't even beat my brother's half-baked kung fu. What's there to worry about? The food in the martial world is really delicious. After hearing this, Lu Jin couldn't hide the awkward look on his face. His mind was full of 1,000 huge question marks. In Xiao Yin's room at the general's manor, Xiao Yin smiled gently, patted Lu Jin's head, and said, don't be afraid. With your mother here, no one can hurt you. He grabbed her slender wrist. Lu Jin leaned closer to Xiao Yin. With so many martial arts masters gathered, you really mustn't let your guard down. There's so many people from the martial world. If you go in unarmed, you'll definitely suffer. Xiao Yin raised her eyebrows and retorted, how many people are there? Hearing this, Lu Jin pulled out a thick, giant scroll from his chest, startling Xiao Yin. Holding up the scroll, he said, according to records, there are 372 known sects in the martial world. Among them, 21 people have reached the heavenly master level, 169 are at the earthly master level, and there are 507 who haven't reached the master level. If you count all the disciples, there are at least over 8,000 people. As Lu Jin spoke, his expression grew much more serious. And all these 8,000 experts, they all want your life. Xiao Yin was also intimidated by Lu Jin's seriousness and swallowed nervously. She grabbed his hand, placed something in his palm, and said, then use this to deal with them. Is it enough? Lu Jin looked down in surprise. His hand was a wooden tiger tally. Xiao Yin instructed earnestly, this is called the tiger's seal. It's what my father uses to mobilize the troops. You can command 200,000 soldiers from the main camp with it to deal with them. Is that enough? Lu Jin looked at the object in his hand, speechless. Xiao Yin, still as innocent as ever, asked another question. Not enough. She got serious again and pulled out another one. This is my uncle's tiger tally. I can mobilize the 300,000 station troops outside the city. Now, is it enough? Lu Jin's body began to tremble a little. Xiao Yin was stunned again. What? Still not enough? Are those martial arts masters really that fierce? This time Xiao Yin played her trump card. She held a pile of military tokens in both hands, struck a super cool pose, and said seriously, these are border defense tokens for the 4 borders of Daizelin. I can mobilize 12 million border troops. Is that enough? Lu Jin held his forehead with one hand, trembling as he cradled the tall stack of tiger tallies. How many of these things do you actually have? Xiao Yin flipped open a painting hanging behind her, and Lu Jin's eyes widened. They're here. Lu Jin shivered. Zai Alan, like a whirlwind, lifted the blanket and replied, there are more here. As she tossed out another pile of tiger tallies, he spat out his tea. That's pretty much all of them. Suddenly, a tiger tally dropped to the floor, landing by Lu Jin's foot. He picked it up, looked at it, and smiled. I heard that General Luo treasures Xiao Yin like a precious jewel. I thought it was just a rumor, but I never imagined he'd even give her something as important as the tiger tally. Suddenly, Lu Jin seemed to realize something and took a closer look at the tiger tally. Wait, this material. Xiao Yin put her finger to her lips and leaned in, saying, "Ah, these are all fake, the real ones are with my father." She looked at Lu Jin with a worried expression, wondering if there was something wrong with his head, and calmly said, "How could your grandfather possibly give me something so important? He always said that mobilizing troops without permission is a capital offense." Lu Jin rubbed his forehead helplessly. If the tiger tallies are fake, then what about these? Xiao Yin pulled out another pile of fake military tokens from her sleeve and said, "Oh, even though the tiger tallies are fake, I can still mobilize the troops." Question marks popped up over Lu Jin's head. Xiao Yin raised her hand high and began to explain, "Since I turned out to be such a disappointment, my father was afraid I'd be bullied, so he asked his general brothers to look after me. Then all my uncles gave me a tiger tally each." She continued, "As long as I send someone with the tiger tally, my uncles will send people to fight for me." Lu Jin kept rubbing his forehead. "General Luo, do you not understand the meaning of the word disappointment? Do you really have no idea that your daughter has the strength to carry an entire mountain?" Lu Jin lowered his head, lost in thought. Suddenly, he tightly grabbed Xiao Yin's hands and said earnestly, "Mother, as a mature leader of the Martial Alliance, you must make everyone in the Alliance respect and fear you, not your father's army." He was talking about the Imperial soldiers. "In the future, if there are no more soldiers, how will you protect yourself?" Lu Jin suddenly gripped Xiao Yin's hand tightly, as if one hand wasn't enough. So he used both hands, gently kneading them, and spoke in the mature tone of an experienced martial arts elder. "As a respected leader of the Martial Alliance, you must make everyone in the martial world respect and fear you, not your father's army or the Imperial generals." His gaze grew deep. "When the generals are gone in the future, how will you stand on your own?" Xiao Yin tilted her head in confusion. "How could the generals not be around? Doesn't the court recruit soldiers every year? Besides, I can still mobilize our 800,000 strong army. You know that." She hadn't finished speaking when Lu Jin interrupted her. "Those are basically Imperial troops. How can you use the court soldiers to fight your own battles? That's an abuse of power for personal gain." Hearing this, Xiao Yin became even more agitated. "Then we don't need the Luo family's thousands of men, or our uncle's people either." Before she could get into her own rhythm, Lu Jin flicked her forehead. "You're the leader of the Martial Alliance. Can't you solve things yourself?" Xiao Yin's eyes lit up as if she had an epiphany. "My son is right. As the leader, I must solve things myself. Following the principle of knowing yourself and your enemy, and looking things up if unsure." Xiao Yin pulled out a pile of books with titles like 100 Ways to Maintain Relations at the General's Manor. The book said, "A friendly smile can resolve everything. Even if you don't know what to do, a small gift to improve relationships is irresistible." She closed her eyes, as if firming her resolve. "I've decided I'll prepare a special gift for every sect leader." Lu Jin asked with a hint of teasing in his smile. "So what does our little housekeeper plan to give them?" Xiao Yin played with a lock of her hair. "If I'm preparing gifts, they have to be things they'd like. I don't know what those martial arts leaders like." He pointed to his own head as a hint. "If you want to know what they like, just ask me. It's simple. The answer is right in front of you." Xiao Yin waved her hands frantically, shouting, "No way." Lu Jin was genuinely baffled by her outburst at the general's manor. The scenery outside was poetic and romantic. In the courtyard, Xiao Yin was freaking out, screaming her opposition. "No, your mother is not the kind of person to sell herself for glory." Lu Jin, whose hand she was gripping tightly, was completely at a loss. "Sell what?" Xiao Yin looked at him with determination and said in a low voice, "Even if I possessed a beauty that everyone adored, I would never use myself as a gift and waste it like that." Lu Jin was even more confused. "Use you as a gift and waste you." Hearing her, as your mother tone, Lu Jin was already burning with anger. He was furious at the misunderstanding, but he still held it in. "Stop talking nonsense, or I'll kill you, mother." Xiao Yin snorted, "But you can't beat me." He quickly retorted, "I can kill you in spirit." With that, Lu Jin placed his hand on her shoulder and advised, "All right, stop letting your mind wander." He helped Xiao Yin sit down and continued, "In a way, I could just take you to those people directly and get the result, but then it wouldn't show off my mother's abilities, would it?" As naive as ever, Luo Xiao Yin asked, "What do you mean by my abilities?" Before she could figure it out, Lu Jin gently lifted her hand. He sat facing her and explained softly, "What I mean, mother, is that if you want to give gifts, I'll certainly do my best to help you plan. I'll find out as soon as possible what those sect leaders like." Lu Jin didn't forget to show off his incredibly handsome face to tempt Xiao Yin. "With me helping, you can rest assured. It's not too surprising that our little Xiao Yin would fall for it. She blushed shyly, thinking, "Ah, my good child has grown up. He's so handsome. It's just unfair." She quickly grabbed Lu Jin's head and turned his face away, stammering, "Having you by my side is already you fulfilling your filial duties." Xiao Yin kept reminding herself, "Don't look, don't look, don't look, don't look." Suddenly, a sound outside caught Lu Jin's attention. Seeing him distracted, Xiao Yin asked curiously, "That sound was someone calling you. Do you have to go?" Noticing her concern, Lu Jin beamed with a wide smile. He stood up and replied solemnly, "That's right. Your son is one of the lower 8 gates. The rules are strict. It's not easy for me to leave." Lu Jin turned to leave, but didn't forget to leave Xiao Yin with a word. "But don't worry. I'll bring you the information you want as soon as possible." Xiao Yin still couldn't bear to see him go, so she grabbed his sleeve, silently saying nothing. Lu Jin quickly noticed her action. He leaned in a bit, gently stroked Xiao Yin's hair, and asked softly, "Mother, are you holding on to your son because you can't bear for him to leave?" Xiao Yin blinked her big, watery eyes and said innocently, "I still don't know your name or how to contact you. What if something happens to you, Gary, and there's no one to notify?" Hearing this, Lu Jin didn't hesitate and started to pull open his clothes, startling Xiao Yin. He explained, "Mother, I'm actually quite conservative and keep myself proper, so I usually don't show my body to others. But since it's your request, of course I'll show you. After all, we have that kind of relationship." Xiao Yin's face turned as red as a tomato. She hurriedly covered her eyes and cried out, "What kind of relationship? I just wanted your contact information. Why are you suddenly taking off your clothes?" After successfully teasing Xiao Yin, he feigned innocence and said, "What are you talking about? I'm just showing you my body art." Xiao Yin immediately scolded herself in her heart. Xiao Yin, what on earth are you thinking?" Lu Jin revealed all the patterns on his body. He solemnly reminded Xiao Yin, "People with these marks on their bodies all belong to the lower 8 gates. Any place with this mark is either lower 8 gates territory or a contact point. If you ever need anything, just find a painting with this mark outside the manor and leave a message for me. I'll come see you as soon as I can." Xiao Yin asked Lu Jin to take off his shirt so she could trace his tattoo. Her hand moved quickly across the paper as she chatted with him. "Qinba, you're the 8th child in your family, right?" Lu Jin blushed and replied, "Mem, my real name is Qinba." Suddenly, she dropped her brush, splattering ink everywhere. Xiao Yin covered her mouth, stunned. "Your family. I didn't even give you a proper name. Just named you by your birth order." Question marks started popping up over her head. "Huh." Xiao Yin reached out, cupping Lu Jin's chin in her hands. She comforted him gently. "It's all right. If they don't care for you, I will. Now you have a mother, and I absolutely won't let anyone bully you again." Xiao Yin's eyes sparkled. Her cheeks flushed as if she'd just downed a jug of strong liquor. "Don't worry. I'll give you a nice name. From now on, you're no longer a child without someone to love you." A faint smile appeared on Lu Jin's face as he softly replied, "Okay." Light streamed in through the crack in the door as the two gazed at each other. It created a heart-fluttering scene. Suddenly, a hurried knocking sounded at the door. Both were startled and turned to look at the doorway. "Xiao Yin, my good daughter, are you in there? Why did you lock Xiaoru outside?" It turned out to be Xiao Yin's father, Luo Jinshin, at the door. Xiao Yin quickly shoved Lu Jin toward the window and shouted, "Go. Your mother-in-law hasn't accepted you yet. If he sees you, you're finished. I promise I'll find a way to let you enter the general's manor openly one day." Lu Jin turned back and answered, I know, don't push me." With a whoosh, there was only Lu Jin's cry of awe. Xiao Yin panicked. "Oh no, I pushed too hard. I think I shoved him out." Luo Jinshin kicked open the door, eyes fierce. "What was that noise? Did you throw the stone lion out the door?" Luo Jinshin, still furious, grabbed her by the collar and lifted her out the door like a chick. "Enough about that. I heard that brat Lu Jin bullied you. We're going to settle this with the Luo family." Xiao Yin panicked, unable to react in time. "What? No, Dad, let me go." Dragged by Luo Jinshin, Xiao Yin clung to a pillar like a koala, arms and legs wrapped tightly. "Dad, I wasn't bullied. It was Lu Ajin who was knocked out by your daughter." Hearing this, Luo Jinshin replied, "What?" "I heard." Xiao Yin shouted, "Let me go." "What did you hear? What did you hear?" "Dad, let me explain." Luo Jinshin patiently replied, "I'm listening." Xiao Yin continued, "I'm saying nothing happened." Luo Jinshin stroked his chin thoughtfully. "I get it. He's a man who can't handle your strength, so he's useless. There's nothing good about the Lu family." Humph. At that moment, a servant ran in, shouting, "General! General! Mississippi. The servant, panting, said, report to the general. An imperial edict from the Grand Empress Dowager has arrived. Father and daughter were both shocked, turning in unison, the Grand Empress Dowager. In the main hall of the Jinyuan General's manor, a shrill voice rang out. Second miss of the Luo family, Luo Xiao Yin, received the edict. A eunuch read out the imperial decree. By order of the Grand Empress Dowager, the second daughter of the Luo family, Luo Xiao Yin, bullies the weak and acts with reckless abandon. Her bad reputation is widespread. Today, she even collided with Prime Minister Zhang's son in the street, which is a grave disrespect. Considering General Luo's merits in defending the nation, his family of 3 and their servants will not be punished for now. However, Luo Xiaoyin's conduct is improper and unfit for a young lady, indicating a lack of proper upbringing. Upon hearing this, Luo Jinshin exchanged a glance with his wife. The imperial edict ordered Luo Xiaoyin to enroll in the Guozijian Girls' Academy from this day forward, to be educated under a female tutor. Luo Xiaoyin was stunned, her little face nearly splitting apart with shock. The Guozijian. Her mind raced. The Guozijian Girls' Academy. Wasn't that meant for the most well-bred and refined ladies? Was the Grand Empress Dowager punishing her? The eunuch seemed to read her mind and asked, "Does Miss Luo have any doubts?" Luo Xiaoyin stammered, "And no, I accept the decree." Madame Luo secretly chuckled. The Guozijian Girls' Academy. Back in the day, it was every noble young lady's dream. Her own mother had been furious that she couldn't get in, and now her daughter had fulfilled that dream for her. Luo Jinshin stroked his chin. "Xiaoyin, what does the Grand Empress Dowager mean by this? Sending you to Guozijian is like throwing those delicate young ladies into a pit of fire, isn't it?" The 3 members of the Luo family stared at the edict at a loss. Xiaoyin murmured, "Could the Grand Empress Dowager's target actually be the Guozijian itself? Does she want me to stir up chaos among the future pillars of the nation in the neighboring boys' academy?" Luo Jinshin chimed in, "Or maybe she wants you to scare off those pampered girls and ruin the Guozijian." Father and daughter instantly clicked, shaking hands in solidarity. Luo Jinshin reminded her, "Xiaoyin, go easy. Even though the Grand Empress Dowager gave you a mission, don't take it too far. Don't forget, we're the good guys." Luo Xiaoyin replied, "Don't worry, Dad. I won't cause any fatalities. Running into Prime Minister Zhang's son in the street was just an accident. I won't do it again." A furious shout burst out, and Madame Luo transformed into a wrathful guardian, roaring, "Luo Xiaoyin, explain yourself. In the street, you ran into Prime Minister Zhang's son. What happened?" Luo Jinshin sensed trouble and quickly dodged. Even if I tell you, don't blame me afterward. Don't look at me." Luo Xiaoyin panicked. "What do I do?" Her eyes darted around, and she shrank back, pitifully begging her father for help. "Save me. That was my other personality. Do you believe me? Is it too late to run now?" Luo Jinshin acted innocent. "I know nothing, ahem." Madame Luo crossed her arms, her face growing more severe, her voice even more commanding. "Do you two have anything else to say?" Luo Jinshin bravely stood in front of Luo Xiaoyin. Everything Xiaoyin did was to maintain her persona. "It doesn't matter who our daughter ran into. What matters is the Grand Empress Dowager." Luo Xiaoyin clung fearfully to Luo Jinshin's arm. "Dad." Madame Luo frowned. "That's not important." She shouted with all her might, baring her fangs like a beast at the father and daughter. "Back then, if we hadn't chosen to side with that old fox Lu, who tricked our old man, would we be in this mess? Will my Xiaoyin have to suffer like this?" Luo Jinshin and Luo Xiaoyin could only huddle together, trembling. "Dad, I am scared." "Me too." Suddenly, Madame Luo's eyes brimmed with tears, and she gently wiped away the ones that hadn't yet fallen, sobbing, "Wah, my gentle, lovely daughter now has to go out bearing the reputation of being unruly." Luo Jinshin hugged Madame Luo, his eyes full of pity. Madame Luo sobbed. Now the Lu family is celebrated as a prestigious clan. Jinshin comforted her, "Don't cry, dear. It's the Lu family who wronged you." Madame Luo's eyes flashed fiercely. "If I ever see anyone from the Lu family again, I'll crush them and tear them to pieces, one by one. An intimidating aura burst from her, her fury threatening to consume everything. Luo Jinshin and Luo Xiaoyin broke out in cold sweat, quickly trying to calm her, dear. Mom, you mustn't. Have you forgotten what happened between us and the Lu family? Mom, calm down, I got a headache. And which Lu family are you talking about? Lu Jin makes me angry, but surely that's not them, right? Realizing her slip, Madame Luo took a deep breath and explained gently, of course I wasn't talking about that person from the Lu family. In her heart, she clicked her tongue, thinking, I almost let slip that we're allies with the Lu family. These kids can't know that yet. She quickly snuggled into Luo Jinshin's arms again, her face full of worry. Ah, fate is so cruel. Now I must be more cautious, all because of this. Back then, we really shouldn't have spoiled Xiao Yin so much. If only years ago at the Luo Ancestral Hall, we'd forced her to listen to her great-grandfather. All the children in the manor would gather in the Ancestral Hall, standing in neat rows, to earn the Grand Empress Dowager's trust and to defend the family and country. Every Luo child had to draw lots from a young age. Little Luo Xiaoyin had been overjoyed back then. I wonder if I'll draw the Calamity lot. In stark contrast, her sisters were all terrified. Wah, so scary, mother. The Calamity lot is so scary. I want to go home. Sister, I'll protect you. What a lively sight it was. The two elders waited solemnly for the results. Those who drew the righteousness lot would stay and be raised in the general's manor. Those who drew calamity, the disaster lot, would become the family's guardians. The old matriarch sat in the main hall, announcing in a deep voice, begin. A child clung to her mother, crying out, Wah, mother, I don't want to be a bad person. Though the mother's heart was breaking, she still tried to comfort her. Good child, you must listen. This is the mission of our whole family. Luo Jinshin and Madame Luo could only sigh and turn away. Ah, poor child. The next child stepped forward to draw lots. Those waiting behind all prayed devoutly for good luck. My child, go ahead. Heaven bless you. May you draw the best lot. The nervous child reached into the box, eyes closed, feeling around. It must be calamity. It must be calamity. But life is never as dreamlike as you wish. The righteousness lot in her hand made her whole body tremble, and she silently wept. Why? Why am I not lovable? When fate was revealed, the crowd cheered, beating drums and gongs to celebrate her great fortune. The once-in-a-century righteousness lot. Only the little girl cried her heart out. Wah, this can't be real. I must be dreaming. I don't want to be a good person. I don't understand the joys and sorrows of the world. Great-grandfather secretly turned away, excitedly whispering to Luo Xiaoyin, Xiaoyin, do you think this box is cute? Draw from here, and you'll get whatever you want. Great-grandfather has already prepared everything. There won't be any problems. But she refused without hesitation. Thank you, great-grandfather, but I want to draw just like everyone else. With confidence, she reached into the lot box and firmly added, children who draw righteousness are sure to have good luck. I'm so well-behaved, my luck will definitely be good, right? Great-grandfather was momentarily speechless. Xiao Yin is right, but heaven still gave her a calamity lot. Her parents were thrown into chaos, holding out their hands in despair. How could this happen? Impossible. My poor child. Only Luo Xiaoyin, who had already drawn her lot, secretly admired the child's speed. I've never had that kind of luck. Luo Xiaoyin sobbed uncontrollably. Why is my luck so bad? Recalling the past, Madame Luo said sorrowfully to Luo Jinshin, my lord, things have come to this. We should hand down the Luo family heirloom to Xiao Yin. He nodded in agreement at once, madam. You are absolutely right. I'll go get it now. In Luo Xiaoyin's mind, the family heirloom brought to mind countless legendary treasures. Luo Jinshin took out a scroll that shimmered with light from a brocade pouch. With solemn expression, he declared to her, Xiao Yin, this is the treasure passed down through generations of the Luo family. Today, I pass it on to you. A red silk banner reading Luo family 9th generation heirloom handover ceremony was quickly hung up. He personally handed her the scroll and exhorted, remember this well. Use it wisely to bring honor to the Luo family. Receiving the treasure, Luo Xiaoyin looked steadfastly and vowed, I will not fail in my duty and will do my utmost. Meanwhile, in the stately prime minister's residence, A brown wig was casually tossed on a wooden chair. Lu Jin was changing clothes in his room when a servant came to report, "Young master, the Prime Minister is waiting for you in the study." Without turning his head, he replied coldly, "I know." Once he finished dressing, he strode toward the study. Along the way, every maid he passed bowed respectfully. "Greetings, young master." Lu Jin's imposing manner left everyone in awe. "Greetings, young master. Greetings, young master." As soon as he saw the person before him, he respectfully cupped his hands. "Grandfather." This man was none other than Lu Cheng, Prime Minister of the Den Kingdom. He asked Lu Jin in a deep voice, "Lately, you seem to be in frequent contact with General Luo Jinshin's second daughter." Lu Jin explained calmly, "She stopped my carriage in the street. I've already had someone report the matter to censor phone." Lu Cheng still didn't quite believe it and pressed further, "It wasn't just stopping the carriage, was it? I heard there was even physical contact between you two." He hurriedly defended himself. "Grandfather, Lu Cheng's gaze was sharp as he stared at Lu Jin and continued, "Enough. I've already reported this to the throne. The Grand Empress Dowager has issued an edict. That wild hound of the Luo family is to enroll at the Guozijian tomorrow." He carefully instructed Lu Jin, "Luo Xiao Yin may have a reputation for arrogance and violence, but no one will force you to marry her because of this. But now that you'll both be at the Guozijian, you must keep your distance from her." Lu Cheng's words made the bottom line clear. Lu Jin said nothing. "Don't forget, you're already engaged." Outside the Guozijian, the guards were doing their best to hold back a noisy crowd. "Who are you people? How dare you barge into the Guozijian?" The group seemed to say, "Move aside." The guards shouted, "Men, reinforcements. Someone is forcing their way in." Suddenly, a bodyguard kicked open a door and swaggered inside, followed by a crowd of attendants in quick succession. They ignored the teachers who were in the midst of class. The leader announced loudly, "My lady is enrolling today. She's waiting outside." He was domineering and arrogant. "All of you, come with me to greet her." Meanwhile, the rest of the bodyguards exchanged glances and whispered, "Wow, number 66's acting is superb, amazing. Show quieter. Too many eyes around. Don't blow our cover." The old libationer ignored his rudeness and said calmly, "Continue." Luo Xiaoyin, meanwhile, lounged comfortably in her brand-new 8-carrier sedan, waiting for a grand reception. The people in the lecture hall gradually filed out. The teachers whispered among themselves, This is utterly improper. It's a disgrace to scholarship. Is this how a student should behave?" Xiao Ru, hiding behind a guard, widened her eyes and reported, "Miss, the one in the middle is the libationer of the Guozijian. His presence is really intimidating, probably not easy to deal with." On the surface, Luo Xiaoyin pretended to be calm, but inside she was screaming, "Xiao Ru, I'm scared. Stop looking. Come protect me." Two Guozijian doctors were furious and began to scold, "Miss Luo, how outrageous. It's bad enough that you're late, but you even barged into the academy with your unruly servants and forced your elders to come out and greet you. Such behavior, disregarding all rules. Is this the Luo family's upbringing? For Guozijian to have a student like you is a disgrace." She just sat there, curling her lips into a smile. "Oh, is this how Guozijian treats its students?" But inside, Xiaoyin was crying, "Wow, these are all highly respected teachers, and I actually spoke to them like this. Am I going to lose years off my life?" At that moment, the libationer walked out and cleared his throat. Ahem! All the teachers respectfully saluted, "Libationer, sir. Libationer, libationer." He was very polite to her. "I am the libationer of the Guozijian. If there has been poor discipline, that is my fault. I apologize to you on their behalf, Miss Luo. Please be magnanimous and do not hold it against them. Since yesterday, I have been eagerly awaiting your arrival at the Guozijian." She only replied with a faint "oh," and finally, supported by Xiao Ru, slowly got out of the sedan, deliberately making things difficult. "So, libationer, are you saying that I'm late?" Xiao Ru supported her, "Miss. Careful." Inside, Xiaoyin was weeping, sigh. "My karma just keeps piling up. How could I speak to the libationer like that?" The libationer ignored her arrogance and said, "Miss Luo, you misunderstand. I believe you did not mean to be late. Since you're here, let me personally escort you to your residence." Luo Xiaoyin was going crazy inside. "Help! I don't even know how to keep acting in front of such a respectful libationer. Someone take my place." But on the surface, she remained arrogant and domineering. "I'll go, but only reluctantly. If you all kneel and beg me, I might consider it." This completely infuriated the 4 doctors of the Guozijian. One of them pointed at her and scolded, "You insult the very essence of scholarship. Utterly unreasonable." unreasonable. How dare you speak to the libationer like that? What a disgrace. I thought you were just a bit spoiled by your family background, but the rumors have truly sullied your reputation. But Xiao Yin didn't buy it, signaling to her bodyguards with her eyes. You there? She stood there with her head held high. The doctor continued to scold, trying to lecture her into becoming a proper lady, but two bodyguards stepped forward and blocked him. The doctor struggled and shouted, "You disrespectful child, such nonsense. Enough. I'm so disappointed. I never thought you'd be so disrespectful to your elders." The doctor shouted, "Let go of me." In her heart, Luo Xiaoyin burned 3 sticks of incense for herself. He really is a good teacher. I hope the heavens will forgive me. Then she sneered, "I don't need your instruction. If you keep being so rude, I'll tear down this Guozijian." The scholars could take no more, driven mad with anger. This is the Guozijian, right under the emperor's nose. How dare the Luo family behave so outrageously here? You're beyond saving. Luo, family demon girl, utterly lawless. Luo Xiaoyin paid them no mind, saying, "Too noisy, you're hurting my ears. I'm getting sleepy." She chuckled and signaled her people to bring something up. She continued, "I'm here at the Empress Dowager's order to study at the Guozijian." The bodyguard behind her respectfully presented an official document with both hands. Miss Xiaoyin threatened, "Is the Guozijian planning to defy an imperial edict?" The libationer was momentarily speechless at the scene before him, and the other scholars were stunned as well. The atmosphere was deathly silent. Eventually, the libationer bent down in salute. "We humbly welcome the Empress Dowager's decree." The others also knelt in turn. "We humbly welcome the Empress Dowager's decree. We humbly welcome the Empress Dowager's decree." Scene shifts to the classroom. Xiaoyin is now sitting in the libationer's seat. She flipped through a book while complaining, "Guozijian is so boring." The libationer went out to buy snacks. Why isn't he back yet? Elsewhere, seeing her casually flip through the libationer's book, a teacher anxiously called out, "Don't touch the libationer's book. That's a unique copy bestowed by the late emperor." Someone beside him quickly pulled him back. "Don't tell her. Who knows what she'll do to the book if she finds out." Luo Xiaoyin feigned surprise and pretended to ask, raising the book as if to tear it, scaring the two teachers into a cold sweat. "Oh, is this book important?" she teased. "So what if I tear it up?" Xiao Yu watched on, dumbfounded and inwardly on the verge of tears. Luo Xiaoyin thought to herself, "Humph, I'm just playing along. If I really tore this book, no one could stop me. But if I did, my father would probably be cursed out by these ministers." Suddenly, a man's voice shouted from somewhere, "Stop." The voice came from the doorway. The two teachers were overjoyed and turned their heads. "Ah, our savior is here." He looked at her with a cold expression. Luo Xiaoyin put down the libationer's book. Seeing him stop her, Xiaoyin, in her excitement, added force to her hands, secretly delighted. "Wonderful, it's Lu Jin. It makes perfect sense for him to stop me." She was so happy she nearly jumped up, her eyes shining, thinking, "Great, I finally don't have to keep acting." But because she used too much force, Xiaoyin accidentally tore the book. Her hand trembled, and she couldn't help but let out an ah. This was truly Xiaoyin's 80-second calamity. She turned to stone on the spot, feeling as if she had split apart. Xiaoyin screamed inwardly, "Oh no, why am I so strong? Why can't I control myself? Why?" She muttered, "Father, your daughter is sorry." The Guozijian was instantly in an uproar. Someone shouted, "Run." That Luo family she-devil actually dared to tear the libationer's book. One person ran so fast he tripped and nearly fell flat on his face. The crowd surged out like an overturned ant nest, shouting in unison, "If we don't run now, it'll be too late. Wait for me. Help. Terrifying. Run. Our lives depend on it." The remaining people in the Guozijian fell silent. The Guozijian doctors, seeing Xiaoyin tear the libationer's book, were so frightened they trembled all over. The three of them panicked and cried out together. She actually tore the libationer's book. That book, the libationer's book. Xiaoyin frowned impatiently and asked, "It's just a book, isn't it?" "So I tore it. Why are you making such a fuss?" One of the doctors suddenly snatched the book from her hand, while the other two worked together to pull the table. "Dot away." Xiaoyin looked confused and said, "Hey, you all." Before she could finish, that doctor interrupted her. "We have to hurry and try to glue it back together. There might still be time." Then they continued discussing, "We need to stay far away from that Luo demoness. Let me take a look." At this moment, Lu Jin stood silently in the corner like an invisible man. The doctors took turns suggesting solutions. "This is glue bestowed by His Majesty. It should be able to fix the book." "I'm good at copying. Let me try copying another one. I think I'll just write a farewell letter to send home, just in case. Lu Jin walked up to her, his brows tightly knit, and said sternly, "First day at the Guozijian, and you destroy the libationer's treasured rare book. The Luo family sure knows how to raise people." Xiao Yin asked in confusion, "A rare book?" His face darkened in displeasure. For a noble woman to behave so outrageously, it's simply foolish beyond measure. Xiao Yin gave a scornful laugh and said proudly, "The Luo family has devoted everything to Dawn. Do you know how many Luo sons shed their blood on the battlefield to win you the peace you enjoy today?" Yet inside, she felt guilty. "I'm so sorry, I'll find a way to make it up. Please forgive me." Sob, sob, sob. Scene, Xiao Yin kneeling and kowtowing desperately before a memorial tablet, muttering, "Sorry, sorry, sorry, sorry." She gave a mocking laugh and retorted, "It's just a book. So what if I tore it? Are you going to mistreat the descendants of meritorious officials for this?" Just then, the libationer walked in carrying a food box and said, "I'm back. The pastries from the shop second Miss Luo wanted were sold out, but I bought some from an even better place." Before he finished speaking, he saw Lu Jin and the three teachers with Xiao Yin apparently enjoying themselves, and cheerfully said, "Oh, everyone's here. What are you talking about? So lively." The three teachers and Xiao Yin blurted out at the same time, "The libationer is back. We're doomed. We're dead." Everyone holds their foreheads, buzzing with anxiety. He walked over and asked Xiao Yin, "Miss Luo, are you having fun? I brought you some delicious pastries." Lu Jin suddenly appeared out of nowhere, with people behind him urging him on. "Lu Jin, you must stall him." Lu Jin bowed respectfully and greeted, "Greetings, libationer." The libationer responded, "Oh, Lu Jin, you're here too." Lu Jin said solemnly, "I came to borrow a few books." The libationer waved his hand. "You came at the right time. Earlier, Miss Luo said she was hungry, so I went to buy her some food myself. I've eaten at this place since I was a child, still my favorite. You should stay and try it later." He turned to Xiao Yin and said, "Miss Luo, sorry to have kept you waiting." Lu Jin quickly blocked the libationer's path and said, "Libationer, Miss Luo just ate and really can't eat anymore now. But I, as a student, am quite hungry. Why don't you join me for some food?" What a clever move from Lu Jin. The libationer completely ignored him, squeezed past Lu Jin, and said, "It's Miss Luo's first day at the Guozijian. She hasn't eaten yet. How can we eat first?" The three teachers were trembling with fear. "Gee, good morning, libationer. Have you had breakfast yet?" They whispered in terror. "It's over. It's too scary." The libationer, curious at their reaction, asked, "What are you all muttering about? Talking nonsense in broad daylight. What's that on the ground?" The three turned pale, huddled together, and replied in unison, "This is a new writing brush I bought. Just trying out. This is the glue His Majesty bestowed. I couldn't bear to leave it at home, so I brought it here. This is a book my wife asked someone to give our son. I just haven't taken it home yet." The libationer casually said, "Oh, all right, carry on then." With that, he walked over and sat at the table. One teacher immediately spoke up, "Libationer, why did you come back so early? How about taking another walk?" The two behind chimed in, "Yes, go for another stroll. The later you come back, the better." The libationer pretended not to hear, happily saying, "Once I finished shopping, I hurried back. Come, come, let's all eat together." Finally, the libationer noticed a torn book and asked, "Oh dear, who damaged this book?" Luo Xiao Yin, hiding in the corner, was startled, but the libationer just said casually, "No worries. If there's one thing Guozijian doesn't lack, it's books. If it's ruined, we'll just buy another one." But when he took a closer look, he suddenly exclaimed, "Ah, why does this book look so familiar?" The three teachers behind him clutched their heads in panic, whispering, "It's over. We've been found out. We're doomed." Lu Jin suddenly grabbed Xiao Yin's hand and pulled her away, saying, "Come with me." The teachers behind them echoed, "Lu Jin, take her away first. We'll handle things here." As he led Xiao Yin away, he replied, "I'll leave it to you three then." At that moment, the libationer's face darkened, and he stammered, "This book, it seems to be." Seeing this, one of the teachers shouted, "It's over. Hurry up and go. We'll hold him here." One teacher pushed her out the door, earnestly saying, "Go, don't look back." Xiao Yin was still confused, asking what's going on. What's happening with everyone? Soon after, she, Lu Jin, and the maid were all pushed outside. They all screamed at the same time, "Mother, I can fly." "Ah, Mississippi, I'll catch you. Be careful." Mississippi facing the libationer's impending wrath, the three old teachers of Guozijian stepped forward together to shield Luo Xiao Yin and her group. The white-haired teacher had the other two block the front while he rushed to the door, urging, "Don't worry about us. just get second Miss Luo out of here. Remember, don't look back, no matter what. His panic and fear were justified, for the libationer's furious expression was truly terrifying. He was grinding his teeth. Who touched my book? Halfway through their escape, a loud crash came from behind. Luo Xiaoyin was startled and turned to ask what was that sound. Standing beside her, Lu Jin didn't answer, only saying meaningfully, even when facing danger, one must save others, even if they're not worthy of being disciples. Watching as Guo Zijian was shrouded by a terrifying purple magic, accompanied by cries of libationer, "Have mercy, I still want to live," Lu Jin said coldly, truly the spirit of Guo Zijian. This only made the already confused Luo Xiaoyin even more puzzled. What spirit? Save who? What's going on? Can someone tell me? After observing Guo Zijian for a few more minutes, Lu Jin decided not to waste any more time and decisively grabbed Luo Xiaoyin's hand, pulling her along. "Let's go. This is no place to linger." Xiao Ru and the guards hurried to catch up, thinking he had bad intentions toward Luo Xiaoyin, anxiously shouting as they ran, "Miss, wait for me." "Where are you taking, miss?" Luo Xiaoyin, on the other hand, let Lu Jin pull her along quite naturally, her head full of questions. What's going on? What's wrong with the libationer? What's up with Lu Jin? What about the teachers? They saved my life. Huh. Then she looked down at their tightly clasped hands and suddenly realized, oh, my image. I can't let him keep holding my hand like this. Acting on that thought, she forcefully shook off Lu Jun's hand and shouted, "Let go." Xiao Yin then raised her hand to cover her mouth, pretending to hide her delighted smile. Looking at Lu Jun's surprised, furrowed brow, she giggled, "Hee, young Master Lu." She lifted her chin and continued mockingly, "You always call me the Luo family's wicked girl, but now you're taking advantage of me." As she spoke, she gracefully rested her hand on his shoulder. She asked, "So, where exactly are you taking me?" Then emphasized, "HM." Xiao Yin's arrogant attitude clearly made Lu Jin uncomfortable. Through the thin fabric, he gripped her wrist tightly, his voice turning cold. "Stop talking so much. We need to leave here as soon as possible." For some reason, his actions gave Luo Xiaoyin a sense of familiarity. She froze for a few seconds, thinking, Lu Jun's movements seemed kind of familiar. She frowned and thought, I feel like I've seen this somewhere before. This sense of familiarity made Luo Xiaoyin even more certain. She even boldly reached out and cupped his face with both hands, saying, "Take a closer look. This face also feels familiar to me." This left a deep impression on Lu Jin. He didn't say anything or push her hands away, just narrowed his eyes and thought, my disguise technique was learned from master. How could she possibly recognize me? At that moment, Jiang Shan's cough broke the increasingly ambiguous atmosphere between the two. Before the other could ask, he continued, "Seems like I came at the wrong time." Luo Xiaoyin hurriedly stepped back a few paces, sighing inwardly, "That scared me to death. Why is Lu Jin looking at me so seriously?" Outwardly, she forced a smile and denied Jiang Shan's words. It's not like that." After Xiao Ru handed over the delicately patterned round fan, she coughed twice, ahem, and used the fan to cover her lips. Luo Xiaoyin tilted her head and gave an ingratiating smile. "Prince Jiang, your arrival couldn't be more timely." She looked calm on the surface, but was actually quite wary inside. Hasn't Jiang Xian always avoided me? Why isn't he running away today and instead came to find me? Jiang Shan called out, "Second Miss Luo." Then he asked, "May I have a word with you?" Luo Xiaoyin nodded and replied, "Since your highness has come looking for me." Xiaoyin is naturally willing. Then she feigned flirtatiousness, lightly teasing his chin with her fan as she added, "Not just a step. I'd be willing to walk 100, 1,000 steps with you." Only she knew she was screaming inside. Oh no, what should I do? I can say these lines without even thinking. But what if I can't turn back into a good person after father's plan succeeds? Suddenly, an arm blocked between them. Luo Xiaoyin blushed and turned her surprised gaze to Lu Jin, asking, "Lu Jin, what are you doing?" Lu Jin frowned and pressed his lips together, looking irritated and displeased. That expression could easily make one think he was jealous. But unexpectedly, his next move was to stand in front of Jiang Shan and warn, "Reputation matters. Don't get close to this woman." Lu Jin added meaningfully, "If you get tainted, Lu Wuyin won't forgive you." This left Jiang Shan at a loss. His voice wasn't too loud or too soft, but it was enough for Luo Xiaoyin beside him to hear. She immediately put her hands on her hips and shouted, "Lu Jin, How dare you ruin my good moment? You, Luo Xiaoyin hadn't finished speaking when a terrifying wail came from inside Guozijian, startling the three of them into turning their heads at the same time. Luo Xiaoyin curiously asked, What was that sound? Although Lu Jin knew what had happened, he didn't reveal it and only said, We need to get out of here quickly. Understanding what Lu Jin meant, Jiang Shan frowned, turned to look at him, and hesitated. Could it be? When Xiao Yin asked, Why are you all looking at me like that? Everyone heard Lu Jin coldly deliver shocking news to Luo Xiaoyin. You tore the Libationer's book. As if hearing this for the first time, Jiang Shan was stunned. Tore the Libationer's book. What? So he agreed. No time to explain. Saving our lives is more important. Lu Jin also made his resolve clear. Those old teachers risked their lives to get us out. We absolutely can't let them down. Without waiting for anyone to speak, the two men grabbed Luo Xiaoyin's hands and quickly dragged her away, once again completely ignoring Xiao Ru and the guards chasing after them. In that moment, with no chance to resist, Luo Xiaoyin truly gave up. Can someone please tell me what on earth is happening? A strange red light enveloped the entire space. There's a rumor in Guozijian that a powerful demon is sealed inside the book. The Libationer was possessed by the demon, which has always lurked by his side. If anyone disrespects the books, it will crawl out and turn Guozijian into a river of blood. 10,000 people trembled between the bookshelves. Anyone caught reading by the Libationer will be tormented by the demon forever. Upon hearing this, Luo Xiaoyin nonchalantly propped her chin and snorted, Ha! What nonsense. There are actually people who believe this stuff. Looks like Guozijian isn't much after all. A demon. If it dares show up, I'll make sure it never returns. Jiang Shan snorted coldly, while Lu Jin said coolly, If you said that outside, I might believe you more. Of course, there was a reason for him to say that. Right after hearing the story, Luo Xiaoyin cowered under the table, screaming in fright, No, don't. You want to go out there? No, where would I put my face? With teary eyes, she clutched at Lu Jun's robe, sobbing, Father, why did no one tell me there were ghosts in Guozijian? I want to go home. Just a moment ago, she looked so dashing. But that was all for show. Moments later, back in the Guozijian courtyard, Luo Xiaoyin was still hiding under the table, curled up at Jiang Shan's feet, her face pale with worry. Someone's coming. Hurry up and leave, or people will see me under the table. But when she tried to stand up, her legs were a bit numb. Fate played a trick on her. Luo Xiaoyin staggered and fell to the side. She happened to let out a scream, and her whole face landed right in Lu Jun's crotch. Needless to say, his expression froze completely. To make matters worse, when Lu Jin looked down, he saw Luo Xiaoyin blushing furiously, staring at his sensitive area. If he knew she was wondering how soft it was there, who knows what would happen. Then their eyes met, and the atmosphere became awkward. Unfortunately, this scene of a young woman kneeling before a man was seen by two people who shouted in unison, What are you doing? Luo Xiaoyin, Lu Jin, and Jiang Shan turned to see the embroidery teacher, Teacher Bai, and the music theory teacher, Teacher Fu. One of them pointed at them and scolded, hugging and clinging to each other in broad daylight. What kind of behavior is that? Just casually wrapping your arms around Lu Jun's neck. Luo Xiaoyin calmly replied, What am I doing? Teacher, isn't it obvious? She even gave a provocative smile. Young Master Lu and I are in love. What does it have to do with you? But only Luo Xiaoyin and Lu Jin knew the truth. She was desperately clinging to him while he was trying to push her away. Knowing this, she sneered inwardly. With your strength, you think you can push me off. At a loss for what to do with the two of them, Jiang Shan could only get up and politely greet them. Teacher Fu, Teacher Bai. But Teacher Fu ignored him, already annoyed by the initial scene and further angered by Luo Xiaoyin's attitude, furiously pointing and shouting, Shameless. Let go of young Master Lu immediately. But with such an interesting situation, there was no way Luo Xiaoyin would stop so easily. So she kept lifting Lu Jun's chin, grinning. Now anyone can call themselves a teacher. If young Master Lu won't let me go, why should I listen to you? Seeing her use him as a prop to provoke others, Lu Jin began to feel uncomfortable and coldly emphasized her name, Luo Xiaoyin. He was also wondering, had she already recognized him and was making sure he would cooperate with her act? Or was she just trying to maintain her villainous persona? Teacher Fu said calmly, "This is Guozijian. We are teachers and have the right to teach people proper etiquette. Once you enter Guozijian, you must follow the rules here." Xiao Yin crossed her arms over her chest, lifted her chin, and asked, "So what's so great about teachers? Are teachers always better than students? If I'm better than a teacher, does that mean the teacher should call me master?" Clearly, Teacher Fu was so angry she could only blurt out, "You." But after thinking for a moment, she agreed, "Fine, in that case, let's compete and see if we're qualified to teach you." She then pointed at Teacher Bai beside her and continued, "I teach music theory, and I've heard Second Miss Luo isn't good at that, so I won't bully you." Teacher Bai here teaches embroidery, which is a compulsory subject for every noble lady. So, without getting her colleagues' consent, she decided on her own, "Let her compete with you." Xiao Yin asked in surprise, "Compete in embroidery?" Teacher Bai answered awkwardly, "That's not really appropriate, is it?" She also explained, "Second Miss Luo is still young. How can I bully her?" This was indeed a different attitude from Teacher Fu. But Xiao Yin accepted. "Sure, let's compete." Then she confidently declared, "Just don't regret it later." Teacher Fu warned unhappily, "There's still time to back out." Teacher Bai is a famous embroiderer in Dajuan. But before she could finish, Xiao Yin interrupted, "Humph, I've never known what it is to be afraid." Then she said, "Let's see who wins and who loses." This made Teacher Fu snap, "Don't be so arrogant." Teacher Bai, on the other hand, was gentler, only softly reminding, "Second Miss Luo, this is just a friendly competition. Don't take it too seriously." With 3 women going at it, Lu Jin couldn't help but be interested, thinking, this contest is getting more and more interesting. 2 hours later, in the courtyard of Guozijian, under the blue sky and white clouds, with the sun shining brightly, 2 groups had gathered together, and behind each of the 2 ladies stood a display stand covered with red cloth. Jiangshan sneaked a glance at Lu Jun's expression. "So you throw away your own persona just to watch the show? That's totally your style." His face was especially serious. "Don't let me down." Bai Shanxiang smiled politely. Second Miss Luo, don't take it too seriously. It's just a little competition. It doesn't mean anything." The person next to her was completely different, saying bluntly, "Humph, today you'll see for yourself." As the curtain was pulled back, she said proudly what it really means to be a teacher. Lu Jun observed carefully and commented, "Although the rush affected the final result, Bai Shanxiang's phoenix and peony embroidery is truly stunning. The stitching is exquisite, the design vivid, the details so clear, every feather lifelike, a true masterpiece. Birds, flowers, landscapes, all embroidered with delicate skill." Jiangshan scratched his face. "To finish such a big piece in just 2 hours, this is a bit much. Won't readers complain? Hope it doesn't ruin the experience for them." Xiaoru said confidently, "Readers are all adults. They'll understand the world of comics." The screenwriter said, "This is an unwritten rule." Xiao Yin coughed a few times to steady the situation. Ahem. Her face was clearly filled with arrogance. Following her cue, Xiaoru also lowered the curtain. Bai Shanxiang's embroidery skills are indeed extraordinary. Then let Bai Shanxiang comment on my embroidery. Once the curtain was drawn, everyone was caught off guard. They were all shocked by the embroidered soldiers' weapons. She continued, "What's the use of embroidering flowers and plants? Why not take a look at the weapons our Dan soldiers use to defend a nation?" Xiao Yin proudly patted her chest and said, "Without these weapons, how could border soldiers fight? How could they defend our country? How could you and I enjoy peace and prosperity so leisurely?" Teacher Fu started sweating, but stubbornly critiqued, "Although the embroidery technique in this piece is exquisite, only embroidering trendy weapons, well, it's not bad." As if knowing they wouldn't admit it, she snapped her fingers and ordered her maid to flip it over. Teacher said that if you only embroider weapons, how can you show your embroidery skills, miss? On the other side of the fabric, warships and tanks were embroidered. Xiaoru helplessly held her forehead. "Screenwriter, aren't these all from the same era? You're too much." Jiangshan asked in shock, "What is this?" Lu Jun, "Have you ever seen it?" He was also surprised. "Never." Teacher Bai was stunned. "All 3 sides are completely embroidered." She slowly led the topic. "Have you already imagined wars of the future? In an era before gunpowder, the age of cold weapons will eventually end." Xiao Yin pictured a battlefield shrouded in smoke, filled with explosions and anti-aircraft fire. Maybe in 10, 100, or even 1,000 years, Dan will surely enter a full hot weapons era. Guns, cannons, energy, nuclear bombs. The wars then will be even more terrifying than we can imagine. Her gaze was resolute, her words as hard as steel. We must start preparing now. The four of them were dumbstruck. Is this the foresight of a general's daughter? Xiao Ru regretted it. I knew this would happen. I'm tired. Let's just destroy it. Night fell, and the moon was high. In the Guozijian dormitory, two people broke into Xiao Yin's room. How could our boss sleep so carelessly? The girl before them slept in an ungraceful pose, her blanket askew. For someone so impressive to sleep like this is just too much. Not a trace of the boss's aura. Am I the only one who feels healed inside? Woken by the noise, she rubbed her eyes. A handsome young man, like someone from a painting, stepped out and smiled softly. You're awake. Xiao Yin was still not fully awake. I knew it. Even in dreams I can meet immortals. She suddenly realized something was off. Wait, something's wrong. Xiao and Yufeng stood at the bedside, respectfully greeting, Good evening, boss. Boss, you're awake. Xiao Yin was startled. What's going on here? The moon hung in the sky, marking midnight. Suddenly, Lu Jin appeared with two subordinates who had clearly been beaten. He said, I am Lu Jin, adopted son of the former leader, deputy leader of the Martial Alliance. Sorry to disturb you so late at night. Please forgive us, leader. Xiao Yin, annoyed at being disturbed in the middle of the night, showed no restraint. Fine, I admit maybe I went a bit overboard, but you barged into a girl's room at midnight. This is entirely your fault. The two subordinates were terrified. The skinny one trembled. It's our fault. We're sorry. We apologize to the leader. The chubby one quickly echoed, Please don't be angry, leader. You won't be pretty if you get angry. Then the two whispered to each other. The chubby one said, No wonder he's the leader. Even in women's clothes, he never lets his guard down. The skinny one replied, That's true iron will. Only then did Xiao Yin realize, thinking, crap, I forgot I'm supposed to be playing Lu Wuyin right now. As Lu Jin spoke, a subordinate shakily brought in a huge stack of books. The Martial Alliance has already invited all the major sects to meet you tomorrow in your name. Since you just joined the Alliance, I prepared some essential materials for you. Please memorize them. Xiao Yin stared wide-eyed at the pile of books, nearly collapsing. I have to memorize more things again. The subordinate gently set the books on the table, trying to comfort her. It's simple, leader. You can definitely do it. She froze. Simple. Are you sure? Xiao Yin hesitated, then continued. These essential materials. She lay on the pile of books in despair. Why does being the leader mean I have to study too? After the time it takes for one stick of incense to burn, Xiao Yin, dressed in all sorts of strange things, was half asleep and mumbling to herself, my son, come to mom for a hug. One of the subordinates said to Lu Jin, Deputy leader, didn't you say that your mint and carnivorous plants were especially effective? Look how soundly the leader is sleeping. He looked at her helplessly. Looks like mint and carnivorous plants aren't enough. We'll have to research new methods when we get back. Lu Jin, holding a bright red chili, instructed his subordinate, double the dose of the invincible little demon pepper for the leader. On hearing this, the subordinate replied with a trembling voice, Deputy leader, if you don't want him to replace the leader, maybe we could try a gentler approach. Lu Jin insisted, do as I say. The subordinate muttered, all right. As the incense burned out, dawn broke. Xiao Yin, like a madwoman, snapped shut the last book and said, finally finished reading. She placed both hands on the table, pushed herself up forcefully, and shouted with great vigor, let's go. The other three in the room turned to look at her, all stunned. The chubby one stammered, is the leader okay? The thin one replied, should be fine, looks quite energetic. Xiao Yin immediately turned around, decisively tossed the book aside, and said, let's head out. Her eyes were resolute, as if she was ready to face anything. Martial Alliance, here I come. But what she was thinking inside was completely different. That chili was way too spicy. I didn't remember a single word I read last night. She confidently told herself, but I believe in my acting skills. There's no one I can't fool. If it doesn't work, I'll just trick them all. Less than 3 seconds later, Xiao Yin covered her mouth, grimacing in pain. This is killing me. Way too spicy. She stuck out her tongue, panting, phew, it's so hot. This is killing your baby here. At the Martial Alliance, crowds gathered in front of Liming Hall, chattering away. Someone exclaimed, when did the Martial Alliance get so big? Another sighed, yeah, They even dare to host a banquet for all the sections. Someone else cautioned, "This can't be good. Everyone be careful." Another person urged, "Come on, with so many of us here, are we really afraid of this crummy martial alliance?" Inside the main hall, everyone turned their heads toward the entrance. They whispered among themselves, unable to hide their surprise. "My goodness, the general's child and martial alliance leader is actually wearing women's clothing." Another said meaningfully, "I heard Luo Wuyin liked to dress as a man, and it's true after all." Someone else was confused. "Isn't it embarrassing to wear women's clothes?" Someone looked at Xiao Yin and said, "Young Master Lu really looks like a girl." Another even exclaimed, "Young Master looks beautiful today." Hearing all this, she felt a pang of guilt inside. "Brother, I'm sorry. Just to make things easier, I have to sacrifice your reputation." Luo Xiaoyin couldn't help but think, the martial alliance's portraits are really detailed. I can match every single face here. She recalled the scenes from the paintings, exactly the same as if they were made from the same mold. At this moment, Lai Jianyu noticed his subordinate holding something and asked curiously, "What's that?" The subordinate replied, "It's a gift from the young master, with my name written on it." Luo Xiaoyin smiled and said, "Ah, I had my son prepare those gifts earlier. That must be it." Hearing this, Lai Jianyun was surprised. "Son." Xiaoyin happily said, "The gift boxes on the table are presents the young master prepared for everyone, with each person's name engraved on them. See if you like them." She secretly laughed. "My son is so reliable. I hadn't even told him the time, yet he had everything ready." Lai Jianyun curiously opened the gift box. Luo Xiaoyin smiled smugly, just about to say something, when suddenly a person leaning on a cane entered the door and said sarcastically, "Young Master Lu, what a grand occasion. It used to be nearly impossible to see you even once," he went on mocking. "Who knows how many invitations from all the sects you've ignored in the past. Young Master never showed up." Immediately someone said, "That's Master Wan from Lingji Palace." Another chimed in, "Exactly. If it weren't for the Martial Alliance's invitation, we'd still think the Martial Alliance was just some reclusive young master." Luo Xiaoyin thought with disgust, "Arriving this late and trying to pressure me, speaking in that roundabout way. Aren't the people of the martial world supposed to draw their swords when there's a disagreement? Why act like civil officials with all this double talk?" Xiaoyin flashed a brilliant but cold smile and replied to Master Wan, "If you were so eager to see me, why did you arrive so late? I think Master Wan isn't all that eager to meet me after all. Find yourself a seat. Though there aren't any good spots left since you're late, don't worry. I prepared gifts for everyone. No need to worry about missing out." Master Wan seemed quite curious. "Oh, gifts? Did the Martial Alliance raid the national treasury?" He sneered, "All for profit. So young Master Lu has the money to play these dirty tricks." Suddenly, his eyes lit up. When they opened Luo Xiaoyin's gifts, everyone was stunned. Master Wan stared at the gift box, both shocked and trembling, his heart surging with waves. How did he know I liked peach pink clothes? Damn it, who leaked my preference? Impossible. Not even my wife knows this secret. Could it be that time I couldn't resist wearing them down the mountain and ran into my senior brother? Another person stood frozen in place, as if struck by a bolt from the blue. Someone actually discovered my hair. My hair. Does he know I'm not capable, and that my disciples mock me for it? No, I must find a chance to silence him. In contrast, one person was overjoyed. A secret imperial prescription, said to cure 300 years of constipation. Back when I was a dashing, handsome young man, I was tormented into this current state of misery. Am I finally saved? They all turned to Luo Xiaoyin in terror. He actually knows our secrets. Luo Xiaoyin sat high on the platform, exuding a powerful, domineering aura. Everyone secretly sighed. This person is truly terrifying. They furrowed their brows, eyes filled with fear. She smiled triumphantly, feigning ignorance. Why are you all looking at me like that? Are you finally satisfied?" The Martial Alliance Hall was packed with dozens of people, each holding an identical wooden box. With his ample body, Kai Weibai easily squeezed the front and laughed smugly. "You're all scared by such a clumsy trick. Everyone knows where the information in these boxes came from." Lai Zhongyun glanced at Luo Xiaoyin, pondering what the Alliance leader and Xiaobao sect were up to. Luo Xiaoyin had never met Xiaobao. More precisely, Xiao Ba was the sect leader of Baoyu's sect, famous for his extravagance. He twirled a colorful jade ring and asked mockingly, "Is someone like this fit to be our alliance leader?" He spread his arms and laughed. Everyone knows that all the disciples of Xiao Ba's sect are a bunch of gossips, shameless informers who make a living cheating others with their secrets. The martial alliance's leader actually associates with them. Really? Before he could finish, Lu Jin suddenly interrupted. Really what? Go on, say it. Master Qiao sneered. You tell me. Feeling the pressure and recognizing the familiar voice, Xiao Ba's fat quivered. Teach this voice. Seeing Lu Jin stroll in casually, Xiao Ba turned pale. Qin. Lord Qin Ba. A wave of whispers swept through the crowd. They all knew this white-haired youth was Lord Qin Ba of Xiao Bao's sect, but most were shocked that such a high-ranking figure would show up here. Ignoring the curious and surprised looks around him, Lu Jin simply smiled politely. Lord Qin Ba came uninvited. He flashed a dazzling smile and asked, "Does Alliance Leader Luo welcome me?" As soon as he finished, the onlookers huddled together, whispering, "Heavens, it's Lord Qin Ba, the master of Xiao Bao's sect." Then they asked each other, why did Lord Qin Ba come personally? Xiao Bao's sect never mingles with other martial groups. What does he want? All the sect leaders were sizing up this strange situation. Lord Qin Ba must be fed up and came to cause trouble himself. The imperial court is getting too involved. Many are unhappy that Luo Xiao Yin, as the general's son, is meddling in martial affairs. But all that's not important. Lord Qin Ba is so handsome. As Lu Jin swaggered over, Luo Xiao Yin suddenly slammed the table and stood up. He frowned and shouted angrily, "How dare you speak to me like that? Who gave you the nerve?" The instant their eyes met, it was as if sparks flew. Some onlookers sensed that something was off between them, and what they most wanted to see was a one-on-one match, but Luo Xiao Yin unexpectedly grabbed Lu Jun's hand holding the fan, did a complete 180, and became abnormally excited and happy. "Who gave you the nerve to act so distant with me? I'm so glad you came. Come, sit by my side." Lu Jin didn't resist at all and replied casually, "All right." This harmonious reunion, with friendship, or perhaps something more, bursting forth, was like a thunderbolt to those who were hoping for a fight. Their reactions varied. Some were dumbfounded. They shook hands. Why are they sitting together? Did I accidentally skip to the next chapter? I can't keep up with the plot. Others questioned, what about the fight? Still others were excited. Wait, this scene feels so familiar, just like the plot from that domineering Ghost King general novel I read a few days ago. Lu Jin ignored everyone, gently placed his hands on Luo Xiao Yin's shoulders, and turned her around, the corners of his lips lifting into a gentle smile. "You sit, I'll stay by your side." This made Luo Xiao Yin blush with happiness. My son is so considerate. As soon as he sat down, as if suddenly remembering something, he turned to Lu Jin with concern. "How have you been lately? Has it been tough at Xiao Bao's sect? Has anyone bullied you?" He gently grabbed the hand, reaching for his collar. Lu Jin smiled sincerely and reassured her, "Don't worry, I'm fine. I just didn't expect you to walk in on such a vivid scene between two men." The onlookers' minds shattered in an instant, and like a bunch of gossip-loving spectators, they began to chatter. What kind of love story is this? Wait, isn't Luo wooing a man? Wasn't Lord Qin Ba supposed to be here to cause trouble? So what is he actually doing here? Does Lord Qin Ba know Luo Wuyin is a man, or is it because Luo Wuyin is a man that he? Still ignoring all those overly curious rumors, Luo Xiao Yin only felt full of guilt toward Lu Jin and said sadly, "It's all because my mother just took over the affairs of the martial alliance that I've been neglecting you. When all this is over, I'll make it up to you. But right now, I have to handle what's in front of me." Lu Jin nodded obediently and smiled. "All right, I'll listen to whatever you say." The onlookers were once again stunned into stone by the two, this time because of Xiao Yin's mention of mother. They continued to whisper in confusion. "Hey, wasn't it said that Lord Qin Ba hates being touched the most? Doesn't he have a cleanliness obsession and can't stand people getting close? He doesn't even keep any servants around. What's going on here? What kind of twisted situation is this?" The brown-haired, bearded man blurted out in excitement. "This alliance leader Luo is really something. Looks harmless, but managed to have Lord Qin Ba wrapped around his finger. Truly, appearances are deceiving. Once we unite the martial world under him, we'll all be heroes." The short, black-haired man agreed, looking completely dazed. Mother and son. What kind of weird relationship is this? It's just too outrageous. And now, there's cross-dressing too. In stark contrast to those two, the white-haired old sect master looked a bit anxious, thinking even the lower 8 sects have been won over by Luo Wuyin. Who knows how many people from the Lu family and the Imperial Court are here. Looks like I'll have to be careful from now on. Leaning against a chair back behind Luo Xiao Yin, Lu Jin spoke up proudly. If you have something to say, just say it. He even gave a cold smile and added deliberately, the Alliance leader's time is very precious. Was that his way of saying, I'm protecting the Alliance leader? All the sect leaders understood and began to reconsider their views of Luo Xiaoyin. He managed to settle the toughest of the lower 8 sects in one stroke. Luo Wuyin really is formidable. Turns out Luo Wuyin is actually a woman disguised as a man, all to win Lord Qin Ba's favor. Truly someone who keeps her cards close. In the martial world, strength is respected, and for Luo Wuyin to endure what others couldn't, she is destined to be extraordinary. Thinking about having to work with someone like that, everyone except Luo Xiaoyin and Lu Jin raised their hand high, as if charging into battle. The black-haired man even declared directly, Alliance leader Luo Xiaoyin, I fully support you as the Alliance leader. The others scrambled to flatter as well. Alliance leader, just give us your orders, no matter how difficult. I'll do anything for you. As a result, everyone started bickering to outdo each other. I said at first, shut up, what does this have to do with you? Stop trying to butt in. If the Alliance leader tells me to go east, I won't even glance west. If the Alliance leader wants me to lose weight, I'll starve myself right here today. Maybe it's because they change faces faster than flipping pancakes. That's why they don't get any motherly love. In fact, Luo Xiaoyin had no idea what they were doing, so she asked Lu Jin in confusion, what are they doing? Did they take the wrong medicine? Why did their attitude change so fast? Lu Jin tilted his head, propped his chin on his hand, and replied with a smile, maybe they really liked the gifts your mother prepared and got a little too happy. Now's your chance. Find an excuse and test them out. He then advised, keep the ones who work seriously by your side and get rid of the two-faced ones. Tame them gradually. Hearing this, Luo Xiaoyin suddenly remembered something. Alright, there's something. Earlier, Father Luo Jintian was still sighing in worry, saying he didn't know how my cousin was kidnapped and went missing by some martial arts master. He's very worried about him. She blinked her bright eyes at Lu Jin, seeking his opinion. I have a cousin who's been missing for years. I only know his age and what he looks like. Can I have him take me into the storeroom to help me look? Is that okay? Lu Jin nodded and simply said 2 words. Of course. But Luo Xiaoyin's mysterious cousin caught his attention, and he pondered it silently. Suddenly, Luo Xiaoyin stood up, raised her fist high, and exclaimed excitedly, great. Everyone, bring all the handsome men who look like me to see me. As soon as she said this, the sect leaders' faces froze, and they almost choked on their own saliva. What? Put your hand down, did I hear that right? The Alliance leader said handsome men. I'm not putting my hand down. You heard right. I heard it too. But Luo Xiaoyin was very satisfied with her own idea, thinking to herself, Dad said both Mom and I are beauties, so my cousin must be as good-looking as Pan and maybe even look a bit like me. This way, I can't go wrong. I'm so smart. Seeing her unusually excited, Lu Jin frowned and thought, why does this fellow look so much like the person Grandpa is searching for? Unless the one the Luo family is looking for is actually. Hope the pillar of the Luo family isn't just someone on the battlefield. One of the sect masters was the first to volunteer. Yes, Alliance leader, please rest assured. The person you want to find will definitely be brought here within 3 days. Then the others shouted in unison, yes. As you command. We obey, Alliance leader. They clasped their fists and respectfully held them to their chests in response. Yet their hearts were full of doubt. Is the Lu family recruiting young men to rebel? This is a big deal. We need to think this through. Why does the Alliance leader want so many men? With Alliance leader and Lord Qin Ba acting like this, we don't even dare to speculate. Could it be that Lu Xiaoyin likes men of the Jianghu with such preferences? If the age requirement is relaxed, I might even have a chance myself. I just came of age, after all, in the prime of my youth. Perhaps only Lai Zhengyun was still standing in the corner, coldly humming something, his thoughts unfathomable. At that moment, Yu Feng and a guard rushed in to reporting to the Alliance leader, there's an urgent message from the general's manor. Please return to the Guozijian immediately. In the Guozijian, the sky was clear, gentle sunlight spilling over the green trees, the air especially fresh. Xiao Yin stood in the woods, arms crossed, face serious as she said, the place where the Grand Academician lives really is wild and vigorous. How unique. Xiao Yin was stunned, staring at the chicken coop in front of her, at a loss for words. The Grand Academician's chicken coop. She was so shocked she scratched her head and shouted, "Unique, my foot. How can the Grand Academician live in a place like this?" Xiao Ying was born with no sense of direction. No matter how hard she tried, she just couldn't find the right way. Holding the map, she muttered, "Strange, I follow the map exactly." She stared at the winding map, propped her chin, and thought for a long time. Did the guard give me the wrong map? I should have brought Xiaoru along. After pondering for a while, she hesitated, then casually tossed the map aside, pouting, "It's just the Grand Academician's place. I'll find it myself." Xiao Ying bounced excitedly. "Can't let those 108 bookkeepers wait too long. Find the Grand Academician, steal a book, fix the book, and I'll be a good girl again." Not far away, someone was sitting cross-legged on a tree branch. Lu Jin looked in her direction with a knowing smile. "So that's how it is." He sat steadily on the tree, watching her leave, and said in a low voice, tore up the Grand Academician's book, feeling guilty about her character, so she wants to steal one to make up for it. After saying that, he tilted his head slightly, secretly thinking she was a bit cute. Time ran like a wild dog, and in the blink of an eye, the moon was already high in the night sky. It was late now, and Xiao Ying still hadn't found her way. Her face was full of confusion. What's going on? Why is the Guozijian so big? The weather was getting colder. Xiao Ying shivered and hugged herself tightly, a bit scared. Why isn't there a single soul around? Am I going to run into a ghost in the middle of the night? She suddenly stepped on a small branch. Ever since she got lost, it's been quiet all around. Suddenly, she heard a scream from afar. Frightened, Xiao Ying crouched down and hugged her head, muttering, "Spirits above, Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva, bless me, I have a clear conscience, not afraid of ghosts knocking at my door." Lu Jin stood in the distance, watching her still shivering. He said nothing, only smiled and remarked, "She even talks nonsense to herself." Xiao Ying's eyes grew red as she turned toward the sound. "Who's there?" Lu Jin frowned and asked, "What are you babbling about out here in the middle of the night?" She seemed startled by the person in front of her, her eyes wide. Lu Jin. Why is he here? Though she was freezing, trembling with fear alone here, Xiao Ying still tried to put up a brave front. "I don't need you to worry about me. I'm the Han Empire's fierce #1 hunting dog." DD. Xiao Ying stammered, "I'll come out whenever I want." Hearing this, he turned and walked away, mimicking her tone. "I'll come out whenever I want." Lu Jin was already laughing inside. Acting so fierce. She actually dares to be fierce to me. Suddenly, Xiao Ying changed her mind and grabbed Lu Jun's sleeve tightly. Wait a minute. Xiao Ying stood up, her eyes watery and pleading as she looked at Lu Jin, begging him for help. "Don't even think about it. I haven't given you permission yet, miss." He coldly shook off her hand. She looked anxiously at his departing back and called out, Lu Yun." He left. Xiao Ying, feeling dejected, remembered all the things she'd done. "Yeah, I'm always annoying, always playing tricks on him, doing so many over-the-top things. How could he ever care about me?" Xiao Yin sat down and cried, feeling sorry for herself, her mind in turmoil. "Of course he doesn't care about me at all." Sob, sob. What's there to be sad about? Sob, sob. Didn't I already know this? I don't care at all. Sob, sob. How could anyone like me? Everyone hates me. Suddenly, a small twig was handed over. Xiao Yin looked up at it, completely confused. He held the twig out to Xiao Yin and explained, "Men and women shouldn't have physical contact. Hold on to this branch." Although it looked like Lu Jin had already left, he was now helping her. "I'll take you out." Hearing this, Xiao Yin stopped crying and replied, "On him." She gripped the branch tightly, thinking to herself, Lu Jin. In the quiet night, two figures moved through the forest. The person in front was holding a branch. The person behind held onto it tightly. Xiao Yin was walking in the back, secretly thinking how adorable it was. He came back to find me again. Looking at the person ahead, Xiao Yin thought, even though I've done so many over-the-top things, he still came back for me, didn't leave me behind. She felt embarrassed, but secretly grateful. Lu Jin didn't stop caring about me because of what I did. He didn't abandon me. Xiao Yin was so touched, she almost started crying again. At this moment, he turned back and said, "The exit is just ahead. Miss Lu can go on her own now." Thinking about Lu Jin helping her, she wanted to change herself, to stop playing tricks on him, to thank him, not to treat him badly anymore. Xiao Yin spoke up timidly. Meanwhile, Lu Jin was inwardly criticizing her bad habits. Naive, timid, easily deceived, and afraid of ghosts. Yet she tries to act like a villain. She really has it tough. If I wasn't worried she'd get lost and die of fright in here, I wouldn't have shown up. Xiao Yin put her hands on her hips, turned her head, and suspiciously said, You helped me. Is it because you have an ulterior motive? Don't even think about making me thank you. As soon as she finished, she was on the verge of tears again. No, for the sake of the Lu family, I absolutely can't. Xiao Yin couldn't hold back anymore and burst out crying in front of him. She really couldn't accept it. He must hate her. Suddenly, Lu Jun called her name. She paused her crying and looked up at him. Luo Xiao Yin. Lu Jun gently wiped away Xiao Yin's tears with his hand. Lu Jun leaned in close and said softly, I don't hate you. Xiao Yin cried out in surprise. Right then, the leaves rustled as if someone had dropped from the sky, and 3 people, each carrying swords, appeared. Stop right there in the Guozijian. They landed with great momentum, striking poses and shouting, Luo Wuyin. The 2 standing together turned to look at them. Luo Xiao Yin responded, Huh. The blonde, twin-tailed man pointed at Luo Xiao Yin and sneered, You shameless disciple. You're already ugly, and yet you dare lay hands on someone from our sect. Our sect is famous for our handsome men contest in the martial arts world. After he spoke, the purple-haired and green-haired men next to him made a heart sign with their hands, and suddenly sparkling rose effects appeared around them. Since our founding, our sect has only accepted top-tier handsome men. There's not a single one in our sect who isn't a refined gentleman, with starry eyes and sword-like brows, perfect hairstyles, painted brows, and a courageous nose. Then the blonde man suddenly started sobbing dramatically. But you took advantage of our sect leader and used such clumsy, lowly tricks, thinking you could claim him for yourself. The green-haired man added, You're truly heartless, unforgivable. The purple-haired man said, We must uphold justice and eliminate you. Luo Xiao Yin thought speechlessly, I'm speechless. Save me. Save me. Oh my God, I'm going to throw up. How much oil do you guys have to drink to say lines like that? Lu Jun stood by coldly watching, but the little voice inside was secretly noticing the flowers hanging from their waists, wondering, why are those narcissistic weirdos from Peony Sect here? Could it be that Luo Xiao Yin's excuse about the Martial Alliance leader was misunderstood? Lu Jun looked down to see Luo Xiao Yin staring at him, a question mark popping up above his head. Then she turned to look at the blonde man. The blonde man shouted, What are you looking at? Don't even think about coveting our beauty. We will never give in. Luo Xiao Yin waved her hand and said, The person you're looking for probably isn't in your sect. Thanks for your trouble, goodbye. Lu Jun remained outwardly calm, but the little voice inside was already rolling on the ground laughing. That's awesome. That's awesome. Truly impressive. Ha. Luo Xiao Yin suddenly turned and left. The 3 colorful heads were all covered with question marks. The blonde man clenched his fist and covered his face. What does that mean? The purple-haired man said, Isn't the peerless handsome man Luo Wuyin is after? The green-haired man replied, Is he mocking us for not being handsome enough? One of them immediately drew a pink longsword from his back and said, Luo Wuyin. The 3, humiliated and enraged, charged forward, swinging their swords at Luo Xiao Yin. How dare you insult us? The blonde, twin-tailed man charged forward and said, If we don't give you a beating, how can we do justice to our good looks? Prepare tout dit. Lu Jun frowned, turned back, pushed Luo Xiao Yin aside, and stood in front of the sword, shouting loudly. Watch out! Blood splattered from his wounded arm right in front of Luo Xiao Yin. She froze and shouted. Luo Xiao Yin looked worriedly at Lu Jun's injured arm, but he acted as if nothing happened and questioned those strangers. Who exactly are you? How dare you injure people at the Guozijian, right under the emperor's nose? Do you have no respect for the law? Luo Xiao Yin nervously clenched her hands, thinking, he actually did all this for me, and that's his writing hand, too. The 3 thugs stepped up. The blonde man said, Luo Wuyin, you're so weak, yet you dare to hide behind others and pretend to be tough. The blonde man gave a malicious grin. If you got guts, come out and fight us. Stop pretending to be pitiful. We absolutely won't show you any mercy. Lu Jun shouted angrily, but before he could finish, Luo Xiao Yin grabbed his shoulder. Her expression darkened as she said, This has nothing to do with you. Luo Xiao Yin frowned. They're here for me. She clenched her fists angrily and said, So what? Just because you're from a martial sect you think you're something special. The blonde man was startled by the sudden murderous aura she gave off. In a flash, Luo Xiao Yin knocked his sword flying. She grabbed his arm and spun him around like a top, making him scream like a little girl. The two lackeys on the side were shocked. Damn, this woman's really strong. Boss just got slammed. The blonde man was thrown so hard half his body was buried in the dirt. Seeing this, the two lackeys rushed at her from behind, thinking, forget face, let's gang up on her first. Luo Wugen, you're dead meat today. She immediately followed up with a kick, swelling the green-haired man's face like a pig's head, then kicked the purple-haired man to the ground. Luo Xiaoyin's aura changed, turning dark and terrifying. Get ready to face my wrath. The blonde man looked up, thinking, heavens, Luo Wuyin is actually this strong. The peony sex intel was totally wrong. Only now did Lu Jin snap back to his senses, realizing if she kept fighting, someone might actually die. He reached out to stop her. Hey, stop, you. But before he could finish, Luo Xiaoyin elbowed Lu Jin in the stomach and said coldly, stay out of this. The blow sent Lu Jin flying into a nearby tree, which fell over and landed on a disciple, relieving himself at night. The disciple quickly fixed his clothes, staring in terror at the person pinned under the tree. That person was Lu Jin. The disciple screamed in fright. Lu Jin. The disciple immediately turned and fled, yelling as he ran, help, somebody come quick. The wicked Luo Wuyin has killed Lu Jin. Luo Xiaoyin was still confused. Who killed who? The three guys who'd been beaten took the chance to huddle together. This place is too dangerous. Let's get out. Luo Wuyin, just you wait, we'll be back. At this moment, Luo Xiaoyin finally noticed Lu Jin was trapped under the tree she'd knocked over. Lu Jin, was that me? Luo Xiaoyin's mind was a mess, her eyes spinning, the little people in her head running around screaming, Lu Jin helped me, and I ended up hurting him like this. That's too much. Should I go check if he's badly hurt? Suddenly, a group of people rushed over. Quick, quick, where's Lu Jin? They surrounded Lu Jin. Is your face okay? Lu Jin, are you alright? Anywhere uncomfortable? Wow, Lu Jin, don't die on us. Go get a doctor. Should we give him mouth to mouth? The crowd whispered in front of Luo Xiaoyin. Luo Xiaoyin's always been reckless, but now she's really hurt Lu Jin. We have to report this to the Grand Empress Dowager for punishment. Yes, hurry and tattle. Luo Xiaoyin hugged herself, eyes red. I didn't mean to. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew. Quick, the young lady's reputation is at stake. Two people suddenly appeared out of nowhere, quickly pulling Luo Xiaoyin away. Protect the young lady's reputation. Get her out of here. She mustn't ruin her name. Xiaoru leaned against a tree and breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, that was close. I really went all out for the young lady. In the lonely dormitory, late at night, the light in Lu Jun's room was still on. Luo Xiaoyin tiptoed in, holding a medicine bottle, psyching herself up. It's so late. I waited until he was alone to come. No one should notice, right? She looked around nervously. He helped me out of kindness, but I ended up getting him hurt so badly. I can't just leave him like this. Luo Xiaoyin cheered herself on, gently put down the medicine, and got ready to leave. No one would ever suspect a villain like me would bring medicine, right? She clenched her fist and encouraged herself in her heart. I can do this, come on, come on. When Luo Xiaoyin walked into the room, she was surprised and puzzled. She saw Lu Jin standing with his back to her. He wasn't asleep yet. Lu Jin hadn't noticed her and was applying medicine to his wound. Seeing this, Luo Xiaoyin shyly covered her eyes, flustered. Oh no, I shouldn't look. The medicine bottle in her hand slipped and fell to the floor with a clang. Startled, Lu Jin spun around. Who's there? He saw her standing at the door, awkwardly covering her eyes. Luo Xiaoyin's cheeks were burning red as she stammered, it's me. Suddenly, her attention was drawn to Lu Jun's arm as he was still applying medicine. Seeing Lu Jin about to put on his clothes, Luo Xiaoyin's face flashed with surprise, and she hurried over. Wait, what happened to your wound? But she couldn't stop in time and bumped right into Lu Jun's robe. Lu Jin looked at her a little awkwardly, her hair tangled in his robe. Tilting his head, he asked, why are you here? Her eyes were already red. Luo Xiaoyin struggled to pull her head out of his clothes and blurted out, why are you covered in blood? I hurt you this badly, you. He frowned when he heard her. What do you mean, covered in blood? Luo Xiaoyin quickly retorted, but there's a big red patch on your wound. He sighed helplessly. The Lu family's medicine is red. Lu Jin said irritably, let go. Luo Xiaoyin heard him, but still clung tightly to his clothes. Wait a second. My hair. As they tugged back and forth, she tripped and fell, crying out, Seeing this, Lu Jin quickly raised his hand to push her away. Don't come any closer. She shouted, I can't keep my balance. He grabbed the bed with one hand. At this moment, Xiao Yin, who was lying on top of Lu Jin, said, "Get up." Her face was flushed as she thought, "Oh no, did I knock him down again?" Xiao Yin quickly propped herself up on his shoulder to get up. "Sorry, I—" A few strands of Lu Jun's hair were tangled in her hair ornament, and he shouted, "Ah!" Lu Jin reached out and pressed down on her head. "Don't move." She froze, her face red as a tomato. "Huh, what is it?" He explained, "My flower seed is stuck in your hair." She hurriedly reached up. "Sorry, I'll take it out for you." When she pulled, it tugged his hair tight, revealing a small patch of white hair. His heart clenched. "Oh no, my hair." Lu Jin quickly pulled her closer. "I told you not to move. Let me do it." Xiao Yin obediently replied, "Oh, okay." Outside the door, Miss Bai called into the room. "Lu Jin, are you asleep? Can I come in?" She was holding a tray of medicine, looking at the open door in confusion. "Huh, why is the door open?" She thought as she walked in. "Since the door's open, I guess I can go in." She was about to call out Lu when she heard two people talking inside. "I told you not to move." "No, you'll be uncomfortable like that." "Let me do it. I'm experienced. I won't hurt you." Her eyes widened in shock. Seeing the scene in front of her, she couldn't help but gasp and covered her mouth. Could it be? She imagined Xiao Yin sitting on top of Lu Jin, lifting his chin and saying, "Humph, all that tough talk, and you still ended up in my hands." The medicine tray crashed to the floor with a clang. She shouted, "What are you two doing?" Xiao Yin and Lu Jin turned around in surprise when they heard the voice. Xiao Yin's heart tightened. "Oh no, it's a teacher from the academy. I have to get up quickly. I can't drag Lu Jin into this anymore." Suddenly, she lost her balance and fell backward, exclaiming in panic, "Ah!" Lu Jin quickly grabbed her hand. "Careful." She froze on the spot, staring blankly at the scene in front of her. Xiao Yin lying on top of Lu Jin. He was holding her tightly, her whole body stiff. You two?" Xiao Yin's face was buried in Lu Jun's chest, inwardly screaming, "Oh God, what do I do? I can't ruin my villainous image. I have to say something. I can't let Lu Jin get dragged into this." A flash of inspiration, she immediately grabbed her skirt and jumped off Lu Jin, saying, "What's going on here, old lady? Are you meddling too much in students' business? I just want to be with Lu Jin. What's it to you?" After she spoke, she leaned in front of Lu Jin, lifted his chin, and with a shameless air said, "I'm in a good mood today. I'll come find you again next time. Be good, okay?" On the surface, Xiao Yin looked arrogant, but inside she was a mess. Oh God, how could I say something like that? Lu Jin must hate me now. Lu Jin watched Xiao Yin's performance, tilting his head in thought. Is she trying to protect my reputation? At this moment, Xiao Yin was still acting. "Oh, teacher, you came so late. Don't tell me you're here for the same reason as me." As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Yin turned and waved her hand, fake gagging with a disgusted look. So annoying. Miss Bai was so angry her face turned red. Lu Jin turned back into the room, tidied his collar, glanced at Miss Bai, and asked, "It's so late. What brings you here?" Miss Bai clutched the medicine bottle tightly and answered frankly, "I came to bring you some medicine." She looked at Lu Jin tentatively. "Did Xiao Yin force you to do something?" "Don't worry. I'll definitely speak to the Academy's administrator for you. After all, I'm from the Bai family. I could even ask the Empress Dowager to help you." Lu Jin interrupted her and politely declined. "I wouldn't trouble you, Mississippi." He bowed respectfully. "There's nothing between Xiao Yin and me. She, like you, just came to bring me medicine." With his back to the still worried Miss Bai, Lu Jin said casually, "Thank you for your concern, Mississippi. I still have things to attend to. Take care, Miss Bai." Having been refused and not wanting to linger, Miss Bai could only lower her head dispiritedly and say, "Then I'll go back first. You should get some rest early." Watching her leave quietly, Lu Jin wondered to himself, was she really just here to deliver medicine? An instant sticks time later, night had fallen. Lu Jin changed back into that platinum-haired youth, casually munching on sunflower seeds. He carelessly propped one leg on the chair, with a bag of seeds resting on the other, leisurely listening to his subordinate's report. "Young master, the person you're looking for is indeed closely connected to the former Martial Alliance leader. But that old leader has been missing for many years, and so far, we haven't found any more useful leads." Hearing this, Lu Jin instructed, "What's the name?" "Isn't Li Hangyun the old leader's adopted son? Keep investigating him and Xiao Yin. Watch her closely." Lu Jin couldn't help but wonder. Xiao Yin has stirred up so much just to find a distant relative, but the age she described is very similar to the person grandfather is searching for. Is it really the Lu family that wants to find this person, or the Empress Dowager? A few days later, early morning, outside the gates of the Xian Palace, two maids stood guard at the entrance. Inside the hall, a man bowed respectfully. "Your servant wishes the Empress Dowager peace." The Empress Dowager asked from behind a screen, "The Lu family still remembers to come pay respects to this palace." She spoke with hidden meaning. "Recently I've heard that your second daughter has been quite close to Prime Minister Luo Kai's eldest grandson. I thought you disliked my arrangements and were turning to support Luo Kai's faction instead." Luo Jinshin hurriedly defended himself. "Your Majesty sees all clearly. How could your servant collude with the Luo family?" He quickly tried to appease her. "That brat only knows that I don't get along with Prime Minister Luo, so he purposely gave the boy a lesson for me. Everyone in my family, and the Luo family, is loyal to your Majesty, loyal to the heavens and earth." The Empress Dowager took the teacup handed over by a maid and sipped slowly. "If the Luo family is so loyal, then I'll bestow a good fortune upon you," she said unhurriedly. "His Majesty is now 15, and the Empress's seat remains empty. Let your second daughter enter the palace as Empress. What do you think, Master Luo?" The Empress Dowager's words struck Luo Jinshin like a bolt from the blue. He cried out inwardly, "What? Let Xiao Yin enter the palace as Empress." As expected, the Empress Dowager still fears the Luo family. On the surface, she wants Xiao Yin to be Empress, but in reality, she wants to use Xiao Yin as a hostage to threaten the Luo family. He imagined Xiao Yin, upon hearing the news, flinging herself into his arms and sobbing, "Father, don't marry me off. I don't want to leave you, boo-hoo." Luo Jinshin thought to himself, but Xiao Yin has already suffered too much for the Luo family. He could never again risk her happiness. He frowned anxiously. Besides, the palace is full of intrigue. Someone as straightforward and innocent as Xiao Yin would be tormented to exhaustion. At this thought, Luo Jinshin pictured his daughter besieged by the concubines. "Little girl, if you don't behave, don't blame us for being harsh. We're just teaching you the rules. There are plenty of ways to make you obey. Enough talk, let's just do it." Luo Xiaoyin cowered on the ground, trembling helplessly, looking pitiful and fragile. At this thought, he immediately knelt down heavily, put his hands together, and respectfully said, "My daughter is plain in appearance and truly unfit to bear the weight of being mother of a nation. I beg your Majesty, for the sake of the Luo family's loyalty, to withdraw your decree. Your servant dares not defy your grace, but truly cannot obey." Hearing Luo Jinshin's words, the Empress Dowager frowned in displeasure. "Oh, so you are unwilling, Master Luo. Do you think His Majesty is not good enough for your daughter?" Sensing the Empress Dowager's anger, Luo Jinshin trembled all over in fear and hurriedly kowtowed deeply, exclaiming, "Your servant dares not." He hesitated for a moment. "It's just, I would never dare to deceive the Empress Dowager." Luo Jinshin kowtowed and admitted fault, his face twisted in distress. With no other option, he could only make something up. "My second daughter is already betrothed," he said, though inwardly he cried out in dismay, realizing he could only fabricate an excuse. Luo Jinshin imagined himself being helped up by a stranger after being injured. He nodded cautiously in gratitude. He spun a tale and began to recount, "Back when I led troops in a battle, I was gravely wounded. A martial arts master saved my life. We exchanged a sword and a dagger as tokens and swore to become sworn brothers. Later, I promised my benefactor that my second daughter would be betrothed to his son." Luo Jinshin continued his fabrication. "That boy is ambitious and worthy of the general's second daughter. He decided to go to Kunlun Mountain to study martial arts, and once he makes a name for himself, he'll return to marry her." Even as he spoke, he barely believed his own story. In his mind, he pictured a young man walking through a snowy forest, leaving behind the words, "I will come back, wait for me." The Empress Dowager rested her chin on her hand, listening with faint disdain. Just some vagabonds of the martial world. How could they be worthy of the general's daughter? She deliberately asked a challenging question, putting Luo Jinshin on the spot. "Does General Luo think the emperor is inferior to a martial arts fanatic? Or would you rather let your daughter marry an unknown nobody than allow her to enter the palace in glory as empress. Luo Jinshin still bowed his head in denial. I would not dare. He quickly explained, it's just that my daughter is willful and really not suited to be empress. I fear she might offend his majesty. With the emperor's dragon-like bearing, he naturally deserves a peerless beauty. But my daughter's appearance is like a willow branch. The empress dowager flew into a rage, shouting, enough. She slapped her teacup, splashing some tea. Rising slowly, she set the terms. No need to say more, General Luo. I am very fond of your second daughter. Her marriage will be decided by me. Unwilling to argue further, the Empress Dowager immediately ordered, within a month, I want to see this so-called young hero of Kunlun Mountain with my own eyes. Otherwise, General Luo, don't blame me for being merciless. At her command, Luo Jinshin felt as if thunder crashed in his mind, but he had no choice but to bow and accept. I obey. The Empress Dowager spoke slowly, that's all. You may leave now, Lord Luo. It would be best if Luo Xiao truly has a fiancé. Otherwise, if she keeps clinging to Lu Jin, it will be hard to guarantee peace between the Luo and Lu families, and all sorts of trouble could arise. She narrowed her eyes, her expression darkening as she thought, I absolutely cannot allow a marriage between the Lu and Luo families. At the Guozijian, the sky was a clear blue, the atmosphere peaceful and serene. Suddenly, a girl cried out, she's back. Another quickly turned to see what was happening. Seeing Luo Xiao approach, the two hurriedly moved aside, carefully avoiding her. Move! Her aura is too strong. Luo Xiao muttered inwardly, so annoying. She irritably fiddled with her long hair, still unable to find that book. Where on earth did Jiju hide it? Do I really have to steal the rare copy my grandfather hid and give it to him? Suddenly, Luo Xiao noticed something. What's this? She clicked her tongue at the two stone statues by the gate. So flashy. Banners were everywhere. Reading the vicious dog owes a blood debt, blood for blood, acting on behalf of heaven. Guozijian's #1, good for nothing, and only by driving out the vicious dog can we have peace. Luo Xiao was a bit helpless. What else can I say? Lu Jin really lives up to his reputation as the Guozijian's legend. Thanks to him, my own reputation as a villainess is getting more and more notorious. But she was still a bit worried inside. I left in such a hurry last time, I wonder if I got him into trouble. How's his recovery going? Suddenly, a man's voice called her name from behind. Hearing this, Luo Xiao put her hands on her hips and turned around. Who is it? Who dares call me by my name? The man's tone remained gentle. Xiao, it's been a long time. Do you still remember me? He asked again. Our Xiao has grown up, become even more beautiful. Luo Xiao still didn't recognize him. Who are you? What do you mean, our Xiao? What are you talking about? She stared at the man in front of her, faintly feeling he looked familiar. Wait, could it be? An arm draped over Luo Xiao's shoulder. Dear, Luo Jinshin said to his daughter with a smile, I brought your fiancé to see you. Luo Xiao turned to look at him, stunned. She stared wide-eyed in panic. Hey, that's the one. I've never seen a fiancé with such a mysterious background. The man outside the door thought smugly. Happy and surprised. Do you like it? Luo Jinshin sighed, speaking sadly. Sigh. I know it's hard for you to accept, but as time slowly passed, everyone gathered at the Guozijian. In Luo Xiao's residence, Luo Jinshin recounted the events while comforting his daughter. That's how things went, and then it happened like this. Eventually, Luo Xiao grew irritated listening to him and tiredly asked, So you're saying the fiancé is someone you brought in to deal with the Empress Dowager? Her father replied, Yes, that's right. Xiao looked at the person across from her, reassuring herself. Well-dressed, gentle temperament, not a bad choice, really. Suddenly, her cheeks flushed slightly. But then Luo Xiao recalled how Lu Jin had protected her that day. Be careful, stand behind me. Thinking of this, Xiao grew a little shy. Compared to Lu Jin, he was still lacking. She gave herself a firm pat on the cheek. What am I thinking? Strictly speaking, he's actually better than Lu Jin, and I can't ask Lu Jin to pretend to be my fiancé. Feeling weary, Xiao rubbed her head and stood up. Father, I'll go change my clothes first. We can continue talking later. Seeing how exhausted she looked, Luo Jinshin asked with concern, Xiao, are you all right? Want to rest for a bit? Luo Xiao sighed. I'm fine. Just let me calm down for a moment. I need to catch my breath. Suddenly, that person interjected, I'll go with you. Wearing these clothes is making my skin break out. Your clothes would fit me perfectly. Can I borrow a set? Her father agreed. All right. Go on and come back soon. Xiao was stunned, turning pale. My clothes, for you to borrow. At that moment, her father finally revealed the truth. Daughter, did you forget this is your distant cousin? Her cousin made a heart gesture. Love you. Lu Jin even gave Xiao Yin a thumbs up, smiling. All your cousins are married. There's really no one more suitable than her. Isn't your cousin great? You didn't even notice just now. Did you notice? After a moment of panic, Xiao Yin cried out anxiously, Father, this is treason. If we're found out, the whole family will be executed. We've worked so hard to keep this up till now. We can't let it all go to waste. Suddenly, Xiao Ru carefully poked her head in. Miss, there's news from the Martial Alliance. They say the person you were looking for has been brought. Hearing this, a light bulb went off in her mind. Xiao Yin said excitedly, Father, don't worry. Leave this to me. Her father hadn't yet figured out what she meant. Just then, a commanding voice rang out from outside the Martial Alliance. After that, Xiao Yin sat before a long row of people, constantly holding her forehead. No, next, beside her, Yufeng tried to stay composed and kindly advised, Xiao Yin, still no one suitable alliance leader. This is already the 318th person. This one is Wang Huahua from Qinghua sect. Records say he's 1.78 meters tall, 18 years old, and looks pretty decent. She sighed helplessly. Sigh, let him in. The person in question actually had a sharp face and spoke timidly. Alliance leader, Xiao Yin forced herself to endure, gripping the chair tightly. For the mission, I'll put up with it. I must. She covered her eyes, unable to look, her face darkening as she said. Next, Yufeng spoke again. Alliance leader, the disciples of every major sect are outside, but some have to stay behind to guard their sections. She replied wearily. So, he quickly handed her a thick booklet. Everyone of suitable age is in here. The rest will probably be sent later. She took it. So this is all for now. Xiao Yin asked him angrily. There's so many handsome men in the martial world. How come there's not a single one here? I just looked through this booklet. It's full of martial arts legends, beauty secrets, great reveals of the most handsome heroes. She marveled in shock. The martial world really is lively, so many different styles. Yufeng didn't dare look at her, mumbling quietly while she was focused on the booklet. What else can we do? They're afraid if they bring their beloved disciples, they won't be able to take them back. After analyzing for a while, Xiao Yin stroked her chin, pondering. Everyone in our Luo family is good-looking, close bloodlines. My cousins are all beautiful, too. These people can't compare. Too bad I can't use my cousins. Just have to keep looking. Guess I'll just pick a fiancé at random this time. Looking at the odd faces before her, she thought, it's too hard to choose, so she decisively pointed at the one who looked the most decent. I'll pick him. The rest can go. The room instantly buzzed with whispers. What a shame. Not me. How scary. I'm clearly more suitable than him. The chosen one blurted out in shock. Huh? Xiao Yin leaned in for a closer look. Why are you so nervous? The green-haired man replied with a tremble. My senior brothers all said you like men, and bringing us here was to, nourish yourself. She comfortingly patted his shoulder. Don't worry. Relax. I won't let anyone feel uncomfortable. What's your name? It looked like fear had completely fried his nerves. The green-haired boy stammered for a long time. Yufeng flipped through a sheet and reported, My lord, this guy is Xu Xiaodao, 19 years old, a disciple of Xiaodao sect. He has a stutter, and his talent is rather average. Xiao Yin stared at him, completely moved. Not bad. The conditions are suitable. Then she said, let's talk somewhere else. She wasn't just excited by these words. In her heart, she completely agreed. Ordinary family background doesn't attract attention and can be bought over if needed. Not bad. After a while, Xu Xiaodao finally mustered up a bit of courage and called out, My lord, But that tiny bit of courage wasn't enough to finish a sentence. After squeezing out 3 words, he turned around, tears in his eyes, seeking help from his senior brother. Senior brother, help me. The blue-robed man coughed awkwardly. Xiaodao, just go. Even though I want to help you, my lord has chosen you by name. So, a low murmurs rose from those around. That's rough. Lucky it's not me. So ruthless. Hurry up and go. The guy with the sharp chin whispered to his companions, We can't stay here any longer. Let's slip away early. What if the Lord changes their mind and picks us? The green-haired boy nodded. Yeah, let's go. Poor Xiaodao sect brothers. The brown-haired man added, When we get back, we have to tell Master not to send our brothers into the tiger's mouth again. Just then, Xiao Yin walked over quickly, urging, Didn't you want this? Then let's go. As she ran past Xu Xiaodao, she didn't forget to pull him along. Xu Xiaodao kept begging for help. Someone save me. save me." The people around were either intimidated by her presence or stunned by Xiao Yin's urgency. "The Lord is in such a hurry. The Lord is so powerful." She dragged him through the crowd, rushed out the main door, and into the natural light outside. The dazzling light made Xiao Yin squint and close her eyes tightly. "Ah." Xiao Yin rubbed her eyes and asked, "What's with this blinding light?" Yu Fong poked his head out from behind the wall and replied, "Maybe it's the Vice Alliance leader's fatherly aura." This made her open her eyes wide, her attention turning to the place where the light was shining. There she saw Lu Jin sitting at the edge of the grass, gently and tenderly caressing the heavy wheat ears, kind and patient, like a gentle father. Xiao Yin was instantly drawn in by that gentle gaze, screaming in her heart, "Oh my God, how did I overlook him? Skilled in martial arts and handsome too. He's the perfect choice." She ran over and grabbed his hand. Xiao Yin looked at him with the sincerest eyes and said, "Lu Jin, be my fiancé." He replied without hesitation, "I refuse." Xiao Yin explained, "I actually don't really want to marry you. I just want you to help me act out a scene. Once it's done, I'll give you 3,000 taels." Silver and gold held no allure for him, and Lu Jin mercilessly refused her again. Not interested. No matter how indifferent he was, Xiao Yin continued to bargain. "If you don't want money, I can have my father arrange a military post for you, give you a salary, and guarantee a carefree life." At this, he glared at her sharply. "My lord, please behave yourself. You're stepping on my child." That's when she realized she was standing on a rice seedling, and the atmosphere instantly froze. Awkwardly, she lifted her foot and muttered, "Sorry." Lu Jin gently picked up the seedling, asking with concern, "Baby, are you hurt?" He held the seedling in his arms like a saint, continuing to comfort it. Don't be scared, it's okay, good baby." The seedling looked incredibly awkward, but he kept soothing it. Xiao Yin repeated "baby" in surprise, as if struck by inspiration. She pointed at the field behind her and said, "Vice Alliance leader Lai, as long as you agree to be my temporary fiancé, I'll buy all these fields and open a farm for you." Xiao Yin proposed confidently. "This way you can grow anything you want." He asked in confusion, "A farm?" She quickly explained, "Yes, not just a farm. Whatever grains are in the state treasury, you can have them, and I'll get experts to teach you how to farm." As she spoke, she leaned in and whispered in his ear, "And the best fertilizer in the land, even the palace's golden jars of preserved pork fat, are yours." Lu Jin asked in surprise, "Really?" He immediately made a complete turn. "From today on, I'm your fiancé." Luo Xiaoyin was startled. Hey, you're not." She exclaimed excitedly, "Don't worry. It's just an act, and after it's done, you'll get everything I promised." Xiaoyin happily took his hand. "Let's go. Fiancé, I'll take you to see my father." Jiangyan agreed with a cheerful, "All right," and as they were walking happily, Luo Xiaoyin bumped into a solid chest. Lu Jin stood there with a dark face, asking, "Did I come at the wrong time? Which alliance leader do you want to see?" He gently rubbed her head. "Does it hurt? How did you get so careless? I was only away for a little while, and you already." Xiaoyin immediately replied, "It doesn't hurt. I'm Fine." Luo Xiaoyin looked up at him and said, "Son, you came at just the right time." Lu Jin asked in confusion, "HM?" She pulled him over to Lu Jin and introduced, "Son, come here, let me introduce you. This is Lu Jin, my fiancé." Lu Jin asked in shock, "He's your fiancé?" Luo Xiaoyin replied shyly, "Yes, I just found him, so from today on, he's your father." Lu Jin also cooperatively put on a standard fatherly smile. He could hardly believe his eyes and softly muttered, "Dad." Lu Jin also gently responded with an as a greeting. The conversation between the two was full of awkwardness. At this moment in the martial alliance, Luo Xiaoyin was introducing Lu Jin. "This is my son. You've met him before." She didn't elaborate. "We need to go home together to see my parents." Lu Jin was still stunned, and Luo Xiaoyin excitedly pulled him along. "Perfect. I said I'd bring someone home. Let's all go together today." Lu Jin immediately stopped her. "Wait a minute," she asked in confusion. "What's wrong?" He pressed, "Is Lu Jin really your fiancé?" Luo Xiaoyin panicked at his question. "Ah, well." She forced an explanation. "Actually, he's not, but I don't know why the Empress Dowager suddenly issued an edict for me to marry the Emperor, so I have to pretend that he is my fiancé." Lu Jin asked, puzzled, "Then why pretend? Where is your real fiancé?" Luo Xiaoyin didn't know how to answer and could only sigh and reply vaguely sigh. "My father said something happened to my real fiancé's family, so it's not convenient for him to reveal his identity now." Xiao Yin was very helpless, but the Empress Dowager is pushing so hard. If I don't want to enter the palace, I have to quickly find someone to deal with the situation. After speaking, she grabbed Lu Jun's hand. Enough, let's go. I need to take you home to meet my family. Lu Jin politely declined. I have business in the Martial Alliance today. If it's urgent, Mother, you go ahead first. He was already considering the possible danger in his mind. What if the Jinyuan General's manor finds out she just randomly recognized someone as her son and discovers it's me? Luo Xiaoyin was disappointed when she heard this. Oh, all right then. She left with Lai Jianyan first. My son has something to do, so we'll go back first. As they were leaving, someone called out to Lu Jin, Lord Luo. Lu Jin immediately ordered, investigate why the Empress Dowager issued an edict for Luo Xiaoyin to get married. Two people responded in unison, understood. Lu Jun's eyes were full of murderous intent. Back at the Jinyuan General's manor, Luo Xiaoyin entered the manor. Father, Mother, I'm back. When the servants saw her come in, they greeted her, Madam is back. May I ask which young lady this is? Someone recognized her and called out loudly, Second Miss is back. Our second miss is back. When the people in the manor saw Lai Jianyan with her, they all started to whisper, who is the man with the young lady? He's quite handsome. The young lady brought a man home. People inside the house speculated about all sorts of things. Did some man trick the young lady? Did the young lady trick some man? Did she have a son? Lai Jianyan entered carrying a big bundle of cabbages on his back, a goose in one hand and a chicken in the other. Luo Xiaoyin innocently introduced, Father, Mother, this is Lai Jianyan. She then said to Lai Jianyan, it's your first time meeting them. Please take care of us. Her parents and the servants were all so shocked they couldn't speak. Luo Jintian stammered, Xiaoyin, you. Seeing Lai Jianyan looking like a country bumpkin who'd just come down from the mountains, the maids whispered, who is this, carrying a chicken in one hand and a goose in the other? Is he here to marry the young lady? The man the young lady brought back is really something else. Suddenly, a sword was pointed at Lai Jianyan, but he quickly blocked the attack. The chicken and goose ran off in all directions in fright, but he calmly asked, Senior. It turned out Luo Jintian wanted to cut Lai Jianyan in half. Luo Xiaoyin proudly said, Father, this is the first person I picked from the Martial Alliance. There's no way he couldn't block a single sword from you. Luo Jintian glared and asked, oh, really? His aura instantly became tense, as if he was about to strike with lightning at any moment. Boy, this is a good opportunity to get to know you. He grabbed Jianyan's hand. Not bad, boy, you have some skills. Lai Jianyan was still utterly confused. Luo Jintian's face lit up as if he'd found a treasure. Interested in joining the army. Food and housing included, 5 meals a day, and the pay is good too. He got more and more excited, starting to think about what job to give him. Look at your build. You should eat more. Marching and fighting are exhausting. We have someone in the army about to go home. You can start there and work your way up. No. Better to be a soldier. Don't waste your skills. The others were speechless. Luo Xiaoyin quietly said to her father, Dad, stop it. He's the fiancé I brought back from the Martial Alliance. Only then did Luo Jintian remember, I almost forgot. Whatever you do, don't let your mother know about this, or we'll. Unfortunately, Luo Jintian's wife heard everything and immediately flew into a rage. Luo Xiaoyin and Luo Jintian both turned pale in an instant. Oh no, we're doomed. We forgot mother's hearing is sharper than a dog's. We're in trouble now. Father, daughter, take care. Luo Jintian's wife questioned them. What fiancé? What exactly are you two hiding from me? Lai Jianyan looked around, while father and daughter hurriedly tried to explain. They kept talking over each other, but Luo Jintian's wife didn't believe a word. They were full of lies. Meanwhile, Lai Jianyan made a new discovery. This is the 7-star heavenly orchid. How could it be planted here? Luo Jintian's wife ignored the father and daughter, turning instead to Lai Jianyan to explain, it is indeed the 7-star heavenly orchid. It was a gift from a friend, and I really like it. Lai Jianyan reminded her, 7-star heavenly orchid only grows in extremely cold places. It likes shade and can't be exposed to sunlight, especially not strong sun. Please make sure to build a shelter for it, or it won't last 3 months. Luo Jintian's wife was surprised. The 7-star heavenly orchid is extremely rare. Hardly anyone recognizes it. I didn't expect this young man to know so much about flowers. Someone who loves plants can't be all that bad. Lai Jianyan turned to look at the old yellow-leaved tree in the courtyard, walked up to it, and looked up closely. Lai Jianyan gently stroked it. It really is a century-old tree, and the owner takes great care of it. The people of the general's manor are very gentle with it. Birds perch and sing on its branches, and butterflies flutter all around. A group of rabbits gazed at him with loving eyes, and all the little animals ran toward him. A playful little rabbit took the chance to hop onto his leg. Xiao Yin just gently greeted it. Everyone was stunned by the beautiful scene before them. Even the horses neighed, hearts in their eyes, as if they wanted to rush over too. Someone nearby quickly pulled the horses back, panicking. "Hey, calm down, shuh." All the animals loved Xiao Yin. The stableman said, "General, you're the one who saved their lives. These horses are going crazy. I can barely hold them." The Xiao Yin family trio was deeply moved by what they saw. Lu Jin smiled kindly. "I always thought people from the martial world were ruthless killers, but I didn't expect there to be someone so gentle. Xiao Yin's taste isn't bad." Lu Jintian's wife was also touched, wiping away tears. "I don't know why, but this scene feels so comforting. He really is a gentle person." Xiao Yin chimed in. "He really loves small animals." After the time it takes to burn an incense stick, all the rabbits at Xiao Yin's feet were caught, but they looked completely clueless. The family of three fell silent. Meanwhile, Xiao Yin, expressionless, tied on apron, with a kitchen knife in one hand and a rabbit in the other, he calmly said, "Didn't expect there'd be rabbit at the general's manor today. I'll make a spicy rabbit head dish for the general." Xiao Yin's parents were scared out of their wits. Lu Jintian's wife covered her face. Why does he have to eat the rabbits? Xiao Yin hurried to smooth things over. "He can cook too. So talented, huh?" She turned and said, "Dad, Mom, let Xiao Yin be my fiancé, all right? There shouldn't be any problem now, right?" Lu Jintian's wife replied, "Though young Master Lai is handsome, in the end you still need to rely on the talents and reputation of noble sons for your future. Can he measure up?" Lu Jintian folded his arms and frowned. Besides, knowing about flowers and cooking isn't enough. Just then, confident footsteps came from outside, and a voice said, "General, madam, please rest assured." Xiao Yin approached, still expressionless, carrying a steaming hot dish. He said, "Although my foster father is a man of the martial world, he hopes for me to be well-rounded in both civil and martial arts, a true upright man." He presented the rabbit dish. "So, I've devoted myself to studying the classics and history. 3 years ago, I already earned an academic title and was awarded the 3 minor merits. I'm just waiting for this year." Lu Jintian reached out to take it. Lu Jintian's wife sighed, "It looks delicious." Xiao Yin added, "Smells wonderful." Xiao Yin held up the dish. "The classics and history are no problem. Please enjoy, General." Lu Jintian took a bite with his chopsticks, and his expression changed instantly. The whole family was shocked by how delicious the dish was. "It's so good. It's like countless rabbits are leaping on my tongue, reaching deep into my heart. It feels like the rabbits have come back to life and are bouncing in my mouth. The spicy kick is so strong. My face is red and my heart's racing." Lu Jintian drooled. Young Master Lai, pretending to be Xiao Yin's fiancé. "Isn't he perfect?" Lu Jintian's wife agreed. "Perfect." Xiao Yin calmly replied, "I'll do my utmost." "Second miss, please don't forget your promise." Xiao Yin gave a thumbs up. "Don't worry, Jin Yuan General's manor training grounds." Lu Jintian's wife said, "We must win this battle." Lu Jintian clenched his fists and declared, "For the Luo family, for our cause, even if it costs us, we must win." Xiao Yin was even more confident and proud. "Haha, I will never lose." As soon as she finished speaking, she was knocked on the head with a sword. The whole family cried out in protest. Xiao Yin, what are you doing?" Madame Luo shouted angrily. "I told you to look at your beloved with deep affection, to be shy and timid, not to act like a bully and snatch them away. Are you trying to make me furious?" General Luo stopped his wife, saying, "Calm down, dear. Xiao Yin is still young and just starting to learn about your agreement. Give her some time." Standing in front of the wooden post, Xiao Yin clutched her head and cried out, "Ouch! It hurts, it hurts." Beside her, Xiao Yin remained calm and collected. She asked Li Hengyun, and the reflection of the wooden post appeared in his eyes. He stroked the wooden post until it blushed in embarrassment and said, "Don't worry, As long as I get the legendary fertilizer, I'll definitely save you. This act earned perfect scores from the 3 judges, and some even began wiping away tears with their handkerchiefs. Madame Liao sighed. Did you see that, young Master Lin? This is real emotion. Luo Jintian stroked his chin and commented, there's so much emotion in his eyes, while Xiao Yin's are completely fake. Poor little Luo Xiao Yin was aggrieved to the extreme, poking at the ground with her finger as tears streamed down her face. Shy, timid. No one ever taught me this. It's too hard. All 3 judges simultaneously gave her a score of 0, disappointedly placing their hands on their foreheads. She put on a villainous expression and said, I don't believe it. After acting for so many years, I still can't act shy and timid. This look made the wooden post across from her tremble and cry out, Mom, save me. This person is way too scary. Madame Luo sighed. She's trying way too hard. How am I supposed to teach this? It really worries me. The general also sighed. She really doesn't get it. At that moment, someone was secretly watching from the rooftop across the way, exclaiming in amazement, TSK, TSK. It's really lively. Lu Jin sat under the shade of a tree, watching the scene with ease, and said, speaking of which, what kind of marriage is the Luo family going to arrange for Luo Xiaoyin? Even the Grand Empress Dowager has already forced the engagement, and they still don't dare to show up. He sneered. Luckily, she still cares. That fiancé of hers isn't anything special either. Madame Luo sighed helplessly. Xiaoyin, you can't use your villainous skills. Try lowering your head a bit. Right now you look too stiff. At that, Luo Xiaoyin tried to listen and puffed out her cheeks with all her might, sticking out her chest and butt, which scared the wooden post. Sis, can we switch to a creaky wooden post instead? Madame Luo pressed her forehead. Imagine you're standing in front of your fiancé, and the other person will protect you, will make your heart race. Luo Xiaoyin pondered, someone who will always protect me. Feathers floated by, carrying memories, each thought a fragment of the past. Xiaoyin recalled sitting under a tree, crying helplessly. He appeared just in time. Lu Jin's figure emerged, gently sighing as he asked her questions, guiding her out of the forest of confusion. Xiaoyin thought to herself, someone like that, does that count as protecting me? And there was that time he was in danger, taking a blade for her and getting hurt. She remembered Lu Jin shielding her from a knife, protecting her from the enemy. She also remembered him standing in front of her. Xiaoyin snapped out of her memories and stared dazedly at the wooden post. Someone who has always protected me. Her eyes suddenly lit up, so that's how it is. In her imagination, Lu Jin's figure appeared on the wooden post. Lu Jin reached out to stroke Luo Xiaoyin's face and said affectionately, I don't dislike you at all. She blushed and trembled, clenching her fists, recognizing Lu Jin. The real Lu Jin, watching from a distance, looked utterly confused. Xiaoyin held her burning face, shyly thinking, I can't believe the chief would show this side. Ugh, so embarrassing. Luo Jintian and Madame Luo, rarely seeing their precious daughter so girlish, were moved to tears. Xiaoyin, our daughter is just too adorable. Now, it was simple. Xiaoyin had finally mastered the technique. The surrounding guards were also moved to tears, raising bright red perfect scorecards and praising in unison. Miss is amazing. Miss is the cutest. We'll always support Miss. Madame Luo wiped away her tears and proactively walked up to Luo Xiaoyin and Li Jianyun, demanding, all right, now you two look at each other and test the results. Unexpectedly, the man was icy cold while the woman radiated such an intimidating aura, she seemed like a demon queen. The overly fierce scene gave Madame Luo a headache. Forget it, take a break for now. The guards who had just given perfect scores all simultaneously lowered their scores to 0 in disappointment. Madame Luo had no choice but to say goodbye. You two keep practicing. The general and I have other matters. But the guards all chimed in. Don't go looking at random men. Don't blurt out your true feelings. Who's he? Our miss is the cutest. No criticism allowed. Jiru, aren't you going to keep them in line? Although she let them off for now, Madame Luo still sternly reminded, but remember, it's just acting. Absolutely no physical contact allowed. You can only practice eye contact, understand? Then she turned to Xiao Ru and said, Xiao Ru, keep an eye on them. Xiao Ru replied respectfully, yes. She then bowed. Madam General, safe travels. Luo Xiaoyin was already exhausted, slumping into the armchair, and groaned in pain. This is too hard, too hard. Why does the Empress Dowager have to torment me like this? Meanwhile, in a nearby tree, Lu Jin frowned in confusion as he watched. That wasn't Li Jianyun. Just who was she thinking about with that expression earlier? Coincidentally, Luo Xiaoyin was pondering the same thing. Resting her hand on her forehead, she thought mournfully, why did I suddenly think of Lu Jin just now? Maybe he just happened to cross my mind. Yes, that must be it. Recalling that handsome man with the cold, stern demeanor, she blushed unconsciously, puzzled. But why does my heart race every time I think of Lu Jin? It was supposed to be Lu Jin, but now Qin Bei's face popped up on the screen, suddenly calling out sweetly, "Mom," startling the daydreaming Luo Xiaoyin. It wasn't until she actually faced Lu Jun's soul-stirring gaze that Luo Xiaoyin snapped awake, awkwardly straightening up and letting out a string of shrill screams, accidentally landing a solid smack right on Lu Jun's forehead, then running off, covering her face, still screaming. What's going on? Why do I keep seeing Lu Jun's face on my son's? I'll never be able to face him again. Xiaoru immediately chased after her. Miss, wait for me. Mississippi. Only Li Jianyun was left standing there, bewildered and at a loss. She dragged him away too. In the end, Lu Jin was left alone, clutching the bump on his forehead in pain, groaning, "Why me? Is my face really that scary?" Rubbing his increasingly red forehead, he stood up, frowning in confusion. What on earth is she thinking about to get scared like that? At this rate, I'll end up mastering Iron Head Kung Fu. Suddenly, Luo Xiaoyin's mother's voice rang out, calling Xiaoyin. He immediately became alert. Lu Jin quickly leapt up into a nearby tree, carefully watching as Madame Luo strode over. How did she disappear so quickly? I still wanted young Master Li to try on the new palace robe I made. This child. She glared helplessly at the maid and instructed, "Forget it. Just take the clothes to Mrs. Room and let Xiaoru see if any alterations are needed." The maid replied respectfully, "Yes." Lu Jin heard every word loud and clear. Palace robes, huh? The day before entering the palace, on the west wing of the Jinyuan General's manor, Lu Jin lounged lazily on a tree branch, yawning. From this spot, he had a clear view of the entire manor. He watched as Luo Xiaoyin and Li Jianyun chatted together. Luo Xiaoyin lay wearily on the table. "You've worked hard during this time. Even if it hasn't helped much, at least we tried our best." Raising her head with a smile, she added, "I have to enter the palace tomorrow, so don't worry about me. I don't know if I'll be able to pass the Empress Dowager's test, but I promise someone. I definitely won't be absent." Li Jianyun, hearing this news for the first time, frowned in confusion. The Empress Dowager. Entering the palace. Luo Xiaoyin nodded. I have to go to the palace tomorrow to see the Empress Dowager." I didn't tell you. The one who's been giving me a hard time all along is the Empress Dowager, so I found myself a fiancé to go with me to deal with her. Unexpectedly, Li Jianyun suddenly stood up, cupped his hands, and took his leave. Luo Xiaoyin was stunned. What? Li Jianyun left just one sentence. "I heard the Empress Dowager likes handsome men. I don't want to end up in the imperial harem. Life is long, my friend, until we meet again." With that, he ran off in fright. He had just reached the gate when he stopped under the tree where Lu Jin was sitting, quietly apologizing. "Sorry, Qin Bei." Holding a small stone between his fingers, Li Jianyun flicked it straight at Lu Jin. It happened so suddenly that Lu Jin only had time to dodge sideways, losing his balance and falling straight down, landing right in front of Luo Xiaoyin. When she cried out in surprise, "Son," Lu Jin broke out in a cold sweat and slowly raised his head. By the time they both turned around, Li Jianyun had already disappeared. Luo Xiaoyin pursed her lips in worry. "My fiancé ran off. I went through so much effort to carefully choose and trick a fiancé, and he still ran away." Just like Li Jianyun expected, Luo Xiaoyin immediately came up with another plan. Since it's come to this, the son will pay the father's debt. She grabbed Lu Jin's sleeve at once, exclaiming excitedly, "Son, you're my only hope now." Just then, Lu Jin's gaze landed on the neatly folded palace robes on the table. Oh no. That thought flashed through his mind immediately. And so, the scene at the Jinyuan General's manor unfolded. Xiaoyin and Lu Jin were getting ready to enter the palace, saying their goodbyes to Luo Jintian and Luo Xiaoyin's mother. The couple simply stared wordlessly at Lu Jin's outfit, while Lu Jin himself kept a calm, expressionless face. But inside, he was secretly laughing, causing you all this trouble. Luo Jintian was completely baffled and misunderstood everything, thinking, wow, Master Lei can really change faces and outfits overnight. People from the martial world truly are impressive. Luo Jintian's wife tapped him on the head with her fan. They're not the same person at all. Did your daughter eat your brain? Only then did Luo Jintian come to his senses. Oh right, that's true. The couple then glared fiercely at Luo Jun together. Luo Xiaoyin mumbled an explanation. Li Jiangyun said he's afraid of getting married, and that if he eloped, he'd die. She explained haltingly. In short, this matter couldn't possibly be summed up in just a few sentences. Let's talk about it when we get back from the palace. In Luo Jintian's mind, Luo Jun was absolutely not a suitable candidate. No prospects, no learning, though at least he looked decent, he muttered. But the problem is, if you take him into the palace, will the Empress Dowager even believe it? Can you two even get out safely? Luo Xiaoyin grabbed Luo Jun's hand and quickly dragged him away. Oh no, we're going to be late. This is the only way. Father, mother, we're heading to the palace. Luo Jun just waved his hand casually in farewell. Sorry. Luo Jintian and his wife could only stare in shock as the carriage rolled away, both of them filled with dread. Luo Jintian felt he had failed his ancestors. Our Luo family is a bunch of unfilial descendants. This is the end, really the end. His wife wasn't much better. Hurry up and gather anything valuable. Before the extermination order comes down, we need to find everyone a way to survive. The scene shifts to the Imperial Palace, more specifically the Imperial Garden. The buildings here glittered with gold, but the atmosphere was deathly silent. Luo Jun and Luo Xiaoyin stood in front of a tea gathering. Sitting in the distance was a woman with a powerful presence, the Empress Dowager Bai. Luo Xiaoyin and Luo Jun stepped forward to pay their respects. Your subject, Luo Xiaoyin, wishes the Empress Dowager eternal blessings and peace. A commoner, future royal consort, wishes the Empress Dowager eternal blessings and peace. The green-eyed young lady looked a little frightened. The eldest daughter of General Zong, Wenxi, wondered to herself. The Empress Dowager has always favored Luo Xiaoyin. Why did she call me here today? Seated nearby were two other young ladies, the second daughter of Prefect Chu and the concubine of Censorate Official Song. They snickered inwardly. The Luo family's mad dog is finally in trouble. Opposite them sat two more young ladies. The eldest daughter of Central Inspector sure sneered. Just a coarse martial arts type. Does the Empress Dowager really need to make such a fuss? The second daughter of Chief Justice Gao looked terribly uneasy. What do I do? This is so awkward. Can I sneak away? Luo Xiaoyin glanced around and whispered, why are there so many people? Luo Jun replied dryly, how would I know? In this excruciating silence, the Empress Dowager finally spoke. I have always cherished Xiaoyin. Now that she's brought her fiancé to pay respects, I thought it would be nice to have her good friends come and meet him as well. Young Master Qin wouldn't mind, would he? Luo Jun answered respectfully. How could a commoner dare? It is my honor to be summoned by the Empress Dowager. As soon as he finished, Luo Xiaoyin took his arm and reassured him, you don't need to be so uptight. The Empress Dowager adores me most. You're my fiancé, so she'll definitely like you too. Luo Jun remained calm and simply nodded in response. But in his heart, Luo Jun was pondering the Empress Dowager's intentions. There's no such thing as a free lunch. It seems she doesn't value this marriage at all. Could it be she really wants Luo Xiaoyin to enter the palace, so she can control the Luo family through her? At that moment, she suddenly stood up and shouted, Luo Xiaoyin, stop right there. She was secretly pleased with herself. You dare act so brazenly in front of the Empress Dowager. Today, the Empress Dowager called us here just to embarrass you and your fiancé. Let's see what you do now. One sentence from Luo Xiaoyin sent Miss Chu shivering. Miss Chu, you're quite bold. Have you forgotten what it felt like to be chased down 3 streets by 3 dogs 3 months ago? Luo Xiaoyin threatened coldly. Need me to help you remember. The word remember made her shrink back at once. Oh, mother. She's terrifying. Miss Chu's voice trembled as she stammered the Empress Dowager has granted you a seat. Aren't you going to thank her? Luo Jun watched and secretly admired. The Luo family's mad dog really is something else. After watching this farce, the Empress Dowager finally spoke. I said you don't need to stand on ceremony, so don't. He is Xiaoyin's fiancé. Even General Lu Gao praised him as a man among men. You should all take a good look at him for Xiaoyin. At this moment, Miss Sher seized the chance to make things difficult for Luo Jun. I heard this young man is extremely talented. The Empress Dowager's birthday is coming up. Why not compose a poem in her honor? Luo Xiaoyin cleverly dodged. What poem could possibly express the Luo family's respect for the Empress Dowager? The Luo family will present an especially grand gift for her birthday. Mere poetry can't represent the spirit of our military family. She thought to herself, my son must have suffered a lot in the past, and he hasn't read many books. I absolutely can't let him lose face. Song Shi said in a saccharine yet contemptuous tone, this Qin Gongzi is just a commoner. Even his name is unusual. Aren't you deliberately making things difficult for him by asking him to compose a poem? She echoed, oh dear, I was being thoughtless. It's just that we enjoy composing poems in our leisure time. Chu Shi sneered from behind, a boar with a vicious dog, truly a well-matched pair. Shi added, no wonder she rolled up her sleeves and fought with the servants. She's a perfect match for Qin Gongzi. They have no manners at all. Luo Xiaoyin was about to lose her temper. You. Luo Jin gently touched her hand and said confidently, it's all right. He smiled. A poem alone can't truly express respect for the Empress Dowager anyway. However, since the Empress Dowager has such an elegant interest, even if my writing is clumsy and makes the Empress Dowager laugh, it doesn't matter. The magnificent courtyard suddenly became strangely quiet. Luo Jin held a fan in one hand and shielded Luo Xiaoyin with the other, saying calmly, actually, my poems are not worthy of celebrating the Empress Dowager's birthday. He rested his chin on his fan, looking relaxed. However, if the Empress Dowager is so inclined, this commoner will make a fool of himself and try. If it doesn't meet the Empress Dowager's liking, it's fine. Dots of red plum blossoms were reflected on the white paper, and the inkstone shimmered faintly in the sunlight. The scene was indescribably beautiful. Luo Jin picked up the brush in front of everyone and sat down gracefully. Luo Xiaoyin looked at him worriedly, thinking, this is really putting him in a difficult position. No matter what he writes, I will definitely stand by him. Putting aside everything else, his aura is quite intimidating. No wonder he's from Xiaobaman. The Empress Dowager looked thoughtfully at the two of them, observing their interaction. Although they cared for each other, there wasn't much intimacy. The brush rested beside the paper. The Empress Dowager picked up the poem, and everyone immediately exclaimed, what a wonderful poem. The calligraphy is also beautiful. The Empress Dowager thought to herself, his literary talent is actually quite good. Luo Xiaoyin was also surprised. He can actually write poetry. Impressive. The Empress Dowager glanced at Madame when beside her. Madame immediately understood and said, Qin Gongzi is both talented in literary and martial arts. Truly admirable. However, if Qin Gongzi marries the young lady of the general's manor, I'm afraid it will cause an uproar in the court. Luo Xiaoyin retorted, he is a member of the Jianghu. He doesn't necessarily want to get involved in court affairs. If I marry him, I will definitely follow him. If he's in Tang country, I'll be in Tang country. If he's in the Jianghu, the Luo family won't force him. He doesn't need to prepare anything. Luo Jin smiled gently, thinking if I am in Tong country, she will be in Tong country. If I go to Zhanghe, she will wander Zhanghe with me. Madame replied with a smile, we'll talk about these things later. Regardless of the future, what does Qin Gongzi think of the current Prime Minister, Lu Ku? She thought to herself, Lu Ku is at odds with the Empress Dowager and the Lu family. If he praises Lu Ku, he will offend the Empress Dowager and the Lu family. If he criticizes Lu Ku in front of so many high-ranking officials, he's afraid he will be condemned. Even if it's not serious, if Lu Ku finds out, it will deepen the conflict between the two families and maybe even cause trouble for this Qin Gongzi. The purpose of this banquet will definitely be achieved. Luo Xiaoyin gripped Luo Jin's arm tightly, inwardly wary. Such deep scheming, such ruthless methods. No wonder she's the eldest daughter of the Grand Minister's family. What should I do? How can I help him? Luo Jin patted her hand, comforting her. I'm afraid I can't answer that question. Madame asked, does Qin Gongzi not know Prime Minister Lu? Song Shi interjected, Prime Minister Lu is renowned throughout the land. To say you don't know him, I'm afraid that's a lie, isn't it? Luo Jin secretly chuckled, listening to their back and forth. To not even know a first-rank official of the court, how rude. He's probably afraid of offending Lu Ku and doesn't dare to speak the truth, right? Isn't that right? Luo Jin sat beside Luo Xiaoyin and picked up a lychee from the plate. Luo Jin slowly peeled the lychee and said, I have no grievances with Prime Minister Lu. so naturally, there's nothing I don't dare to say. However, I've just arrived in the capital, and the elders of my family have always taught me. He casually offered the lychee to her mouth and continued, I am still young and shouldn't use my petty cleverness to rashly judge others, especially elders, so I won't say more. After seeing Xiao Yin finish eating, Lu Jun licked his fingers, having peeled the lychee, and said, Prime Minister Lu is decades older than me and a high-ranking official in the court. I'm just a commoner, and I really can't disobey the teachings of my elders. I dare not answer this question. He looked at Lady One and said, Only young ladies of noble birth and high standing are qualified to comment on important ministers, right? Lady One forced a smile, thinking to herself, oh no, this guy is too cunning. This time, the Empress Dowager is definitely going to use our own family as an example. I have to think of something quickly. Suddenly, Lu Jun's expression darkened. Aren't you the one disrespecting the current prime minister, my lady? Lady Wen took a frightened step back, glancing at the Empress Dowager. She turned and said, Empress Dowager, The Empress Dowager took a calm sip of tea and replied, Prime Minister Lu is an important minister of the state. How can I allow you young people to discuss him so casually? She set down her teacup. Don't be so ignorant in the future, or I will punish you. Lady Wen bowed before the Empress Dowager. I heed your instructions, Empress Dowager. She fumed inwardly. What a hypocrite, pretending to be a good person. He's not much older than me, just relying on his family background. The Empress Dowager turned to Xiao Yin. Xiao Yin, your fiancé is both scholarly and martial, a truly fine young man. I'm relieved. Xiao Yin said proudly, of course. My fiancé is the best. On the surface, she appeared full of confidence, but inside, she was screaming, my son has a fiancé. My son has a fiancé. The Empress Dowager walked over and said, there's some fine silks that were recently offered as tribute. Let's go take a look. Upon hearing this, Miss Shi said, the Empress Dowager favors Xiao Yin. Miss Chu also said excitedly, yes, let us see these good things too. The Empress Dowager took Xiao Yin's hand affectionately, feigning concern. Then let's all go together. She then turned to Lu Jun. These are things for women. Young Master Luo probably isn't interested. Then young Master Luo, please wait here. Xiao Yin followed the Empress Dowager, still worried about Lu Jun. This is my son's first time here. Will he be all right alone? Everyone left, leaving Lu Jun alone at the banquet. Not only was he not worried, but he was in the mood to eat sunflower seeds. Taking Xiao Yin away and leaving me alone, luring the tiger from the mountain. It seems the next act is about to begin. Just then, someone stood before Lu Jun. He thought, here we go. In the Imperial Garden, Lu Jun sat alone at the table. He leisurely ate sunflower seeds, thinking, taking Xiao Yin away and leaving me here alone. It's the classic lure the tiger from the mountain tactic. What will happen next? As he pondered, he noticed someone standing before him. Here she is. I didn't expect her to be so impatient. She bowed. Young Master Luo. Lu Jun replied casually, what advice does Miss Song have for me? Song said, I wouldn't dare offer advice. Just a few words of caution for young Master Luo. She playfully twirled a strand of hair in front of her chest, tilting her head. Young Master Luo isn't from the capital, so you may not be aware of many things. Although Xiao Yin is good-looking, she often bullies the common people, arrogant and domineering, known as the Mad Dog of Dian. She sat opposite Lu Jun, resting her chin on her hand. For someone like young Master Luo to marry Xiao Yin, wouldn't that disgrace your family? With that, Song proudly extended her hand. Our Song family is a prestigious clan. My grandfather was once the Grand Tutor, and many in the court admire me. I believe my appearance and virtue are no less than Xiao Yin's. Yet you chose that mad dog. She touched Lu Jun's hand on the table with her finger. Wouldn't choosing me be better? He ignored her completely, pushing her hand away. The young ladies of the capital are so shameless. It's truly an eye-opening experience. Lu Jun's words stunned Song. He continued, I don't care what others think of her. As long as she still needs me, I will never abandon her. He looked down at Song, and Miss Song's behavior is truly beneath even that mad dog. Not allowing Song to continue her performance, he immediately stood up and turned to leave. Lu Jun takes his leave. Seeing this, she also stood up, trying to stop him. How dare you say I'm not as good as Xiao Yin? She thought, I can't let him leave like this, or how will I explain myself to the Empress Dowager? As she rushed towards him, Lu Jun sidestepped, letting her lunge at nothing. Please behave yourself, Miss Song. Losing her balance, she only managed to grab Lu Jun's sleeve, tearing a piece off. Luo Jun glanced at the tear in his sleeve, then left the person still sprawled on the ground without a care, sneering inwardly. So that's all she's got. Just as I thought. One shouldn't do bad things. I was thinking of framing Lu Jin, but it's her who's embarrassed herself. Just then, Miss Song noticed Empress Dowager by approaching in the distance. She scrambled to her feet, thinking furiously, it's too late for the Song family. I have to go all out. As the Empress Dowager drew nearer, Miss Song suddenly screamed, "Ah!" With her clothes disheveled, she covered her face and cried, "Wah!" Beside her stood Luo Jun, his sleeve torn at the shoulder. Witnessing this commotion, the Empress Dowager asked, "Master Luo, Miss Song, what is the meaning of this?" Miss Song ripped off her outer robe and, in a disheveled state, knelt at the Empress Dowager's feet, wailing, "Empress Dowager, I dropped something and came back to look for it." Who knew that Master Luo, seeing no one around, would dare to take such liberties with me? She put on a pitiful expression. I refused him and struggled with all my might, which is how his clothes got torn. Hearing this, the Empress Dowager turned to Luo Jun and asked, "Master Luo, do you have anything to say?" Luo Jun calmly smoothed his sleeve and said, "Just now, Miss Song suddenly barged in, babbling nonsense and behaving inappropriately. She even tore her own clothes. I find it very suspicious." Luo Jun's gaze turned cold. "As for my clothes, it seems the tailor's workmanship was poor. I'm afraid I'll be the subject of ridicule." Miss Sure crossed her arms and sneered. Master Luo is truly shameless. Even his lies are so clumsy. Do you think we can't distinguish right from wrong? This lawless, self-righteous fellow is quite a match for Luo Xiaoyin. Miss Chu also chimed in. To dare to slander someone within the palace is a capital offense. The Empress Dowager asked, "Master Luo, you and Miss Song have given conflicting accounts. Is there any evidence to prove your claim?" Luo Jun looked towards Luo Xiaoyin, who pushed through the crowd and stepped forward, clearing her throat. Seeing the person standing before her, Miss Song recoiled in fear. "Stay away from me. The Empress Dowager will uphold justice for me. He's your fiancé." Luo Xiaoyin tossed her hair and interrupted. "Is there something wrong with your head? Do you think my fiancé would be as brainless as you?" She continued, "This is the inner palace, the imperial palace. There are countless guards and servants watching, openly and secretly. You're saying he would tear your clothes and disrespect you right here in public." Miss Song retorted frantically, "How would I know? Maybe he's just an uncultured brute who doesn't understand the rules." She trembled inwardly. Why has Luo Xiaoyin suddenly become so clever? Everyone here is clearly on the Empress Dowager's side. They all know the Empress Dowager is testing us. How could anyone just barge in? Luo Xiaoyin sneered. "Oh, an uncultured brute. My fiancé may be easily misled, but we get along very well, much more interestingly than you might imagine." Stroking her chin, she mocked. "Just based on your appearance, why would he even spare you a second glance? You failed to seduce him, and now you're trying to shift the blame." Miss Sure exclaimed, "Luo Xiaoyin, you're talking nonsense. Do you think we're all fools?" Miss Sure added, "Reasoning with her is useless." With everyone watching, Miss Song, still sitting on the ground, pointed at Luo Xiaoyin. "How dare you speak such shameless words in front of the Empress Dowager? I beg the Empress Dowager to uphold justice for me." Luo Xiaoyin shut her mouth, crossed her arms, and stood coldly, while inwardly she was clutching her little Luo Jun and crying, "Son, I'm sorry. I said such embarrassing things in front of you. But I know you risked your life to enter the palace and play this role with me. You would never provoke these disgusting people." Luo Jun remained outwardly silent, lips pursed, while his inner self was doubled over with laughter. Wow, she actually said it. She could even say such embarrassing things. She's really going all out. Ha ha, good moves, sharp tongue. What a show. The Empress Dowager pretended to scold Luo Xiaoyin. This concerns Miss Song's reputation. Don't be absurd. But inwardly she thought, a concubine-born daughter is still a concubine-born daughter after all. So unpromising. Luo Xiaoyin stepped forward and shielded Luo Jun behind her. My fiancé would never do such a thing. As she protected him, he chuckled inwardly. She looks quite cute in this trusting manner. Luo Jun discreetly reached out and gently squeezed Luo Xiaoyin's hand in reassurance. Luo Xiaoyin, pulled to the side, was slightly taken aback but remained silent. Luo Jun bowed respectfully to the Empress Dowager and said, "This humble servant has a way to prove his innocence." He slowly stepped forward and picked up the piece of cloth from the ground. Knowing that I would be meeting the Empress Empress Dowager today, I specially applied a unique fragrance to my person as a sign of respect. Holding the cloth, he slowly explained, coincidentally, this particular herb is quite special. Ordinary contact won't leave a scent, but once touched, the fragrance will linger for a long time. Hearing this, Xiao Yin and Empress Dowager Bai were both somewhat surprised. Walking towards the Empress Dowager, Lu Jin handed the piece of cloth to a servant girl, saying, Miss Song insists that I acted improperly towards her. This is the piece of clothing that was just torn. Perhaps the Empress Dowager's servant girl could examine it. Miss Song, kneeling on the ground, retorted impossible. I didn't smell any fragrance at all. Don't try to twist the facts. With a hint of a smile, Lu Jin said, I almost forgot to mention, this fragrance is usually undetectable, but it will emanate when it comes into contact with sandalwood. If Miss Song doesn't believe me, perhaps the Empress Dowager could personally verify it. Have the servant girl check Miss Song's body or hands for my fragrance, and the truth will naturally come to light. Hearing this, Miss Song was terrified. She frantically shouted, wait. She quickly got up and rushed over to snatch the cloth from the servant girl's hand, her mind racing in panic. When I lunged at him earlier, I only lost a button. I didn't even touch him. If they find out it wasn't me. Lu Jin snatched the cloth back first. Miss Song lost her balance, falling painfully to the ground with a cry. Lu Jin glanced triumphantly at the people behind him and said, Miss Song is so panicked. If she wasn't guilty, why wouldn't she dare to be examined in front of the Empress Dowager? At this moment, Xiao Yin was a little puzzled and asked him in a low voice, how come I didn't know about this fragrance? Lu Jin's eyes sharpened, and he said triumphantly, I was just bluffing her. Seeing that everything had been exposed, Miss Song crawled to the Empress Dowager's feet and pleaded, Empress Dowager, please save me. I was momentarily blinded by greed. The Empress Dowager glared down at Miss Song, kneeling at her feet, and said coldly, regardless, drag Miss Song away and give her 50 slaps. After her injuries heal, have someone watch her and make her personally apologize to the Luo family. The two servant girls behind her respectfully replied yes. Miss Song trembled all over, terrified. It's over. I've caused a disaster this time. The Empress Dowager is so angry. I'm afraid even the Song family will be implicated. As she was being escorted away by the servant girls, Miss Song kept looking back and shouting, Empress Dowager, please forgive me. I was ignorant, and it was all my fault. I will definitely reflect on my actions. Thank you for your mercy, Empress Dowager. Then, the Empress Dowager turned to the crowd and said in a majestic tone, this matter concerns the Song family's reputation. For Song Zhongqing's sake, what happened today must not be spread outside. The servant girls knowingly replied in unison, yes, Empress Dowager. Miss Chu and Miss Shi trembled with fear. Xiao Yin looked at Lu Jin, silently praising him in her heart. Well done, son. You truly have my flair. Lu Jin seemed to have guessed her thoughts and chuckled smugly. Of course, who do you think I am? Xiao Yin was ecstatic. Great. This hurdle has finally passed. The Luo family is safe. My mission is complete, and my son doesn't have to pretend anymore. But Lu Jin kept thinking, will the Empress Dowager give up the idea of marrying Xiao Yin to the emperor because of this? Looking at their expressions, the Empress Dowager pictured the two of them as a perfect couple. She thought, Xiao Yin is so protective of Lu Jin, it seems she has feelings for him. In that case, I'll just go with the flow and save myself trouble later. The Empress Dowager walked over, took Xiao Yin's hand, and said softly, Xiao Yin, you were wrong today. Don't worry, I won't let you suffer. I will issue a decree granting you a wedding fit for a princess. You will marry your fiancé within 3 months. Hearing the words marry, both Xiao Yin and Lu Jin felt as if struck by lightning, the same thought flashing through their minds. It's over. Inside the southern pavilion, people came and went. The hall was lavishly decorated and flower petals drifted down. A young woman held a round fan to her face, laughing uncontrollably. This trip was truly worth it. Lu Xiaoyan sat cross-legged among 3 young men, looking smug as they waited on her. A green-haired young man stood behind her and asked, Miss, is this pressure all right? A gray-haired young man stood beside her holding a fruit platter. He peeled a green grape and offered it to her. Say, miss, this is a fresh green grape picked just today. It's sweet and crisp. Another young man knelt at her feet and said, Miss, let me massage your feet and help you relax. Lu Xiaoyan looked at the three young men attending to her and smiled with satisfaction. Not bad. They're all my precious darlings, she thought to herself. Luo Xiaoyin, well done. This charade is sure to anger the Empress Dowager and make her retract the marriage decree. Recalling the news of Luo Xiaoyin's betrothal a few days prior, her father had asked in shock, "Daughter, what in the world happened? How could a single trip to the palace result in a marriage decree from the Empress Dowager?" She had stood silently, unable to utter a word. Luo Xiaoyin's face gradually darkened. "I didn't expect acting so well would cause such trouble. Mother fainted on the spot when she heard the decree. If I don't find a way to break off this engagement, I'll actually have to marry my own son." Accepting the tea offered by a young man, Luo Xiaoyin drained it in one gulp. "Now all I need to do is—" Suddenly, a shout interrupted her thoughts. Luo Xiaoyin. Startled, she sprayed the tea all over the face of the gray-haired young man beside her. His appearance caused a stir throughout the southern pavilion. A young man ascending the stairs couldn't help but turn back and exclaim, "Isn't that him?" Another young man in the lobby below said excitedly, "This is going to be good." The newcomer was Luo Jin, his face etched with anger. Seeing him, Luo Xiaoyin, instead of being afraid, blushed, secretly praising him in her heart. "My son looks so handsome when he's angry. This scene, why does it look so familiar? Why does he look like Luo Jin?" A young man holding a folding fan approached Luo Jin, winked, and said, "Young master, come and join us. We have special refreshments and performances for you to choose from." Luo Jin shoved the young man aside and walked straight towards her. With one hand behind his back and the other pointing directly at the leisurely Luo Xiaoyin, Luo Jin angrily declared, "It's only the first day of our engagement, and you're already out here enjoying yourself." His voice softened, tinged with sadness. "Am I not enough for you? Do you even care about me, your fiancé?" Luo Xiaoyin responded playfully, her tone full of charm. "Just because I agreed to marry you doesn't mean you can monopolize me. I just wanted to have some fun. If you can't even handle this, how can you be my rightful husband?" With a flick of her wrist and a teasing smile, she challenged, "Come on then. If you want to be my husband, you have to be virtuous, morally upright, and a role model for men. You'll learn all that eventually. After all, you're the husband personally chosen by the Empress Dowager." She paused, waiting for his response. Luo Jin frowned and glared at the person sitting next to Luo Xiaoyin. "Get lost." The person trembled in fear. "All right." Suddenly, Luo Jin squeezed in beside Luo Xiaoyin, putting his arm around her. He demanded, "You said I was the most important person in your heart, that you only wanted me. Have you forgotten?" Luo Xiaoyin was startled. "Wait, was that line in the script? I don't remember saying that." Luo Jin continued, "Do our vows and promises mean nothing now?" He whispered a reproach in her ear. "It's just acting. You don't have to get so close to them. What if they take advantage of you?" Luo Xiaoyin giggled. "Of course I have to get close to make it look real. Besides, those people are actors I hired. Didn't you realize? Haha." Luo Jin looked at her and said, "That's good." Luo Xiaoyin was puzzled. What's with him now? It was just a few sweet nothings. Did he actually believe them? Who says you can only have one important person in your heart? Suddenly, she panicked. Too close, too close. This is just acting. Stay calm. She blinked and said, "Right?" The person beside her interjected, "How annoying." Then, looking at her, he said, "I thought you were serious about me, but it was all an act. A marriage arranged since childhood. You're the second miss of the general's manor, and I'm just a commoner." His eyes were filled with dejection. "I know I'm not worthy of you. If that's truly the case, I'm willing to travel to the Kunlun Mountains to cultivate, hoping that one day I can distinguish myself and be closer to you." Luo Jin said resentfully, "But in your eyes, I'm just one among thousands. It's me who's reaching too high." He recalled painfully that year, under the apricot blossom rain, you stood beneath the love tree and said, "I was the only one in your heart." I believed you. That night, under the moonlight, you told the old man of the moon that I was your true love. I believe that too. He gave a bitter laugh. Perhaps it was a mistake from the very beginning. Luo Xiaoyin crossed her arms and retorted, "I already said, no matter what, you're my rightful husband. Don't be so dramatic." But inside, she was screaming, "This kid's acting is too good. He memorized so many lines. I almost believed in myself." Luo Jin stood up dejectedly. "Even though your reputation isn't great in the eyes of others, someone like you protected me in the palace." He said, "I thought I was different to you. I didn't expect that I was also just one of the many pets you picked up on a whim." Tears welled up in his eyes. "Luo Xiaoyin, farewell." Lu Jin leaned against the railing, closing his eyes as if he had given up on everything. Xiao Yin froze, hesitated for a moment, then reached out in a panic to pull him back, but it was too late. How could this happen? The surrounding people were all frightened. Some couldn't believe their eyes. He really jumped. Others sighed, "What a pity." Still others screamed in terror. "Oh my God, someone died." Lu Jin plummeted, his robes fluttering in the air. His voice was as light as a feather. "Xiao Yin, I hope you." He closed his eyes, feeling the dizzying weightlessness between heaven and earth, and continued, "Will always." The last 3 words echoed heavily in the air. "Remember me." The girls downstairs were startled when they saw Lu Jin falling, but they weren't worried about his safety, only concerned about one thing. "Oh my God, he's so handsome." Someone else echoed, "Right." One girl held her cheeks, her heart racing. Such a handsome man. Only then did people start to panic. Handsome? He's about to die. Soon, the news spread throughout the capital. People in the North Alley said that hellhound of the Luo family drove her fiancé to his death. That hellhound of the Luo family forced her fiancé to jump from the nameless restaurant. Have you heard? That hellhound of the Luo family drove a man to jump because of her fiancé. Have you heard? That hellhound drove a man to jump because of her fiancé. While in the South Alley, people said a man forced the hellhound's fiancé to jump. Someone forced the hellhound's fiancé to jump. MHM. In the west wing of the Jinyuan general's residence, Xiao Yin laughed triumphantly. "Haha, we've really made a scene. The whole city must be talking about us." She looked at Lu Jin and continued, "In a few days, I'll tell everyone that your injuries are too severe and you can't be saved. The engagement will naturally be broken off. Then I can use mourning as an excuse to refuse the Grand Empress Dowager's bestowed marriage." Perfect. Hearing her say this, Lu Jin sneered inwardly. The Grand Empress Dowager isn't as easy to fool as you think, but going against her is quite interesting. Suddenly, something heavy was placed on the ground, the sound shaking the floor. 2 servants said, "Second miss. The general asked us to bring this over." She asked in confusion, "What is this?" One of them replied, reporting to second miss, "These are various medicinal herbs for treating external injuries, bestowed by the Grand Empress Dowager." Immediately after, Lu Jin poked his head in from the door and said, "Xiao Yin, come here for a moment." She was a little surprised. "Father." Xiao Yin turned back to Lu Jin and said, "I'll be out for a while. You rest here." He responded, "MHM." Suddenly, Lu Jin grabbed her hand and asked anxiously, "Daughter, what should we do?" "The Grand Empress Dowager has sent an imperial physician, saying that she wants to see your fiancé tonight, dead or alive." That evening, in the west wing of the Luo residence, Lu Jin held Xiao Yin's hand and said frantically, "Daughter, the imperial physician sent by the Grand Empress Dowager has arrived. He says he must see your fiancé, dead or alive." Xiao Yin panicked completely and blurted out, "What?" As if struck by a sudden inspiration, he said with a touch of crazed seriousness, "Should we just kill him and show them a real corpse?" Xiao Yin immediately rejected this suggestion, holding her head and yelling, "No, father, what are you saying?" Jintian was startled by his daughter and quickly soothed her. "Don't get excited. I was just saying it casually, He rubbed his forehead tiredly, then pulled out an imperial decree from his bosom and handed it to his daughter. The Grand Empress Dowager not only sent an imperial physician, but also issued an imperial decree. If Lu Jin isn't dead, you two must get married within a month. Xiao Yin looked at the imperial decree in her father's hand, staggered back, and stammered. How could this be? How did it go from a bestowed marriage to having to get married within a month? Jintian sighed helplessly, patted her head, and said tearfully, "The Grand Empress Dowager thinks you're too wild, daring to force your fiancé to jump off a building. So she wants you to settle down by getting married early." His eyes were filled with sadness and helplessness. "I've thought about it. You two will pretend to get married. After it's done, I'll take you away from the capital. We'll say you and your husband are going to Mount Kunlun to cultivate, and then we'll leave this place forever." After speaking, Jintian looked up at the sky and said sadly, "As long as you're safe, that's all that matters." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yin threw herself into her father's arms and cried, "Father, I don't want to leave the general's residence. I don't want to leave you and mother." suddenly thinking of something. Xiao Yin stopped crying and hesitated. The image of Lu Jin appeared in her mind. Xiao Yin's cheeks flushed slightly, and she felt a faint regret in her heart. If I leave, will I never see him again? She subconsciously muttered, I don't want to go. Jintian was at a loss, grabbing his daughter's arm and sighing wearily. Sigh, you don't want to go, then what can we do? Stroking his beard, Luo Jintian explained, the only way to break off this engagement is to overthrow the Empress Dowager. But we've been searching for the Crown Prince for so many years, without any results. Hearing her father's words, Luo Xiaoyin's eyes widened in surprise. What? Were we looking for my cousin? How did it become searching for the Crown Prince? Luo Jintian was reluctant to elaborate, vaguely saying, we'll talk about that later. Just then, Xiaoru announced, the Martial Arts Alliance people have arrived. The next morning, at the Martial Arts Alliance, Luo Xiaoyin, with her legs crossed and chin resting on her hand, seriously asked Lai Jianyun, Vice Alliance Leader Lai, have you made the arrangements I entrusted to you? Jianyun knelt down and respectfully replied, reporting back to the Alliance Leader, everything has been arranged according to your instructions. Luo Xiaoyin glared at Jianyun with dissatisfaction, her face full of resentment. Despite his serious report, he had a large bump on his head, his face covered in doodles, and a liar label stuck to him. The surrounding servants couldn't help but chuckle. Lai Jianyun continued his report. All the men between 18 and 20 years old within the capital's martial arts alliance have been arranged to go to the hot springs in the back mountains. At the back mountain hot springs, Luo Xiaoyin continued her conversation with the Vice Alliance Leader. Since everything has been arranged, Vice Alliance Leader, you can also bring those who love to gossip. I remember a few of your friends are also within this age range, right? Lai Jianyun respectfully bowed his head and replied, I understand and will obey. The surrounding people were surprised to see his actions. Luo Xiaoyin stood up with her hands on her hips and praised, very good, you may go and prepare. Her gaze sharpened as she thought to herself, so the person father has been looking for wasn't my cousin, but the current crown prince. It seems the rumors about the crown prince not being dead are true. If we can find his highness, even if we can't immediately overthrow the Empress Dowager, she definitely won't have time to worry about my marriage. Luo Xiaoyin's lips curled into a meaningful smile as she thought to herself, once his highness returns, the Luo family can reveal their true allegiance, and I won't have to act like a villain anymore. She chuckled smugly. Breaking off the engagement will be as easy as flipping my hand then. All these years of acting are finally coming to an end. Just thinking about it makes me happy. At the Martial Arts Alliance's back mountain hot springs, amidst the swirling steam, the men's toned abs were faintly visible. Many handsome men were bathing in the hot springs, the scene resembling a celestial paradise. Behind a cherry blossom tree, two men were chatting. One said, the Martial Arts Alliance's hot springs are truly comfortable. The other replied cheerfully, the Martial Arts Alliance's hot springs are the best in the world. We wouldn't normally dare to even dream of this, so let's enjoy it while we can. Hiding behind the bushes, Luo Xiaoyin shyly covered her eyes with her hands, thinking, so many people, this is so embarrassing. But the Crown Prince's identity is a huge secret, and only I can confirm it. She secretly made up her mind, although it's shameless to peek at men bathing. It's worth it if I can break off the engagement and help father. She encouraged herself, you can do this, Xiaoyin. Recalling her father's words about royal descendants being born with birthmarks, the image of a dragon-shaped birthmark on the Crown Prince's back appeared in her mind. Her cheeks flushed as she continued to ponder. It seems only a special medicine can reveal the birthmark. Luo Xiaoyin remembered her father personally handing her that bottle of medicine. Back at the Jinyuan General's manor, Luo Jintian never expected his daughter to personally investigate, and she never expected her father to personally intervene. Luo Xiaoyin thought excitedly, this morning, I already poured the medicine father gave me into the hot spring. Hopefully, it will take effect soon. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel a little annoyed, her cheeks flushing slightly as she muttered, time to reveal the truth. Luo Xiaoyin began to observe a platinum-haired man slowly undressing. She whispered, let's start with you. Watching the man gradually take off his clothes, Luo Xiaoyin suddenly felt that the figure looked familiar. Doubt filled her mind. Why does he look a bit like Luo Jun? She stared blankly at his back, unable to resist associating him with Luo Jun behind the curtain. The man draped his clothes over his shoulder and turned around, muttering to himself, did I hear something? Luo Xiaoyin saw his face and was startled. She cried out, "What are you doing here?" Hearing Xiao Yin scream, the other men turned their heads and surrounded Lu Jin, murmuring, "Someone's peeking." "It's a woman." Lu Jin used his body to shield her, turning around to calmly explain, "I'm sorry. There was a rabbit that ran past and startled me." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. "Phew, that scared me." He apologized repeatedly. I'm sorry. No one expected that Lu Jin was protecting Xiao Yin's trembling arm, shielding her behind him. She was so scared she didn't dare to say a word, thinking to herself in mortification, "Thank goodness my son is here." Xiao Yin covered her mouth with both hands, her cheeks burning red. She thought, "I'm getting weirder and weirder. Everyone looks like Lu Jin to me. What am I going to do now that I've been discovered?" Lu Jin glanced down at her. He released Xiao Yin and asked, "What did you want to reveal?" The moment he let go, Xiao Yin had already retreated back into the bushes, feigning the pitiful appearance of a small dog, her voice trembling. "You heard everything." Then she looked up at Lu Jin with innocent, curious eyes. "What are you doing here?" Lu Jin calmly replied, "Xiao Yin called me over. He said there's a magical medicine that can be added to the hot spring water in the back mountain. Supposedly, soaking in it can improve one's martial arts skills." He scratched his head awkwardly and continued to explain, "Although I don't really believe it, since he asked me come, I came." Xiao Yin felt incredibly embarrassed, covering her face and screaming internally. "It's over. He's almost meeting the martial arts heroine's criteria too." Ah, wait. A new idea suddenly popped up. Xiao Yin's eyes lit up, thinking, although my identity has been exposed, I can ask my son to help me. He doesn't understand court affairs. He's a martial artist. Perfect. Thinking of this, Xiao Yin put on a pitiful, puppy dog expression again and pleaded, "Son, do me a favor. This will be good for us too." She excitedly explained, "Actually, the cousin I said I was looking for, he's the real fiancé. If I can find my cousin, our engagement will naturally be broken off." Xiao Yin continued, "My father said my cousin might be in the martial arts world. He has a birthmark that can only be revealed with a special medicine. I've already secretly put the medicine in the hot spring water." Lu Jin asked, "A birthmark that needs a special medicine to appear?" He pondered, in the martial arts world, a birthmark. The Luo family is indeed looking for the crown prince. Lu Jin narrowed his eyes in thought. So they're looking for the crown prince. Is it to deal with the Empress Dowager or to kill the crown prince? Xiao Yin interrupted his train of thought, excitedly holding up the portrait of the crown prince's birthmark and saying, Could it be this birthmark?" Lu Jin looked at the portrait in Xiao Yin's hand and nodded. "All right, I'll help you." He affirmed, "Oh, this is indeed the crown prince's birthmark." Xiao Yin immediately grabbed his hand, her face flushed with happiness, and cheered, "Great, thank you." Lu Jin looked at her bright smile and tilted his head, thinking, so gullible. The scene cuts to the Martial Arts Alliance's back mountain hot spring. Xiao Yin is half submerged in the lake water, with a subordinate reporting behind him. He scooped up a handful of water and said he also added something to the water. Yu Feng, holding a medicine bottle, reported, "Yes, it's the kind of medicine that makes birthmarks less noticeable." According to his request, everyone is gathered at the hot spring. I had to beg for a long time to get the Qingyang family's ancestral medicine to put in the hot spring. Unexpectedly, he looked down at the water surface, his expression grave. Fortunately, the two medicines didn't react with each other. Otherwise, Xiao Yin would have suspected us. Xiao Yin raised his hand to smooth his hair and replied impassively, "It's fine. He won't find anything. It's not a big deal to him. Just let Godfather know where the crown prince is hiding. If Xiao Yin wants to investigate, let him." Yu Shufeng sighed. The old alliance leader is indeed still shrewd. Behind a rock, Lu Jin had been listening to their conversation, a scornful smile playing on his lips. A moment later, in the Martial Arts Alliance courtyard, Xiao Yin and Lu Jin are discussing something. She propped her chin on one hand and reported, "Scars, sword wounds, tattoos, everything but not the birthmark you mentioned." Peeling an orange segment, she sighed. "Do you think they might have used some kind of medicine to cover the birthmark? Something that doesn't dissolve in water?" Xiao Yin slumped dejectedly onto the table. "It's too difficult." She looked at the half-collapsed table and scattered items, her voice low. Maybe. He reached out and rubbed her head. Looking at the girl's dejected appearance, he continued, if we can't find him, we'll go back and think of another way. The young man exuded a captivating aura. His fox-like eyes narrowed slightly, a calculating glint in his smile. The Empress Dowager hasn't given us much time. Returning earlier will allow us to prepare sooner. Suddenly, Luo Xiaoyin's eyes lit up like searchlights, her expression as excited as a puppy's. Don't worry, aren't you good at examining wounds? Like judging how they're healing. Luo Yun looked confused. She giggled, cracking melon seeds, and replied, I suppose so. We martial artists are injured all the time. Even if we can't treat them, we can at least judge the severity. Before she could finish, she slammed her hand on the table, shattering the remaining half. Unfazed, Luo Xiaoyin caught the fruit plate while talking to Luo Jun. He looked speechless, all right. The two went to the Imperial Academy. The sky was clear and blue. In front of the Imperial Academy gates, she peeked out from behind a pillar, muttering softly, You've never been here before. You're not familiar with it. Follow me. Don't let anyone see you. Unlike her, he walked openly and confidently with his head held high. Watching their destination, Luo Jun felt confused. The Imperial Academy. An injured person. Seeing her so concerned about that person, who could it be? Wait, wasn't she here to see me? The two moved cautiously, hiding behind a wall, when they suddenly heard someone talking. That vicious dog isn't around. The Imperial Academy's atmosphere is truly nice. Peaceful days. The person next to them nodded in agreement. Of course. I heard the Empress Dowager arrange a marriage for her. She probably won't be returning to the Imperial Academy. Hearing these words, Luo Xiaoyin felt a little worried. She wondered how Luo Jun's recovery was going, and whether he had heard about her arranged marriage. If he knew, he might. Thinking of this, her heart became even more chaotic, and she couldn't help but sigh several times. Forget it. He must think I'm running around again. She started blaming herself, scolding herself inwardly. Luo Xiaoyin, you're only concerned about Luo Chun's injuries. After all, he was injured because of you. What are you thinking about? He looked at her, equally nervous. Seeing her so upset, was it because she was bothered by those words, or was she worried about something else? And this road seems to lead to my dormitory. At this moment, she turned and pointed ahead, explaining, his dormitory is just up ahead. We're almost there. Luo Jun looked in the direction she pointed, even more puzzled. Isn't that Jiang San's dormitory? He's injured. When did this happen? Why is she so concerned about Jiang San? He feigned concern and asked, how was this person injured? Why do you care so much? But his heart felt a pang of jealousy. No way could there be something going on between her and Jiang San. Better to ask carefully. Can't let myself be taken advantage of. Luo Xiaoyin blushed slightly, a bit shy. He was injured saving me. His arm was hurt by the peony gang. He lost a lot of blood. I heard he's been recuperating at the Imperial Academy recently, so I wanted you to go see him. See him. She hesitated, then continued. Maybe you can help him recover faster. After all, he was injured because of me. Hearing this, Luo Jun's heart tightened. He then remembered that Jiang San's room was right next to his own and sighed inwardly. So she came to see me. She blinked, her voice soft. A mother's debts are paid by her son. That's the cycle of heaven. You'll help me, right? His inner thoughts roared. It's over. This is bad. But he still managed to force a smile. He immediately pulled a medicine bottle from his bosom, resuming his usual serious salesman demeanor. This is a family secret medicine, refined from 18 precious herbs for 81 days. It's colorless, odorless, requires no refrigeration, has no additives, and is for external use only. Just apply it to the wound, and you'll see immediate results. It's a must-have for going out. He finished in one breath, stuffing the bottle into Luo Xiaoyin's hand. Here, take this. But before she could react, he had already turned and slipped away. Your son suddenly remembered he has 8 gates sec business to attend to. Gotta go. Leaving Luo Xiaoyin standing there alone, dumbfounded. She, or rather his fiancée, had been ditched by her fiancé twice. Holding the medicine bottle, her face full of grievance. Men really can't be relied on, not even sons. She looked at the medicine bottle again, dubious. Is this thing really that magical? But she made up her mind. Since I'm here, I'll leave the medicine at the door and then sneak a peek at him. As if realizing she was being a bit love-struck, she quickly corrected herself. No, I'm just going to check on him. Meanwhile, in Luo Jun's dormitory at the Imperial Academy, he quickly opened the window and jumped into the room. Luo Jun, like a thief, quietly landed and snuck into the room. Hearing the noise, Jiang San was still sentimentally arranging the pillows on the bed. He looked up, saw the real person, and was startled. You're back. You don't know how worried everyone has been these past few days you were gone. Luckily, I dealt with all those ceremonial visitors who came looking for you. Luo Jun had no patience to listen to his rambling and directly threw him out, leaving only a warning. Go back and don't come out. At the same time, he quickly opened the wardrobe and took out his disguised clothes. He took off his outer robe, thinking, change clothes, get in bed, and pretend to be sick. I should be able to make it. But at this moment, Luo Xiao Yin, standing outside Luo Jun's door, suddenly saw something fly out of his window. Why did someone come out of Luo Jun's window? It looks like something. Her heart tightened. A thief. Or is it someone from the Peony gang seeking revenge? She quickly rushed into his room. The door was pushed open abruptly, and Luo Xiaoyin shouted, Luo Jun. He had just sat down on the bed and was pulling up the quilt, thinking, I'm done for. She panicked, her eyes widening as she looked at something on his chest. This birthmark.